Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi, Tori. Hi, Nikki. Welcome in, everyone. How is it going today? That work? That works. Okay. Interesting. I don't know how to fix this. I don't know how to fix this. Interesting. Okay. So I'm trying something new with my camera. I don't know if I like it yet. We'll see. Let's see. Grinding some Star Wars Outlaws. Then I'm watching the fight later. Nice. You scared the shit out of me. You're so loud on my speakers in the car. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I have no monologue today. Hello.
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 Hello. Yeah. I was like, hi, everyone. Okay, let's go.
Pretty much. I was like, hey, we're going to play Baldur's Gate.
Okay. Yeah.
Hi, friends.
Hi, bestie.
My bestie. Let's play the game.
Yeah, let's do it.
So, sorry, chat, if I'm not the most energetic. I'm just gonna throw that out there right now. I'm doing my best.
And your best is not good enough. No, of course. Your
No!
best, of course, is the best.
Hey, I'm gonna disarm these traps.
Yes, please do. I've been like walking around in this very small circle that I know is safe.
Listen, I may or may not have had this roll up for the 20 minutes that I was on BRB last week, never clicking the actual dice.
That's
so
funny.
I'm gonna click them now. Hey,
don't forget to group, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I had forgotten.
Okay, guys. So we're going to attempt. This is take 2. We're going to attempt to finish Baldur's Gate today. I think we can do it.
1.5. Take 1.5.
Yeah.
We barely.
The first one was like not even a dress rehearsal. It's fine.
No, we like. It was like a tech rehearsal.
Yeah. Just making sure
that that everything existed. Also, hi Oni. It's lovely to see you. Perception successful.
Yeah, see, I like failed so many perception checks on the way, and I was like, I'm just gonna stand here.
I know. I saw. I'm a glutton for self-punishment, and I rewatched.
Oh no! Why?
Because I hate myself.
I know.
So
I would have done the same. I would have done the same, but why?
And so I watched that last 2 minutes over and over and over. Any other traps around here? I'm scared to walk anywhere.
There's some right in front of me.
I see this one.
Yeah.
Hello. I'm going to disarm you.
And then I think we have to go in. I think we go in this door. I went all down here. There's a couple down on this side, but there's literally nothing. Like I looted all down this side over here while you were on your BRB.
Okay.
So I'm guessing we have to go into this door.
Okay.
But I don't know.
No, you're good.
I mean, you can go. I want you to go first, though, if there's any conversation.
I will open the door. Hello?
Does that go anywhere?
It goes into a room. Autosave successful. Well, that seems important.
Okay.
Hello? Ooh, a desk.
Okay, I will not move.
A glass goblet.
Oh, was your bot not up? Is that what you said, for fuck's sake?
Yeah, well, apparently there was like an update.
Yeah. Oh, so was it on the update thing instead of like
it was,
opening Mix It Up?
Exactly. Yeah,
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 yeah. So
yeah.
like I had opened my bot and everything and it had gotten through and so but it didn't actually get to be open.
I see. Hi, Mr. Horse.
The
Mr.
horse,
Man.
the man of horse.
No, no, no. Last night we discovered that he is not a horse. He is actually a man. He is not a
Oh,
horseman. He is just a human man. He's a liar.
I don't think that's true. Can we get a scientist out here
No, he is
to
a human man. He doesn't have a mane
mm,
or a tail or a saddle or hooves. He's a liar. He's a human
that's
man.
I mean, that feels horse discrimination-y to me. Like, I feel
He's a
like there's a
liar.
lot more to horses than just manes and
Mentioned
tails.
many things. I said hooves and saddles and
I feel like horse is a state of mind.
he's definitely not 4 horses in a trench coat. So
Well,
also
that
that.
sounds like something that 4 horses in a trench coat would say.
Hi Ribbon, how are you? Welcome in.
Hello. We're
Just
already
saying.
starting.
Just saying he's not a horse. So Mr.
Mm.
Horse don't think is
Mm.
accurate anymore.
Can I'm gonna disarm this.
Okay, so he's there. He's just big chilling in there.
Well, I'm gonna disarm his traps.
Oh yeah, that's
Just
a good
'cause-
idea. Oh,
Okay. That's weird.
okay. Well,
The
I'm gonna
disarming-
reload, so maybe we can try to get this achievement.
Is that setting off is disarming a trap setting it off?
That was an explosion.
I'm aware.
That is my guess as to why I still don't have this fucking achievement.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Never wanted the easy part.
Just walk. Do you want me to not disarm these then?
I
guess?
think so.
That's stupid.
I know I understand what you're saying, but like I've done this fight and save scummed this fight so I could get this achievement, and I think that like you can't have those go off like that.
Okay.
This
Hello?
was your doing, wasn't it, Karlak? The destruction of my steel watch. Such a petty vengeance.
Those things were evil. Just like their papa.
Papa!
Think I ever worked for you. Proudly, too.
I never meant to harm you, dear.
Hi, Recti.
Merely to help you realize your vast potential.
You sent me to the hells. You let Zariel take my heart. As though any of it was yours to give away.
The greater good, Karlak. Something I wouldn't expect you to understand.
You feel no
Wow.
regret, do
Rude.
you? All right. How about fear, then?
Hell yeah,
Oh,
Karlak.
you do quite misunderstand. I've already made a deal with your companion. We need each other.
Do we now?
Karlak's got this.
I'm sorry you feel wronged by how things ended between us all those years ago. But now we must look to the future.
You make it sound like we were lovers. Or friends. But that wasn't it. I trusted you. I respected you. It was my job to protect you. And that's what I did. I was so young.
She's just a baby.
I didn't recognize evil when I saw it. When you turned on me, I was too dumbstruck to realize what was happening. No way he'd hurt me, I thought. He betrayed me for reasons I still don't quite understand. But I suppose evil has no real cause. It just is. Until it isn't.
Oh, damn.
Utter
Hell yeah,
brat.
Karlak.
You're going to burn this place down.
Good.
I like my face. Okay,
Very
bye.
smug.
No, you have to stop her. Do it now.
No. Okay, he's got some shit going on. What's your deal, bro?
All right, so somehow Astarion and I are not in combat, which is amazing.
That's cute. He's got authority.
What does that
Okay.
do? Can I like do something?
Advantage on intimidation. No, I'm reading through shit. Slashing resistance. Oh, shell of resistance. We need to
Alright,
break
if
that.
Alright, I think that's too big. I think that will actually set traps off.
No thunder immunity. She's hot when she's pissed off. So hot.
Okay, that's me. Now let's.
Sorry,
switch
I'm
to
reading.
Astarion.
I'm
No,
reading
you're good.
through all
I'm
of it.
taking advantage of the fact that Astarion and I are not in combat. So.
Okay, it's the shell. I can't see anything other than the shell of resistance. So.
Alright, well, he's prone.
Okay. I don't think I can really do too much. I mean, I can get to him and do half damage.
I'm going to do.
What's giving him? I guess it's just on him.
Hold on, let me examine it as well. His immunity to thunder, resistance to physical and elemental, extra move and movement speed. Okay. He only has.
Yeah, it's all
more
because
turn.
of this shell of resistance. So maybe
Magic
I'll run up.
resistance, high spellcasting.
Does he have a weapon on him?
Your unarmed attacks do 1 to 4. Yeah, he's got a crossbow in his hands. I don't know if he's got anything else.
See if I can make him drop it.
Alright, I still have Astarion out of combat, so... I'm gonna hit him with this. Ba-da-da.
Only that I can't do shit. Okay, that's fine. Then I'll just mock him first.
Okay.
Well, I'll attempt to mock him first.
Alright, that goes to
Got him.
Okay.
Ooh. We've got some concussion grenades, and these traps are set to go.
How do we do this? I don't know how to do this without setting the, without the traps going off. Yeah, I might have to look up something.
I have ended my turn. Oh, the Soprano's going crazy.
I know. Shell of resistance for 1 more. I really don't know what to do. I'll just do another frost, I guess. Tagger! Thank you so much for the raid. I'll be right back, GG.
Yep.
Hey guys, thank you so much for the raid. What were you streaming? Game deck. What's game deck? Is that like game development or something? What is that? Alright, let me move out of the way. Okay. Perfect. Now my turn's over. There we go. Oh, it's a point and click game. Nice. Well, welcome in, Raiders. We are doing Baldur's Gate for my bajillionth time, but my friend Gigi's first time. So, excuse me while I just... Alright, this bitch is kind of an idiot. That's great. I'll just keep doing this then. Okay. So it's her first time. It's my, like, I don't know, 22nd time or something like that. I have, like, 860 hours or something ridiculous in this game. So, yeah, so avoid spoilers if you've played it or if you've seen it. But otherwise, welcome. Normally I do, like, a little raid video and all that jazz. But since we are in this fight, I don't think I can right now. But how was your stream? Thank you so much. Thank you. Alright, incineration, caster, examine. To creatures within the designated area. Bludgeoning vulnerability. So you can bludgeon it? Interesting. Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. I didn't realize Karlach was blinded by the light.
I really don't know how to do this. I'm gonna look. I'm just gonna read. We're not gonna.
Okay.
We don't have to redo it, but I'm just gonna read.
Well, I mean, we haven't gotten very far. If it seems, if you look,
Because
and
I
it
feel
seems
like that's those going off.
little-
Okay.
Yeah. I'll wait because like this is one turn, so I'll just wait.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, you're good.
Once you have all the characters. Okay, this is. This is crazy. I'm not doing all of that.
Okay, sounds good to me.
No, no, no. What this one guy said. I think like this is like a Reddit thing. Like, okay. It says use lightning spells to disarm them or destroy them. It says if up when you're on top floor in his office, you can fight him if you keep your characters on the red carpet. Okay. So I got the achievement. I did it by sneaking in the Gortash fight through the back. There's a hidden lever behind a crate where the flaming fist merchant is. Huh. Went up to the tower, like most people describe. Put all my party between the two rooms. So some people say if you stay in the center and use lightning, you can do it. Alright, so let's restart this.
Sure.
And let me respec my spells really quick.
Yeah. Do what you gotta do.
I'm gonna try it, I guess.
Might as well. I mean, I've got lightning arrows, but that's about all I've got.
Yeah, I'm gonna try like chain lightning and stuff like that. Let me see. Alright. Okay, so let's get rid of... We'll get rid of you.
The Firebirds beat the Eagles for nothing. Well,
Okay.
I have no opinion.
Lightning bolt.
Other than the fact that I know that the Eagles exist.
Do I not have chain lightning? Blink, disguise.
Hi, Wolfie.
Grant flight. Shocking grasp. I don't know if witch bolt will work.
It's lightning damage.
It is, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Where is chain? I don't have chain lightning. That's crazy.
Do you have it as a scroll?
That's what I'm saying. Like, how do I not have chain lightning as a learned spell or in a scroll?
That's crazy. It's a lot of fun. Good. I'm glad you had fun.
Is there? Hold on. Let's look. BG3 chain lightning scroll location.
Scroll. I get that, Wolfie. I'm definitely a sports yeller, so I would be in the same boat.
Yeah, so they say that people will just start selling them when you're in Act 3, so that's fine. Chain lightning would have been handy, but alright, we'll try it with this.
Okay. I was gonna say, if you want, we could, like, I mean, we'd have to leave to travel to some
no,
place
it's all
to
good.
buy it.
We'll try
Okay.
that.
So just stay on the red carpet, you say?
Yeah, that's what it's saying. Oh, you go first. Shit. You can probably skip through
This
the
was your
combo if you
doing,
want.
wasn't it, Karlak?
Okay.
The destruction. I never meant.
You sent. You feel.
I'll
no
just do the same choices that I
do
did
it.
before. Say
I'm sorry
nothing.
you
Beep
feel
bop, boop
wronged by
beep,
how
boop
things
beep,
ended
ba
between us
bar,
all
ba
those
da.
years
Yes,
ago.
Karlak,
But now
Angie.
we must look to the future.
You make it
Angie,
No,
say
you have-
goodbye. I will not.
Okay. So
So
I'm gonna
I'm
do
not
the
gonna-
same thing.
I'm not gonna move.
All right, I'm going to move though because I am still stealth.
So here's the thing, though. They look like they're already activated.
Yeah, but I
Because they're
think they
flat.
don't. Yeah, but I think they don't actually technically count until they're like have like the red. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do I have?
Stay on the red. Darian, stay on the red.
I could do an arrow of lightning. I don't know if it's gonna be enough damage.
Hold on, let's try it. Go for it.
Okay. No, it's sturdy. It didn't take enough.
It
It's
did
got
10.
two. It did
Yeah.
10.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Hold on, let me see if can I force it. Okay, let's see. No, those are sturdy.
Yeah, it needs a certain damage type. Only hits that deals at least 10 damage can damage it.
So that hit it then. What you did hit
yeah,
it.
so, yeah. It's also vulnerable to lightning. So I just rolled like shit for damage, apparently. Because it's 9 to 20 damage, and I did 10.
Yeah, so it's about to reload right there, so go for it.
Yeah. Items. Let's see if we do any better. I did less damage.
Oh, that's
Amazing.
great.
I must have done 9. I hate everything. How did I possibly...
Do you want to reload one more time?
Yeah.
Okay.
One more time.
Just one more.
That's,
Yeah.
That's insane.
Should have just fucking left it.
I did
Oh.
just barely above min damage and then min damage. That's if it doesn't work this time, then we'll just move on. But that's insane. Come on. All right. Fuck it.
Wow, we should have just fucking left it the first time. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Why am
Hi,
I here?
Mock. How are you?
Hi, Mock.
Okay.
Can I do anything with a... Can I mock it to death?
Don't do
Oh,
it on
no.
that, obviously.
Mock him. I can't mock an inanimate entity, apparently. Which is ridiculous. I do it all the time.
His shield of resistance is gone.
Yeah, it comes
Oh, we
back,
just stood
though.
up in the line for him. Nice.
I mean, we have to stay on the red carpet. What
I
do
know,
we
it's just it was
do?
just very funny to me.
It looks like... Oh, you didn't. Karlak did resist the blinded. Well, we'll just... I can't
Need to find a way forward.
arrow him?
Oh. Hold
Oh,
on.
we've got a
Yeah.
concuss grenade right in front of us. Nice.
I don't know if that'll count though.
Projectile deflected. I didn't notice that the first time. That's cute. He's got a reflecto guard. That doesn't sound real.
Let's see. 2. I don't know if that counts.
Maybe I'm thinking that it doesn't because it didn't set off the trap. So maybe me disarming them the first time would have worked.
No, I don't. I think that none of them are supposed to go off at all. But I thought that would destroy it, not make it go off. Because see, this one's, the concussion grenade is in initiative.
Right. Well, the concussion grenade's not a trap, though.
Hold on, is it traps
That's
or
something that was thrown by?
without activating any traps?
Right. I feel like when we destroy it and it just, I think it's just an innate thing about these casters is that when they're removed or taken offline, they just explode in a radius rather than the trap going off, which is a cone of fire.
No.
I'm assuming.
Well, if we don't get it, we don't get it. Like I said, I've tried this so many times.
Although the grenade impeller is what's throwing the grenades. I don't fucking know, man. I'm just here.
Reflected. Why? What's this now?
He's got the reflecto guard on him.
Any projectile is sent back to where it came from. Okay.
Which he didn't do the first time.
Well, that's new. Since he stood up.
Ugh, imagine standing up.
I know.
Oh, well.
Rude.
Oh, we were trying to stay on the red carpet. Thank you.
Okay, no traps have been activated yet. We'll see.
I don't. What's about to? Oh, this
The concussion grenade. It's underneath you.
Uh,
You just have to like literally just pick it up and drag it.
It's trying to. I can't since it's under my feet.
Hold Alt and see if you can do it that way.
There you go. Here, go up there. No one gives a fuck about that. Okay, so no. Okay. Let me see if I can get you to drop your shit.
Does it look better?
Okay.
You chose to suffer. You chose to die.
I don't recall choosing anything actually.
Target is too far. All right.
Blinded by the light. Okay, that man is dead. Project.
Okay, it's deflected, but he's out of the way now. Oh no! It moved me. Damn.
Yeah.
Keep forgetting that's a fucking projectile, technically. That's all I've got, though, really. It's fine. I'll come over here.
I just pushed him.
Stay on my feet.
All right.
Ba, 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 ba. Nice.
Red cap it.
Red cap it. Okay. Ow. Rude. Okay, rude. I'm just gonna make you drop it again. Hold on to your spear, bitch.
Oh no, you keep dropping it. What happened?
Oops.
This is the worst timing, but I have to pee so bad.
Go for it. Go for
No,
it.
no, I can hold it. At least until my next turn.
Oh wait. Red carpet. Okay, stop hurting Karlak.
If we end up getting it this quickly, I almost want to try again without even setting off that one. Without even disarming that one, you know what I mean? Because we've already killed all of his sidekicks almost. TBH.
Yeah. Oh, just a little burning. It's fine. I'm gonna take a. I'm concerned about her health at the moment. She got hit with that fucking. Oh my god. What's the word? I don't know. I know what I'm saying. But the stuff, you know. Happy. I just like how that's a condition that he gets is happy.
Happy.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Rude.
Alright, I am gonna pee. I'm sorry. I can't hold it. I gotta go. I'll be
Yeah,
super
you're
quick.
good. I'll-
Yeah, I'll be super quick.
Okay, I'll wait until you get back. How's it going, chat? How are you? Hope you're doing well. Y'all been watching playoff hockey? How about the Avalanche?
Oh, back.
That was fast.
I told you I was gonna go so fast.
I'm so proud of you.
Thanks.
Let me stab. Actually, let me make him drop his weapon first because it's embarrassing. Just gonna hang out right here. Wow. He's just hard focused on Karlak. Can't imagine why. Ooh. Critical hit. Bonus action? I'm just gonna push him. Oh, but then he's not in your dang. Didn't think about that.
I'm okay.
I just think it's fun to push people.
Honestly, do you want to just restart this without activating, without destroying that one?
Well, let's see if we.
Okay.
Let's see
Yeah,
if
yeah, yeah.
we
Okay.
get the achievement first.
Okay.
Because
They're
it's
like,
possible
everyone's
that doesn't
already
count.
dead.
Right. Because if that doesn't count as setting off a trap, then
Mm-hmm.
Avatar of Tyranny. Goodness. Sure. Don't know what just happened, but that was crazy.
He went raw,
Like-
and then it got really big.
But it happened on, like, your turn. Maybe it was, like, activated due to, like, hitting a hit point threshold or something.
Could be, maybe. Phase 2.
What a dingus. If I go here,
Who's that?
I don't know. I don't like all these shadows around. Don't care for that. I'm just gonna stab this guy though. I'm gonna mock him. I'm going to attempt to mock him. Dang. Malfunctioning shell of resistance.
Loser.
Okay. Do you think Karlak could step off the carpet since we broke that one?
That one, yeah, probably.
And then go back. She's got crazy movement.
What was that?
Okay. Never mind. She does have crazy movement as long as she's upright. Never mind.
Despite everything.
Oh, thanks.
Uh-huh.
Bonus action. Bro, I don't know. Yeah, we'll just mock him again because it's fun.
Oh, yeah.
No. Listen, I know it's not gonna work. It's got like a 4% chance. You never know. Oh. Okay.
Okay, what if we just, like, didn't do that, though? You know, buddy?
Oh. When the chain breaks, it'll take 8 to 64 force damage?
From to us, or...
Affected entity has only half its movement speed. Bruh. I'm about to get absolutely fucked. Am I the only one affected? I'm the only one affected.
With what? Chain of Tyranny. Oh, yeah.
It's probably fine. Well, that's good.
All right, let me...
Oh, thanks.
Oh, I wish you could do damage to him for slamming him against the wall like that.
No, you'd think.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Bonus action. Let's take a potion. Just little one. Although healing don't do jack shit. Honestly, 6 damage. Wow.
I also did 6 damage. But at least the
Oh,
ground's
wow.
frozen underneath him again.
Stop having this stupid shell of resistance. If I mock him first. No. It only gives me advantage if I actually. Oh, cute. Okay. That was good. That was really, really good. I really liked it a lot.
Oh, I love it. It makes me so happy.
Karlak, stab him. Don't fall down this time.
Very nice.
Got stabbed.
Karlak's in the way of that one. Never
I can
mind.
move, I can move, I can move, I can move. I've barely moved. Is that good?
Yeah, but
Or do you need
it'll still hit Astarion. It's fine. It'll still hit Astarion. Oh, hold on.
Can he move at all?
Hold on. We can. Yeah. We'll cancel his turn. Don't slip. Don't slip. Okay. Nice. All right. No.
Oh, just to be safe.
Come on.
I scooch.
Can't stay idle.
Yeah. There we go. 14 is all it did. That's great. Cool. 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 Cool.
Cool, 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 cool. Well, maybe. Nice, nice, nice. 9 damage. That's amazing. Gonna mock him anyway. For whatever that's worth. He's been mocked. Okay, well that's not that was pretty dope though. That Mage Slayer immediately ending it. That was good. That was good. That was really, really good. How do you get
Damn. Really? Okay.
a malfunctioning shell of resistance though?
Immune to force damage, but I can still knock your ass backwards.
I'll just... Resistance doesn't mean I can't still hit you.
Everyone is so quiet today. Yeah.
We're very focused. And we also started early, so like, you know. Could you not? What? Since when are there shadow people doing things? Don't?
Oh.
3 damage. Nice.
Muck his ass. Knock his ass out. Muck his ass out.
Okay. We're doing good? Listen, Wolfie, we're doing our best today, okay? Oh. Oh.
Okay, well.
That
I don't
felt
love the
interesting.
giant hand.
Yeah, that's kind of not great.
Didn't mean. No, I knew what you meant, and it is what it is. It's fine.
Like I said, we started early. That's my justification for it.
For peace.
My justification is everyone hates me, but you know.
I don't think that's accurate.
No, no, no. That must be the only way. The only reason.
You're, yeah. I'm sure this giant hand looming menacingly over Karlak will not be a problem.
Right. I'm sure. It's fine.
Right.
Vane's fist. I don't want to get fisted, honestly.
Seems uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Great. You missed. What a dingus. Idiot.
What an idiot.
5 damage. Don't worry, guys. I'm contributing. Get mocked. 4 screens and 2 computers in front of you for some reason. Oh my god, are you an iPad kid?
That's what I have. 4 screens and 2 computers in front of me. Twinsies.
Thanks, Mage Slayer. Got him.
I don't know if that's gonna count, but let's finish this fight.
Who are we fighting right now? Who's even here?
The hand?
How do we fight the hand? Can we target?
No, it says invalid target. Maybe we just have to finish our turns.
Maybe. Oh!
Oh, autosave. Okay, hold on. We gotta go back now.
It didn't work.
Uh-uh.
Dang.
But it auto-saved. Alright, quick save right there. Okay. That fight was not terribly difficult, though.
It was not. Like, I'm not super concerned about it.
Alright, so let's just
So how...
I think
so
we
just
stay in the middle and just don't activate it. Because we didn't activate them otherwise.
Right. Well, I wonder if the concussion grenades... But I'm just not gonna do anything. I'm just not gonna do anything. And I'm just gonna shoot this man.
Yeah, just shoot the man. Just stay in the center. Okay.
And also mock this man. Let's do this smidge.
Hamstrung.
Imagine having hamstrings.
Imagine.
Embarrassing.
I mean, I do have a reason for it. But do I really have a reason for it?
I mean, yeah.
I don't know. I can't justify the amount of money I've spent in this.
It's a hobby.
That's a projectile too?
Mm.
Okay, that was not expected, but that's okay. Hi, Zarl. How'd the rest of your stream go?
Hi, Zarl.
Mostly reading. Didn't even check them? Where is he?
Thank you for the button. Ow.
You're almost ready to go explore more? Oh, yeah, yeah.
Drop your weapons. Oh. Okay.
Oh, did I just mess up whatever you did or no?
No, I just missed.
Oh.
I gave myself advantage. Had 90% chance of succeeding and still missed.
You thought the usual crew was here? You is the usual crew. What do you mean?
What you mean? Like I said, we started early. Thank you.
You are not the only member. That is true, but it's okay.
We are not going to focus on people not being here, because all that does is make us feel bad. So let's not do that. Oh, shit.
That got too close. That sucks.
I got pushed into the...
Well, fuck you, game.
No,
Oh.
I know that's not your intent. I know that's
Hold
not your
on.
intent at all, Wolfie.
That might put us back. I might have to actually manually do it. Hold on. That might put us at the autosave. Which it did. Okay. Load. Quick save. Load.
I'm just throwing it out there for now. Yeah, I know. But that's why I'm saying something.
Yeah, say something. What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do about it?
Bang. Alright, let's stay in the middle. I'm just gonna start like quick saving like in between. Like
Yeah.
like turns.
Wow, that was a good insult.
This city is mine.
I really wish he wouldn't do that.
What are you gonna do about it?
At the ready.
Well, what are you gonna do about it?
Oh.
You didn't answer the question.
I didn't get to rage. All I got to do was fall down.
Beautiful.
Karlak, you sweet, sweet, sweet girl.
Fuck.
You need to learn how to run on
I need
ice.
to remember that this is the fucking projectiles. Magic is projectiles.
Anything ranged, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks for that. Thanks for that. I don't like that one bit. Oh, god damn it. That's, yep, he pushed you into the range of the trap.
How did last time we like didn't have the
first time
front
was like amazing.
but we blew up that one, which I feel like I had done that before and it doesn't count. I feel like disarming them doesn't count. I feel like blowing them up doesn't count. I feel like they cannot blow up. They
Right.
can't ever do anything. All right. I am going to actually start saving in between turns though, because like, yeah. All right, let me do this.
Here.
Okay.
Hi, Franklin. Great. Got a critical hit last time. Ooh, but I mocked him successfully. That's nice.
This city is mine.
Okay.
Do the thing. Yeah. Oh, nice. Everyone's blinded this time. It's
Okay.
so good.
Reflecto guard. Not doing any of this shit now. Okay.
We're gonna rage first this time.
I'm gonna move over here so I can get a little closer. And then I'm going to use... If you don't move... Oh no. This is gonna be... Is this gonna be a projectile? Hold on.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Even though it's just the one that's like everything in this like range in front of me?
Well, what is it? Lightning bolt?
Yes. Where it's just like everything like in this range.
I don't know.
Alright, I'm gonna... We'll see. Cool.
No. Okay.
That's what I was like, it's not a projectile, it's just like everything that's like in this range is affected.
It's hard to tell with something like,
I
is
know.
that going to be
I know.
an aerial effect or...
Cool. Alright. Let's do this. Cool. Windrose! That's a projectile, can't do that. Shatter I can do though.
I need to play that at some point.
It's so great. I literally like I played it for like 14 hours a day for like 3 weeks straight.
Don't blight me, bro.
I can't wait for more content. I just don't know when it's coming. Alright. On your next turn, hopefully it won't push you. I'm gonna save before you do anything. Okay. Okay.
Okay. He's in the range of the I can't hit him with anything, so I guess I'll just shoot this person. But I'm blinded. Blinded by the light.
Nice.
Ooh, that was good. Didn't get mocked, but that's fine. I will end my turn.
You chose to suffer. You chose to die.
Again, didn't choose any of those things.
Okay. Reflecto guard is off. Excuse me.
I can't get him because he's not on ding dang carpet. Ooh, I don't know if me pushing this man
Thank you.
the trap will set off the trap. I shouldn't. I don't want to risk it
Yeah, let's not risk it.
for any
Save
biscuit.
again, though. Hold on.
Yeah. No biscuits are worth
No
risk it.
biscuits are being risked.
No. Nice.
Okay. So anyone need heals? We'll do one heal. Okay.
I did get blighted.
Yeah, but I don't want to use all of my heals in
I
case
know,
we're...
no, I know.
I'll doubt I'll ever run out of stuff to do in rows. I finished, like, the story, and I was max level, so... The only thing I could do was, like, keep building ships and keep fighting and buy all the blueprints.
You're gonna want to reload the last save. Push me into the thing. Hopefully it doesn't do the same thing again, though.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
Do you remember what guy it was? Okay.
That
So
sounds like a
it's
great loop, though.
me.
Yeah.
Okay,
You did the ice.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, okay. That no, hold on. That somehow blew up the
That was
thing,
good.
but it was not in the circle.
That's cute.
Hmm.
Should rename my character Gortash. You're out here filling shopping lists. Instacart, baby.
What would it be in Windrose? Wind cart?
Mm-hmm,
Windstacart?
Hey.
Hey! Alright. Let's do this again. Let's somehow not activate the trap that we didn't activate last time. Okay.
Ridiculous.
I know.
And
No, fuck that shit. Are you serious? It hit the ceiling?
that was ridiculous. Oh, Winsta cart.
Art.
Because it's pirates.
Yeah. Thank you for explaining that. Thank you.
Listen.
What? Why is it? The last time it didn't do that.
No, it sure didn't.
I'm so confused why this time it's continuing to do that. Alright, if I can't do it again, then I'm just gonna do something different.
It worked just perfectly the first time.
I know! That's why I'm so confused. Like, the thing is like... It doesn't seem like it's in the circle, and then, like, it's hitting it, so that's why I'm so confused.
Hey, Day.
Hi, Day! Oh, you're in this, though, somehow.
I'm fine.
No, I'm just gonna do it way back here, like this. Nice.
You want to save?
Yep. Hi, Day.
Yeah.
How's your day? I hate that
Hey.
feels so stupid to say, but like, it's
Things
your
that
name
rhyme.
and it's the question.
Ow.
Do not shove. Do not. I will shove your face. I swear.
Get mage slain.
Nice.
Don't. I'm just a baby. I shouldn't have done that. I should have charmed. Oh well. Ow.
Just getting up from a nap. A nap sounds very nice. But
Mhm.
I just love naps. I'm biased.
Oh, that did so much damage.
Do you want me to save again or no?
I mean, might as well. I'm about to die. Ooh.
It's okay. I can get you up. Oh, he fell. Nice. Alright, his shell of resistance is not functioning, you're saying to me?
This guy's about to be dead, so I'll just click him.
It's not much, but it's honest work.
Hit this guy. 13 points. Can
Oh, I'm
I'm
halted.
just
I'm halted.
push him. Don't stab me again. Okay, you're gonna do that. Nice.
Is his name Jack Spock? Instead of Jack Box, it's Jack Spock. Fooge! Enjoy your
Ow.
fooge.
Ow.
Alright, hold on.
Yeah. Okay, I'll take him out. I'll just get him. Drop your shit. And then cry. I just want to just scoot back Can I get... If I do that, will I set off anything? I don't think so. I'm just gonna go over here.
The red carpet is getting harder to see because there's so much red.
I know. There's all this blood. Oh. Dang it.
Okay.
Is anybody currently... No. Just gonna...
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. That was dope as fuck. And you... You hurt my girlfriend, bitch. Here, I'm gonna get up close so that if he tries to cast any spells, I can Mage Slayer him. Wow.
Good thing you saved because you were not highlighted.
It's okay. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. You're
Oh,
just
would you like-
you're just a little struggling over there.
I'm glad you did that. Oh. Stop it.
Okay, so the hand moves.
Apparently. I'm just gonna take this guy out.
Nice.
Push him. I can
Moving out
try.
of the hands.
Blood comes easy these days.
I'm just taking a nap down here. I'm just doing a little snooze.
You're doing great.
Thanks. Cool, cool, cool. I should have healed, but I don't. All I have is basic ass potions, so it wouldn't have mattered. Oh, nice. Good job, me.
Oh. Okay.
Cool. Have we been saving?
Oof. Nope, but we will. I guess now.
Yeah.
Okay. Concentration broken. Let's go.
5 hit points.
Yeah, I got it. Hopefully. Oh, he's immune to force? He doesn't have a thing, does he?
Might just be his own thing.
Okay. It's fine. Let's do... What?
Oh, that guy counts
All right.
as one of
All
our.
right. All right.
Okay.
All right. All right. All right. All
It's
right.
okay. We were right there. We were right there.
Okay, so don't Accursed Inspector him, asshole. Ain't no way, motherfucker.
It's hilarious.
Okay. So do what you did. Break is the concentration. There we go. Nice.
Break is the concentration. No, 10 hit points.
Okay.
Didn't do as much damage, but that's okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Time to push my luck again.
Okay, let's move out of the way of the hand.
And move.
No, it's just Gertrude.
Really?
Wow.
I
But we
don't
didn't
know.
set off any traps.
I agree. Literally every single trap, unless like
Unless
his
it's
like
counting the downstairs stuff
no,
too.
unless it's counting the ones up there that he uses.
But he didn't use any of them. No grenades came out.
No, the ones up here give him like this one's broken right here, because I think he used that one.
That's bullshit, because we can't control that.
Yeah, I don't know. We can try it one more time if you would like. Otherwise, we can move on.
Let's move on.
Okay.
But we can, if necessary, can we like mark what saves these are and come back to them off stream? Maybe?
Let me see.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's quick save 151.
Dope.
So we'll just have to remember that.
It's finished. It's done. I need to see him.
I'm
up
writing it down.
close. I need to know he's dead.
Quick save
151.
1 for Gortash.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do we need to do now?
Actually, I'm gonna do one thing. Hold on. I'm gonna do a save game, and I'm gonna do this. Okay, bear with me.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna load quick save 151, and then I'm gonna rename it.
Oh, okay. Now we can start streaming. Oh, good. Thank you for the permission. I appreciate it.
Okay, you're here now. Do you have your nachos? Your nachos?
I want nachos.
I kind of want nachos too, honestly.
Good right now.
Hold on. So save game, new save, or oh,
Wait.
Tash.
Oh, that is the beginning of the fight. Right.
All right, and then now we load this one. And there we go. Yeah, we're raiding out. We're done. You know, we've been streaming over an hour, and literally nobody. And Horseman wasn't even here. Nobody's here. Like we're done. We're over it.
Yeah.
We're raiding out. We're raiding out.
Goodbye.
I hope you enjoyed my last stream ever.
Ever.
I said that to them last night too. I was like, now that Subnautica 2 is done, I have nothing to stream anymore. I hope you enjoyed my last stream, guys.
Wow.
So Gortash is nothing more than a pile of flesh. Same as the rest of us.
Gross.
Forever until the next day. Well, we're almost done with this, so then I guess after we finish this, I can finally be finished streaming. No more loose ends.
Or something. But there's nothing, is there? I killed the bastard who ruined my life, and my prize is that I get to crawl into a corner and die.
Don't worry,
Am I
Karlak. There's an
fucking
orchestral
missing
swell
something?
for me. Don't you hear it, Karlak? There's an orchestral swell right now.
makes no sense.
Wolfie, let me just say right now.
None of it means anything.
If I start Red Dead 2 tomorrow, you better be talking the entire 150 hours or however long that shit's gonna take me. I don't want none of this fucking... There's nothing for me to say. I don't have anything to say.
I'm dying. I'm going to die.
Oh, Karlak, baby.
Got a miracle in your back pocket you forgot to tell me about. I'm going to
I
be
am
as dead as a
covered
Gortash any
in
day
blood.
now. Any moment. And what then? Off to the city of judgment to waste into oblivion? Into the dirt to get eaten by maggots? Is that it for me? Is that fucking all? And you'll just keep going, won't you? Watching the stars, warming your hands on the campfire, dancing, eating, making fucking love all night. All of it, all of it! That's my reward for everything I suffered.
Hi, Andy.
Years of torment, the fighting, the clawing, the loneliness, the fucking loneliness. All of it so I could rot. Because the person I trusted the most gave me away to the devil. It isn't fair.
Oh, Karlak, baby.
I don't want it like this.
I mean, obviously, if you have shit to do, Wolfie, then you have shit to do. But I'm just saying,
You got a wish
a lot of times you guys are like,
I'm a rogue.
well, I don't know what to say while you're
I don't
streaming this
cast
game.
spells.
What am I supposed to do now?
Yeah,
Let's get
it'll
out of
probably
here.
be Red Dead. I
I've
mean,
always hated this place. Stupid
I don't
fucking
know.
gigantic
I
bridge
just
or
don't know what
whatever.
else to play.
I think I need to go to camp for a while. Be alone. Scream at the sky. You can come and find me later if you want to. Thanks for listening. For existing. Love you.
Okay, bye. Buh.
Yeah, she has a rough story.
I don't like that at all.
The last stone. I need to see it for myself.
Look at this fucking Noid. Hi, Gunny.
There it is. So innocent, but such potential.
I don't have any sponsored games right now to get through.
Well, indeed.
I kind of slowed down, like, looking at them because I wanted to get through some stuff. I don't know. I just don't want to do Red Dead every single day, you know? Like, I want something to break it up in between.
As I expected, the docks under the city must lead to a morphing pool. That's where the Chosen imprisoned the brain.
Obviously.
To conceal it, one would imagine, and to maintain the illusion of their own control above ground. With the stones in hand and the Chosen dead, we stand as good a chance as we ever will.
We need to go shopping.
I cannot say.
Oh yeah. We're gonna have to split and just go different places and just buy whatever we can.
The Bwain imprisoned. Yeah. I'm not ready.
You are right to be cautious. A fight with the most powerful
Starting looking
being in the
snazzy?
realms
He
is not
always
to be
is.
entered into ill-prepared. Once we cross into the Elderbrain's domain, there will be no turning back.
It's the same drink I had last night, Horseman.
In death,
Well,
thraldom, or
I made a fresh one, but you know.
finish your business here before you proceed.
Going to Bucky's? Oh, I would love to go to Bucky's.
For us.
Bucky's doesn't have healing potions or fire arrows.
You don't know. You've never been to Bucky's.
That's correct, and I never will.
Okay.
What path lies before me?
That's not true. I might go to Bucky's.
That's what I was saying. Like, if we ever do hang out in real life, like, we're going. I hope you know. And beaver nugs might be healing potions in disguise. Listen, there's so many things in Bucky's, like, and they sell booze, which is a healing potion, you know.
Gortash's hand. Dagger. Random ass boots.
You know, it'd be so funny if I got like a chain lightning scroll, like going through all this stuff in here. Oh, this is a. Oh, never mind. I took Gortash's key apparently.
From my pockets.
Uh huh. Right. What do these boots do? These boots are made for walking. All right. You cannot be forcibly moved by a foe's spells or actions, and you ignore the effects of difficult terrain. When you fail a saving throw, you may use your reaction to succeed instead. Do you want them for Karlak? Or do you want them?
What are they? I'm
Here,
sorry.
I'll just put them in. They're in your inventory now.
Okay, thank you.
Take my
Oh, that
strong
would be good
hand.
for me. What do I have? Oh, can't slip. Well, this gives me Misty Step.
And also, so you can't fall on my ice, which is helpful.
Right. But I keep getting pushed. Although, I don't know.
You don't have
We
to.
do-
You don't have to use them.
I know. I don't know. What's up here? What do you have?
Push
You
it
still-
real good.
You
You have to. No, you don't have to use them. Don't listen to Gunny. Gunny doesn't know. Gunny's never even played this.
You don't even know. Andy, I'm sorry. I did not mean to ignore you when you came in. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well.
She actually did mean to. She told me. She's like, watch this pink when Andy comes in.
I did say that. I said that quite specifically.
Mhm.
What do you mean can't reach this? You're literally standing right here.
You have played
Where
this?
to next?
I don't think there's any proof of that.
Naria proof.
Mm-hmm.
Naria 1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Karlak was querying on my gold. I'm like, why am I suddenly overburdened or encumbered so quickly?
We can go back and get her. We just have to go do a rest,
Yeah.
which
I
we'll
mean-
probably need to do anyway.
Yeah.
Alright.
Passageway.
Passage.
Passage.
Poussage. Yeah, Karlak's got a speaker.
I was getting all the Karlak emotions. That's very true. Oh, we're here.
Yeah, because we're in Worms Rock. Mhm.
Right. Let me talk to my girlfriend, see how she's doing. Not well.
Hey, soldier. You're back.
How you doing?
Old habits. Did I miss anything while I was off having a sulk?
Nope, we literally just looted the bodies.
I was trying to see.
I missed you too. You know, I wouldn't have bothered falling in love with you.
Want to make
if
fun
I'd
of
known-
Gunny, but it won't show me. It won't show me. Friends who have
Ripe.
played recently. Gunny, 36 hours. Bitch, you ain't done shit in this game. Don't even talk to me. Don't even. I've played this game. I know what I'm talking
Certainly.
about.
I'm trying to stay here. Now.
36 hours,
And
motherfucker.
hide
You're still in
when I
Act
can.
1.
It's like my mind is whittled down to the black hole that should have been
That's just
out for
character
each other.
creation.
That's character creator.
If you're me. Hey, now I kept it under an hour. Barely. And Ferret lost all her points.
Actually, you're right. I know.
God, you're so right. And we are beautiful, aren't we? This is... It's everything. Ugh,
Everything.
Sorry. I don't want you to be sad. I mean, I do, but not too sad.
30 of those were no 30 of those were getting the penis per like exactly right.
I'm sorry?
You heard me.
No, in character creator? Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
I was not limited to. No. There was just the over under was set at an hour. And I think I finished character creator in what, 55 minutes or
Yeah, it was
something
like
that?
52 minutes or something like that.
I thought it was set for 45 minutes. But apparently someone decided to set it for an hour. Right. What am I doing right? I'm so sorry.
Maybe. But I think the gods are trying to show me my fate. And I think I'm ready to look at it.
Well, I'm not.
Speaking of which, there's something I wanted to ask you. Will you stay with me when it's time for me to go? I think I can do anything if you're there. Even die.
Well,
Thank
fuck.
Now, enough tragedy. I'm not gone yet, and our schedule is packed with important heroics, isn't it? Plus, if I cry anymore, I'm gonna run out of tears and start leaking motor oil. Thanks for everything, darling. I love you. A lot. Darling?
This isn't gonna go well if I'm crying at this game already.
Oh, you have no idea the end of this
I
game.
know. You said last week, and I'm much more fragile this week than I was last week.
I was sobbing at the end of this game.
Give her a smooch? Oh, I'm gonna.
Well, if you're doing that, then I'm gonna do it too.
I'm still thinking
Yeah.
about Karlak.
We could smooch
About
our
what she said.
our significant
Gods.
others.
There really is no justice in the world.
Ew, with all the blood?
Alright, let's
Gross.
Who knows when we'll have another
Karlak would think it's hot.
chance. Nothing special, of
It's
course.
the same one. I just want him to say
I
something
hope there's nothing
different.
troubling you, my dear. All right, let's talk. There is.
Yes,
nothing
hoes.
I'd
Yes.
like more.
Yeah, our starting highlight are nice and clean.
Just back to dancing. Well, not everybody made it out of that fight with more than one hit point.
You are perfect. Every time.
Ugh. Why did everybody text me at the same time? Okay.
I'd like like some time
Alright,
to
Will,
talk.
what do you need?
The agony of knowing the end is near. I spent years swatting away my fears and doubts of my infernal fate, and I eventually made my peace. I had to. You will too, Karlak. I know it.
She's not there.
Not Karlak. Okay.
One hit. Listen, the only hit point that matters is the last one, baby.
That's 1 HP in a dream for a reason.
As people that text me, what's it like? Right now, there's a lot of concern. That's what it's like.
Okay, nobody needs to talk, so we can just go right to sleep.
Karlak's in her undies. I forgot that we put some fucking slutty underwear on her.
Sluddy.
Slutty undies.
All right. Leaving
Sorry,
camp.
I'm responding to about 17 text messages. Give me just a
You're
second.
fine. All right. Free Orpheus.
Sending scrolls, not text scrolls. You're so right. You're so right. Okay.
Hopefully that'll. Okay. I was just.
Yeah,
I was hoping that it was gonna take both of us.
Yeah, you're
like,
good.
all right, let's just split up and start going shopping.
Healing potions and arrows.
Yes.
And spells?
I don't know.
Mostly healing potions and arrows. I've got 15k gold and so many more things I can sell to get so much more
Did
gold.
you get Karlak back in your party?
Probably not, but I can travel back pretty
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah. Okay. Whoa.
Okay, calm down. This is fine. You good, Elderbrain?
Cool.
That's
Whom?
Oh, we're fighting. Oh,
The Elderbrain
okay,
Oh,
but my
because-
girlfriend's not here.
Yeah, because people are starting to turn. That's right. Oh, bye, bye.
Later. Oh, thanks. My girlfriend's not here.
It's okay. We probably can get this.
Yeah. Oh. They're just baby mind flayers. It's
Yeah.
probably fine.
Why he naked?
I don't know, but it's a little embarrassing, honestly.
He's so skinny. Eat a burger.
Yeah, right? Come on.
Haha, loser.
Looser.
Let's have some fun.
Let's have some fun.
Oh, he on fire. Okay.
Fire,
Fire.
fire. Who the hell wants to see a naked mind flayer? Everybody who legitimately wanted to fuck the Emperor.
You have the achievement though. You did it.
But I didn't want it, but he didn't look like the mind flayer. That's the important thing.
True.
Now Gortash is done.
True, true.
No such luck.
Okay, let me run back to camp and get my girlfriend.
Yeah, I'm gonna start shopping.
Oops. Hey,
I'm
girl.
afraid Master Figaro has murder. Murder most ugly.
He was murdered by who?
Crazy.
Wow. I imagine being murdered.
That's really unfortunate that that happened to him. Anyways.
Anywho. Cool. Where might one buy some healing potions? Oh, there's somebody here.
Look good.
Oh, that's not a real shop.
You're not a shop.
You're just a child.
How much farther can I go?
Okay, let me look at the map. Where am I? Let's go see Blurg, I guess.
Welcome back, my darling.
I have so much money.
Remember.
Beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop 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 beep boop 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 beep.
Thomas C. Corkilius.
I'm sorry.
Thomas C. Corkilius.
Sure.
Working on some new musical.
Oh no, I didn't want to close. Okay. Hello. Blurg.
Blurg. Oh wait, you're blurging right now. Okay, I'll go somewhere else.
Not slightly disheartening, most disheartening.
Or are you not you're not a sir? No.
No. Okay, but do you have healing potions?
Alright, I'm gonna go over here. And then you go.
Okay, cool. Can I buy shit from you? Yo, somebody sold him stuff. Yeah, that you do.
You've got so much garbage. Where'd that all come from?
Look at all this rotten
Establish why
food.
the customers came. Go on then.
I mean, he does have a lot of money. I might go sell him some stuff.
Oh, potion of supreme healing. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Alright, she doesn't have any arrows that I see. Okay, next.
Go on.
I've got to.
Wait, do you not also sell something? Was there an upstairs to your ship?
All he had was basic ass bitch healing potions.
We don't need those basic bitch healing potions.
I bought them just in case, but okay. Where can I go? Okay, there's a bunch of merchants down here. Which is kind of where.
Bless
Excuse
you.
me. Oh my god.
Something caught your eye then? Careful.
Maybe I'll go
Okay.
to.
Oh, okay. Lots of arrows from this one. All right.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
Are you
Oops,
gonna
I'm
fight?
gonna fight.
Okay. You got it?
Yeah, it's fine. Who's around? Not enough movement. Seems fine.
Okay. I just bought a shit ton of arrows for you.
Nice.
All right. Do you have any healing potions? Hi, Mir. How are you today?
Hi, Mir.
I did. I tried some. So my camera angle is different, and I put a camera border on, which I've never had before. So I don't know how I feel about it.
Ooh. I have multi-twitch like up, but I just haven't been looking at it. Cute.
Thanks.
Okay, everybody needs to just fucking chill.
Oh, you've sold her like all of the legendaries that we've gotten. That's so funny. All right, none of these, none of these. Okay,
My weapons won't be beat.
just relaxing.
If you run out of gold, just take it from my pockets.
Easier to don some armor than learn
I
to
got
swing a
15K.
sword.
Okay.
If you can manage the extra weight, that is.
I love having to
Alan?
filter through the thousands of things that this man
Okay.
has been sold.
Listen. Hey, Andy. Andy Pandy. Okay. There's literally 2 mind flayers. There are so many of these guys. Hi, hi.
Okay.
The way.
All right, I need to send all of these arrows to you. All right, sort by type. Arrows. Arrows.
Oh, I get to go.
Virtues.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, well, you've got a shit ton of arrows in your pockets now.
Amazing.
Amazing. A little lurk work, a work lurk, lurk lurk lurk. Lurk
Lurka
work.
worka.
Alright, are we allowed in here? I don't remember. Am I gonna die?
Only one way to find out. That's not what I meant to do.
Yes, I am allowed in here. I don't think you are.
Interfering with the
Oh, in the
magic.
sorcerer's place?
Yeah.
Listen.
Welcome back, valued customer. Take your time.
Oh, okay, lots of stuff here. Alright, what is this? Which bolt? Lightning bolt.
We're playing games with my heart. With my heart.
Chain lightning. Take that.
Oh yeah, if your back hurts, don't do a twerk.
I want Otto's irresistible dance just because it's like,
Funny.
yeah.
What's this?
Thank you for interfering with the magic.
I'm not interfering. Relax. I need some money. Hold on. Where's your money? Here it is.
Take
split.
it.
Yep, I'm gonna take like just 3,000 or some shit. Just anywhere.
If I need more, I've got so much stuff to sell.
I know. Oh, stop.
Welcome back, valued customer.
Buy something.
Take your time.
Where was it?
It's getting ready to break free.
Okay.
Calm down. I'm breaking free. Soaring.
Thank you.
Flying.
All right.
Where was
chain
the
lightning?
Gonna go see.
I'm gonna learn.
God damn it. I came down here to see a merchant. Did they run away like a little bitch? There's 45 rip shirts on the merchant's table. Exactly. Give me 46 gold.
Okay. Go. Leaving here. You didn't have anything.
Or your atrocious sundries. Did you go down to these mystic old
My
Troutman?
next
I'll go down to
is
Beehive Strand.
I'm going to Beehive General Goods next.
Vintage shirt. Oh my god, so vintage. I was a dead cat making a stink like that. Survival failed. Is there a heckin'...
Just take it out and just start digging. Just whip it out.
Just gonna whip it out. Where's my shovel? There it is. Dig. Got it. Ooh, a greater healing potion. Worked out well. We need stronger shit than that, but you know.
All right. Oh, got a couple here.
Nice, nice. How do I
Couple
get into
here.
this building?
What's this?
Door.
Oil combustion. Boston.
Bustin'.
I'm fucking Boston.
Oil of Bustin'.
Oil of Boston. Boston makes me feel good. Boston.
Bussin'.
Boston
You ain't got
makes me
shit.
feel good. I ain't afraid of
You
no
ain't got-
ghost. Mm-hmm.
You want Blight?
Horseman knows
You
what
want-
that is.
Oh, I knew what it was. I got some stuff, but none of this is... You don't have what I want. Get out of here. I've got more money than you, bitch.
Yeah. Usually how it works.
He said to come back if you can afford it. Like, come on.
Sir, do you even know who you're
Do you
speaking
know
to?
who I am? Do you know who I am? Go full Karen. Excuse me, old trout man. Who's old trout man? You. Do you have healing potions? What's the smell? What you got? You sure do only have fish. Cool, great. So glad. So glad.
Oh, we should probably maybe buy ingredients too. That I don't know what goes into it. That would involve me learning, but
Ugh, learning.
that would involve me actually like learning what goes into the health potion.
I can see. feel good.
It's in your head now.
Yep, this is where I'm at. Busted.
Bustin'.
Hitch. Potions. Potion of healing requires rogue's morsel, any suspension, and that's it. Greater.
Beautiful boy and
Ashes of balsam.
right before his prime.
Any
He
salt.
was meant to
I can kill these people. I think I'm gonna. Are you cool with that?
Who?
His parents. Keeps
Aw.
giving me the option to put them out of their misery.
It's so sad though.
I know.
Will we rescue them when we kill the Elder Brain?
No.
Okay, then you can murder them.
I actually don't know the answer to that question.
Well, let's see if killing the Elder Brain just saves them from their misery.
Their misery of their son being a horrible piece of shit?
Oh, is that the misery that we're talking about? Yeah, you could just kill them.
I don't like that this lady's name is Nancy, but it's Nansi.
Back again?
Nancy.
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 I'm Nancy.
There's not as many merchants as I thought there were.
We can also go to the other place too. Worms Rock.
Worms.
Worms
I'm
Rock.
in the misery, let's take it from the top. She's got a body like an hourglass, she's ticking like a clock. In a matter of time before we all run now. When I thought he was mine, she caught him by the mouth.
Mm-hmm. How many long months?
Waited 8 long months, she finally set it free.
Here we go.
I told him I can't lie, he was the only one for me. 2 weeks and we had caught on fire.
Whatever at me. What am I
But the biggest smile.
Karen Grizzly's
Whoa, I
And
never
my
meant
only
to brag,
if you
but I
must.
got him where I want it now.
Enjoy the blushing mermaid.
Okay, but do you have healing potions?
This man.
This man.
Okay. Chat. This man is passed out drunk in a puddle of blood and alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta be really fucking drunk.
I bet he is really fucking drunk. Well, it was never my intention to brag. Still am I now. But God, it feels so good. I can't stop now.
He committed a murder before, but no, we definitely murdered. That's our mess. That's our murder mess.
We are the murderers.
Murder.
Oh, hey. Word choice.
All right, what's next? Loot the lodge.
Oh, Karlak. Girl.
Murder her. No. I barely know
arrows.
her. Yeah, you have a lot of arrows in your. Oh.
I'm.
No,
This man has arrows.
Damn,
Demon.
man.
Damn, man, you got some.
Damn,
I have
man.
sold this man some shit. I love seeing where I've been.
I've clearly been here.
Judas, no.
Also illegal.
No inventory management. That's fine. Shout. Let it all out. Okay, bye. These are the things I could do without. Come on.
Come on! I'm talking to you.
Come on. Where have we not been?
Your mom's.
That's true. I don't think she has healing potions, though.
I found more.
Nice! I was gonna go to there. You are there.
I am here.
Now you've
Gotta get the stains out of your clothes. What kind of stains? Don't be weird.
We all know. Where have we not been?
Okay, cute.
Have we been to Storm Shore Armory? Have we talked to Gloomy Fentinson?
Yeah, I talked to both of those.
It's one of the places that I sold all my shit to.
Yerp.
To be fair, most merchants that we stopped by, I was like, hold on, let me just offload some shit here. How much money you got? I'm taking it.
I'm sending you some dye too. You might want it, you might not, but I'm sending you some dye.
Jet and Pink Rose could be cute.
Could be cute.
How do I dye things again?
Double click it and then drag your thing into it.
Double click it?
Double click the dye.
I was okay. I just slightly changed the color of my cape and it's kind of cute. Maybe I should let's see what that looks like with the armor.
Do it.
Cute. Do it.
Oh my god, do it.
Do it.
I'll send these to you.
A little small.
Kind of cute.
welcome back, Devil
It's not too bad.
Slayer. What can I do for you?
Sweet. I need to change them. Okay.
Now you've seen.
These are the. Oh my god, stop. Can do without. Come on.
Come on. I'm talking to you. Come on. Right. Arrows. Let me put these where they belong. Which is
We can
in here.
attempt to rest another time and see if the store is reset.
Yeah, I'm down.
I don't know how many times
Yeah.
you have to rest, if it's like 1 or 2 or 3 or something, but we can try.
I have no qualms with this.
Okay.
Doing a little inventory manage real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Beast. Beast. Okay. Because all of my shit is now not stacked anymore. Darkness. Drag. Darkness. No parents.
I have something
Other
to ask.
things that are dark.
Something caught your eye then?
Oh, these fucking arrows. Shit, bro.
Can take an eye right out. Trade's booming. Focus game.
Bum 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 bum.
Okay.
This pick up and add to wares. This pick up and add to wares. This pick up and add to
Pick up on
wares.
underwear.
This,
Pick up on
this,
underwears. Are you at camp?
Pick up and add to wear. Yeah.
Are you loading up your inventory to sell shit?
Yeah.
I
I'll
look
BRB.
slightly different. Oh, okay, bye.
Hold on. I said I was already leaving before you got back.
Something
Sorry.
caught your eye then?
We're good. I look cute.
Most of my wares can take
Always
an eye
looked
right
cute.
out.
Now, but I look also cute.
Okay.
Tis
I'm coming back
garden.
now. I also changed. Let me see.
What?
Oh, you do look cute with your little pink leggings now.
I still am wearing mostly black, but I've got like a little bit of
A
a
little
pink.
pop of color.
accent.
Yeah. A little pop of color.
You didn't want the pink dress?
Well, it's pink and green, which are my two favorite colors.
Okay. You are wicked.
I am wicked. All right, ready to go sleepies?
Leg. Yeah.
Leg.
Toss, leg.
I'll give it a shot.
Tessas.
Leg. Would you like to go to bed? Wow, that's forward game.
All right. All right, let's see if anything's refreshed. They might not.
Thought we were just yelling at body parts? You can if you want. I don't know your
Something
life.
caught your eye then?
Penis!
Careful.
But
Most of my wares can take an eye right
oh,
out.
yep, she's got all these back now. Holy shit.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Let's go.
I don't have enough gold. I need more gold. Mother, can you put some gold in my inventory, please, for your arrows?
Oh, for arrows?
Yeah.
How much do you need?
2,000.
Here, have.
To do the
I don't know
math.
that much.
Okay. Thanks.
Mama.
Okay, do you have health potions?
Did it at least ask you dinner first before asking you to go to bed? No.
Kiddies!
Trade's booming.
What can I do for you?
Easier to don some.
Oh, yeah, we got some healing potions. Girl.
Yeah, the Helsik has some good ones.
Cool.
Okay.
City's got.
Right now, let me send you all these arrows again. Type arrows.
It doesn't have to rhyme.
Arrows. There you go.
Discretion is at the devil's feet. Yo. Okay. Holy arrows, Batman.
Yup. Let's see if this guy's got potions.
Okay, and now where else can I go? I'll go.
The general store has some.
Valued customer. Take your time.
I don't need to see you trading,
Thank you.
bruh. Did the armory?
I just
Oh,
got.
is that where you just?
That's why I got the arrows. They didn't have any potions.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Where am I right now? I need to go this way.
Okay, she's got some. All right. All right, I need to go back to camp, I think, and get more shit to sell.
So you can take some gold.
I know, but I still have stuff to sell. It's not a huge deal. Pick up banana to wares. Pick up banana to wares.
Because I definitely would like to. Victuals and cures. Gimme damn potions. Look at all those fucking daggers.
It's so it's so dumb. When you go to
Hey,
talk
man.
to somebody and it's just full of daggers, you're like, yep. Yep. I think we may have been here in the past.
Listen. Wow. I am encumbered. From purchasing these health potions.
Yeah, definitely from just that and nothing else.
I don't have that much shit on me. Apparently these arrows are incredibly heavy though.
Well, I bought you like 57, so
Yeah. Listen, and I'm also
that's a lot of stuff. Oh, you need to see Gigi's the one who fucking loots everything. I'm poor compared to her. I don't know what you're talking about.
Noble stock is why the customer.
That's true. I kind of would like to sell some stuff, but how am I encumbered?
Lurky for about 15. Okie doke.
I don't know what to do about being encumbered.
What are you encumbered from? You've still too much money, I think.
I only have 7,000 gold.
Yeah, so put it back on Karlak.
Yeah. Right here, I'll take this armor. Did that do it? Yeah. What is weighing so much?
You can just like hover over your bags and see. Like, don't forget to like put your camp supplies at
I don't
camp.
have any camp right now.
Okay, well I can't help you with that. I have
my potions and my arrows, I think. And the fact that I'm a weak ass bitch.
I have 13 and a half pounds of dye.
I probably don't need 42 trap disarm toolkits.
You say that, and then we're gonna find 43 traps.
So I'm gonna give half to Karlak. Karlak, carry these. It's heavy. It's mostly the gold. No, it's the arrows and the potions.
Okay. I've got quite a bit of potions right now.
Okay.
So.
Oh yeah, you've got 16 supremes and wow, and I've got 5 and 5 and 5 and 10, and we got a shit ton of arrows. Do we feel good?
Well, we still have to do Omelium first, and then. Or Orpheus, excuse me, Orpheus, not Omelium. I really super quickly, I just want to go take a BRB and refill my cup.
Okay. I will also fill my water too.
Perfect. So let's take a quick BRB. All right, guys, everyone go piss, stretch your legs, do what you need to do. BRB.
Like 3 minutes? I don't know, something like that. Okay, bye.
Sol Invictus.
Look, Mama, look! It's so pretty. Look, Mama, look! It's so pretty. Okay.
Sol Invictus.
We
Perfect
literally
timing.
switched back at the same time, looking at the multi-twitch.
Wow. Just okay. Okay. What's this ring?
All
Why do I
right.
have this ring?
3 Orpheus. Okay. Okay. Oh wait, do you have is the Gith Yankee egg somewhere in your storage?
At camp probably.
Yeah.
Why?
Can you give it to Lae'zel?
Yes, I think. Let's see.
There's just a super cute thing that happens at the very end of the game if she has the egg, but I don't remember if you have to actually like if you just put it in your inventory or if you have to be like, here's this egg. But I think you can just put it in your inventory.
Hold on. I don't know what it looks like. Give me a
It
second.
should be an orange highlighted item, and it should like be like a green egg or something like that.
Hey, hold on. Hold on. Everything is bad. Give me a second.
Let me also make sure I don't have it. I don't think I do, but let me just make sure I don't have it.
I honestly wonder if she's already carrying it.
Well, she wouldn't have anything because she got kidnapped.
Oh, let me check her. Okay, then. Wait, who
Where's
has
her bag?
stuff?
Yeah. All right, I don't have it. You may have sold it.
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh, I have one more arrow here.
Because I was holding on to her shit for a really long time. Maybe her bag is in my camp inventory. Yeah. Her bag is in my camp inventory. Okay.
And does she have the egg?
So we just need to give her her bag back.
The ag is in there. Sorry, you said yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
It is.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, that was just a little thing I just remembered. All right. I just need to
take it out of my shit and give it to her.
You should be able to right click on it and just Lazel.
Oh, thank you. I'm an idiot.
No. Okay, hold on.
Look at all this bullshit. Chat.
Okay.
I could scroll for forever.
Okay. I remember. Okay. Cool.
Yes, Andy. I've got so much shit.
I can't wait to see when we start Borderlands and she has fucking all these weapons that she's never even used one single time in her locker. And she's like, I need them.
What do you mean? That doesn't sound like something.
No.
I would do.
No.
No. I certainly listen, it's important to have one of every type of weapon. What if I need it? So where are we going?
Morphic Pool Dock.
Morphic
Pool Dock.
Morphic pool dock.
Hey. Leg go. Do you get it? Hey, leg go. Hey, hey, leg go.
Because legs.
Yeah.
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 You got it.
All right.
Right.
Breathe deep and move.
We're getting on this here. You
This
just think about
skiff?
waffle.
Okay.
Once you enter this, there's no turning back.
Oh, hold on. My spells. I have to put my spells back.
Okay.
I was like, hold on, wait. All right. Let's do this one.
My bangs
This one. I'm gonna get rid of Featherfall. Oh no, I'm not gonna get rid of Featherfall. I just don't know if we'll need it. Ooh, should I do Featherfall or should I do like Enhanced Leap or something? Like what in terms of like accessibilities do I want? Like waffles, and in the morning I'm making
waffles.
All right.
I like waffles with just butter on
I'm
them.
going to be risky and I'm gonna get rid of Featherfall. And I'm going to do shit. Let's try that one. No. I have 4 level 6 spells and I only have 1 level 6 spell slot, don't I? Yeah. Okay, so let's get rid of some of these. Alright, so I will get rid of Wall of Ice. I'll get rid of that one.
Leg.
I'll keep those 2.
Like, oh, like Lego my ego. I get it.
This one. Sorry, I feel like this needs to be
so
like
good. You're so good. I'm just responding to people checking up on me, so do what you gotta do.
All right. All right.
Ready?
I think so.
Ah!
Okay.
Ah! Let's go.
Pristine darkness in every direction.
Not ominous. It's fine.
It's totally fine. But you know what? We look
Look at my
cute.
thighs. Yep. Why do you sit like that? Why am I sitting like that?
Silence.
Okay, so we both sit like this in a boat, but on a throne, I sit like a fucking man.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Who knows, man? 5 more minutes? No, we got this.
5 more minutes till what?
Before we finish.
Oh yeah, sure. That's why we started 2 hours early.
Karlak.
Why am I paddling the boat? I am the
You a
weakest
bitch.
of us. Wow, okay. Ah! Well, we know that I wouldn't be able to steer us out of the way of something falling. That's why I was paddling the boat. For plot.
Okay, her hair is not wet or damp or anything. It's just fine.
No. Doesn't need to be. It's magic.
Mm.
Even though I'm not a magic caster. Yes,
An
wipe
overwhelming
off
force
all the
pushes
water you
into
don't
your
have
mind.
on you.
The brain. It is here.
Hey. Y'all are good. It just hurt me. That's totally fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
The brine. It's infused with magic. The brain is here.
There's hold on, there's a wooden chest up here.
Can't slow down.
Ooh, a potion of supreme healing. Worth it. You just realized? What'd you just realize? It's pink in the brain.
Oh my
What
gosh.
about me?
Waiting. Preparing. Calculating.
Oop.
Evolving.
We're fine.
Pinky and the brain.
Pinky's there too. Cool, thanks.
Try to take over the world. Yeah, I actually have that as a sound command. Funnily enough. Same thing we do every day, Pinky. Try to take over the world. Are you saying Pink's not smart? Mm-hmm.
Oop. Sorry, Astarion. I did not want to talk to you, actually. I can't jump that far. Karlak, you can, though.
No, I know, Andy. I know, Andy.
That might be worth a look.
Ooh.
What? How'd you follow?
I have no idea. I can't jump that far.
I
It's
can't
fine.
jump that far. It's too far, but I'll follow you.
I need to be with my girlfriend.
Honestly,
Obviously.
it's so funny. Honestly, it's like Ellie. Like if I go somewhere and I'm out of like range of like where she is, it doesn't. She'll stop whatever she's doing. Like doesn't matter. Like she'll figure out how to get to me.
Oh, that's so cute.
Mm-hmm.
Look at all this shit. Okay, hang on. Oh, I forgot to arrange my stuff. Like, all of my arrows are fucked again. Give me just a second. Because we got more.
All right, hold on. Where's that site I use? Let me see.
With the little kid that talks about you like surprises?
Yeah. Have you never seen that? It's a little kid. And he's like, he's filthy. He's covered head to toe in dirt, and he's like, "Hey, do you like surprises?" And the mom's like, I do like surprises." And he's like, "Come here." But it's like he's like an innocent little kid, but he just sounds so fucking creepy because he's filthy, and he's just like, "Hey, do you like surprises?" It's so funny.
I have not seen that clip at all. That's hilarious. Everything is fine. For now. My character better be able to follow me still. Okay, good. We're okay. Sure. Again, totally makes sense. Headless Corpse, do you have any healing potions? No. There's no point in me taking anything unless it's a healing potion at this point, so. I'm showing remarkable restraint. You should all be very proud of me.
Okay, I'm sending it to you in a DM. Just
Okay.
for whenever.
For later.
Yeah. I just want to find like how do I find it in here?
You're always proud of me. Thank you. I'm doing my best. That sounds creepy. Yes, I know Horseman. An outside kid who likes playing in the dirt.
Yeah.
Ooh, arrows. Thank you. You're proud of my loot goblin, and thank you. I'm trying not to goblin though. Do you see my lack of gobble? I mean, I took that because it was gold. I took those other things because they were arrows. I don't know where we're going.
Horseman, I found it. All right, how do I get this?
Dominated. Controlled.
So sorry. I was just exploring. Didn't realize I was gonna be starting shit. I'm gonna be like the quickest RB. I just need to grab some ibuprofen.
Oh yeah, you're totally good. I'm literally fucking around with this video.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Dwugs. Yeah, dwugs indeed.
Okay, Horseman, I don't know if this is gonna work, but you can try surprise. I don't know how well it's gonna work.
Did it work?
Yes. Oh, I can't believe I found it. I'm so glad. Okay. That took me a minute to find, but I found it.
I'm glad you found it.
Okay. You're welcome, Horseman. You're welcome. I'm just glad it worked the first try.
That's awesome. I love when something works the first try.
Okay. Sorry. Are you back? Are you ready? Where are you?
I'm just wondering.
Oh, you're at the door. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry.
No, we're good. I've just been
Looting.
like, opening. Well, no, actually, I've been good because there's no point.
Oh yeah, because we're yeah.
So I'm just looting things if we're gonna use them. So I found some arrows and I found a potion. There's something a perception check that I failed over here, so maybe you can perceive it.
What is?
Or maybe
down
a
here?
trap.
There's nothing down here.
Down where?
There's a
Oh, I
cracked
don't know.
rock that doesn't go anywhere.
It doesn't go anywhere.
Mm-mm.
It goes to me. Hello.
Hello. A perception check, you said?
Oh wait, there was something back.
Oh, I failed. Sorry, I failed. Oh, it's an ambush.
You can't ambush me. I ambush you. Oh my god, guess what? I have so many arrows now.
Another fight. Let's go.
Let's go.
Might have been excessive.
I love how we still get XP even though we've been max level for several weeks.
I don't have enough movement. Come on. Okay, you're right. Missed.
You like to move it, move it. We like to move it, move it.
See, I don't like intellect devours. They devour intellect. Bring it all the way back
To the very first time we played this, yeah. And you killed us. Ew, engorged burst.
Ew. Ew, I don't like that. Okay, that's disgusting.
You don't like their engorged burst?
Hi. Okay, well, that feels excessive.
Oh wait, cancel end turn. I can go again. Miss? Fuck you. Oh, fuck you.
Ow! Why? Okay, Karlak is not having a good time. There's not a lot of things in this world I like engorged.
But there are not no things in this world you like engorged. Like my wallet.
Uh-huh. I thought you were gonna say wiener.
I know that's what you thought I was gonna say. And I tricked ya. A little diversion of the expectations there.
What?
Everyone was thinking it, but nobody was saying it. Pirates.
Okay. Karlak. Bestie.
Hmm? Oh.
Karlak. Karlak, my love. Is having a really rough time.
What if the Bwain gets engorged? Engorged Bwain? Bwain gorged?
In Bwain? Bwain?
In Bwain gorged?
Bwainged? Okay, Karlak is about to die.
Bro, they're
Good God.
intellect devourers, like...
I know. The problem is that she got all up in the gluttons' business. And they do a lot of damage. Turns out
Turbo gorged.
okay, girl, you just stay over here.
I need a fresh page because I need a fresh page.
Tasting trout.
What did you have for Din Din? Pasta.
Me too. Oh.
I mocked him.
No, I know, but it like untargeted him, and then since I was targeting a second person, it untargeted both of them. So I was like, oh, what the heck?
Karlak.
I'll feel that one later.
Girl.
Mind my step.
She's fine. I'll just make sure that she rages during the next fight. It's fine. Totally fine.
Chicken Alfredo is what I had. I had chicken fettuccine Alfredo. You don't need to get Alfredo sauce. You can make Alfredo sauce.
It's super easy.
My mom did it on stream once, and she taught it everybody. Yeah, she taught it everybody.
No, you don't get to leave, Sophie. Sorry.
Julia Childs? Do you think I fucking look like Julia Childs? No. It's so easy. It genuinely is so easy. It's literally just like cheese and like cream cheese and like milk. It's really not hard.
We don't need water. Sophie, where do you think you're going? You don't get to leave. You don't get to leave.
Go, Sophie, go. Be free.
She can't. I have her. I have her in my very GG arms. I don't need your clothing.
Sounds like a Christmas special. My very GG arms.
Uh-huh.
Shred the chimkin, whip up some rice, beans, and veg. That sounds so good.
I assume we need to go in that door.
I don't think we need to go in the door, but we should open the door. I feel like we need to go this way, don't we?
I have no idea.
To the brine? Well, maybe we don't go to the brine.
I mean, I can open the door.
My so many rooms.
My so many runes. My very GG arms. Ow. Stop.
Execute. Decide.
Oh, can we not go over there? They are not for eating.
That's the way that you're supposed to go if it's yelling. Thanks, reliable talent. You the real MVP. Drorialis Drazalius. They are cute enough to eat, that's true. Ooh. Whatever. Nope, we're not jumping down there. Oh, shit. It's fine. They go to Saruman, alive and unspoiled.
Did you get everything in there that you needed?
Yeah. Okay. There was only like 2 things.
Yeah.
Hello?
Meat's back on the menu, boys.
Deathly silence.
Yeah.
The air is stale and putrid.
Putrid.
Have the stones ready.
Your blood
Have your blood
slows.
ready.
Your senses strung so tight they could snap in an instant.
Happens to the best of us. Oh. Eyeliner still fire. Mine always. The lesbian crystals. Hey, girl, hey.
The legally distinct Triforce.
You think that by killing the Chosen and taking the Netherstones, you can destroy me?
I mean, yeah.
Are wrong.
I mean, says you.
Your ass saved it. That failed that Constitution check.
Sure did.
That's an engorged brain.
God damn. Oh no, not the tentacles.
Not the hentai.
Girl.
It's messing with your mind. Don't listen to it. Use the stones.
It's not gonna be strength. +1. Oh, good. I'm so glad. I've got +2 from Constitution. We're gonna dominate the brain. That seems like something I... Oh my god. Well, it's been nice knowing y'all. Oh!
I can't see your roll. What is it?
I got a fucking natural 20!
Natural 20!
Natural 20! Get dominated, bitch.
By eliminating Ketheric, Orin, and Gortash, you have simply unbound me. Exactly as I intended.
Sure.
The crown is now mine to command.
Fuck. Do you have the hammer in your inventory?
Focus on the crown.
What hammer?
The Orphic hammer.
I don't know.
Okay.
Do I?
I don't know. I literally didn't think of it till right this exact second.
I mean, dexterity is what I have to do. That's literally my entire existence. Ah! So that was a 3.
Ooh.
But we have 4 inspiration.
Okay.
So I'm gonna use one. One more?
Okay.
No? Should I not?
We still have quite a ways to go. I would just be a little bit hesitant to spend them all.
I wasn't gonna spend them all.
If you think, yeah, go for it. This is your first playthrough, Gigi. I don't mean to sound suspicious. This is your first playthrough. I wouldn't. I wouldn't because we still have quite a few more things left to do.
That's fine if you wouldn't. If you wouldn't, that's fine. So sorry. Okay, that didn't go well.
The crown is not my weakness. It is what made me what I am. I needed the crown to build an army. I needed the Chosen to bring it to me. They would not have surrendered it freely, so I gave them what they wanted. Power. Just enough.
She is a yapper. She's monologuing.
In my design.
I mean, if you were a giant brain, you would too.
Has ended. The next orders will be mine.
Mine.
I won't allow it. Again, dominate it.
Dominatrix. I mean, dominate it.
Girl. Sure. We'll go again. That seems difficulty 30. That wasn't gonna happen. Uh-oh.
You had your role to play, too. Who do you think told the Chosen about the Astral Prism? Who do you think planted the knowledge of Orpheus's power and the fear of what it could do? When the Chosen sent my thralls to retrieve the prism, who do you think let the Emperor slip its leash, knowing it would be the one to bring you to me?
Were you a part of its plan?
I only needed one Netherstone loosened from the Chosen's grasp to guarantee my freedom. You brought all 3 back to me. In doing so,
We got, Gigi. We got.
That's what GG stands for.
Got.
Got.
and it is complete.
Makes sense, honestly.
Now you will witness the
Well, you know,
design.
Shit! No!
we did our best.
It's all been leading to this. We stop the brain. Now!
All I've got is, oh, dear Lord.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, dexterity's all I got, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Difficulty class 99? Sure.
Uh-huh. That's
Natural
why I was like,
20.
let's not waste them.
You think a 15?
Because it's not gonna be possible.
Do you think a 15 will beat 99?
I
Oh,
don't.
dear Lord. Oh, honey.
She tried. She gave the good old college try.
Well.
So that went about as I expected.
So, it didn't go great. Oh. Protect me.
But can you look like my Rider of Rohan while you do it?
But can you be my Rohan man, please? I need my horse lord.
Your horse lord?
Hello? No, the
I know.
Riders of Rohan.
I know.
Horse
I know.
lord.
I know.
So, oops. The world is gonna end, and it's our fault.
Is it our fault? Or is it the dice god's fault?
I don't think the dice gods would have gotten me to a 99 difficulty
You
class.
just had to get a 20.
Listen, I did get a 20.
The first time.
But it was on an earlier roll. On a much easier DC.
Yep.
So that's gross.
I mean, that's not nice.
It's very slimy. And I don't care for any of that. Oh, put your tentacles away. Get that away from the camera.
Hentai.
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 Oh. 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 How did all of these people get tadpoled? Well, you
Okay, well, okay, well, okay, well.
So, listen, okay, well.
Yeah,
listen.
they said it earlier.
They may have said it. Do you think I was listening?
Nope. Hi, Arhan. How was the rest of your stream? I was lurking.
That's quite juicy. That is a moist brain.
I pulled you out just in time.
I pulled out just in time.
This is Netherbrain.
This takes skill.
The magic of the crown has caused it to evolve. It has become something more.
How does he have the armor that we've taken from his closet? You pulled out too soon. I nearly had. I was nearly there.
I was so close. Ooh.
I thought so too. But that was when I stole Netherbrain. It has been anticipating our every move from the start. I underestimated it. We will need to rethink our plan.
Cool.
Cool, 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 cool.
Potion of gaseous form. Great. I'll take it. What you got? A brain? What you got? You got any health potions?
That's a
Just
hand.
What?
That's a hand.
Where?
There's a giant floating hand.
Where?
Right here.
Oh, there's... Well, I mean, if you look this way, it's a giant floating skull.
Yeah, and then there's like a big old arm, and it goes down, and then there's a hand.
One ring to rule them all.
And in the darkness, bind them.
With haste.
But they were all of them
Deceived.
They got.
Yep. Now, do you see the hand?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
For another win was made.
They
I
got
love.
cat.
Oh, I love this just thing of wine. Yep, very important to have in the alternate Githyanki universe here. The astral fucking.
Sometimes you just need wine. I don't see the problem.
You right. You right.
Hello?
That'll fit in my pack.
Chasm creeper.
Chasm. Just sometimes.
Yes.
Anna.
Oh yeah, do we have the Orphic hammer? If anyone does, it would be Karlak.
She does. I see it.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that's good because I didn't fucking think of it until after.
Does she?
Yes, I see it. I saw it. It's right next to the blue hammer in the third row. Third row, second item.
Oh, thank you. It's in orange, which means that I don't see it apparently.
Yeah, it's just blind. You're just blind to quest items.
Blind to quest items. Sometimes in our lives, we only.
I like how I'm not here. I'm like literally on the other side. I saw myself in the cutscene on the other fucking side.
That we can drink down. Wow, okay, rude.
But the Netherbrain calculates every possible at once. It knows what you
rude.
Gunny, I'm gonna crush your skull in my hands like this.
You have to think like an Elithid. Better yet, be one. Your mind is not capable of this.
You're a dick.
Mine is. You will give the stones.
This guy's an asshole.
I will assimilate Orpheus, and then I will be able to leave this prison to face the brain.
No. Fuck you.
This fella and his ultimatums. But he's forgetting one thing. We could become Illithid. I mean, I could. You could trust me to do what needs to be done.
Right. I'm sorry. I was saving it too early. But good.
Oh no.
I will consume his thoughts, his knowledge, his brain.
Do we need to talk this out, or are you just gonna decide?
We could talk this out.
Okay, so
like,
we have a lot of options here, yeah.
Yeah. So like, what? So he's like, give me the nether stones. I'm so smart. I will free myself. Take Orpheus's knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
kill him basically,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and then use that to fucking no, right? Fuck this guy.
So I agree. Fuck this guy because like he's fucking led us on and he's lied to us and all this other shit.
He
Yeah.
told me that he was a handsome man.
You are okay. Listen, I love you so much. You need to get over the fact that he's not your made-up man of Rohan. We need to get past this.
I will never get past this.
We need to get past this, and we need to talk about this like adults. He lied to us about very, very many other things other than the fact that he's not a man of Rohan. Okay?
Listen, in the list
You're like, I don't care!
On the list of things that I feel betrayed about, that is number one.
Doesn't matter that he used us or fucking lied to us or put a fucking tadpole in our brains. He's not a man of Rohan.
Those are all on the list. Don't get me wrong.
But the not being Rohan is number one.
Yes. That is the ultimate betrayal. And then he wanted to have sex with me? No. Anyway, so fuck this guy.
Oh my gosh.
He lied to me from the start. Our relationship was built on a foundation of lies. So, we agree we're not going to give him the stones.
My god. Oh god. Okay, so we know how you feel about the Emperor. How do you feel about Orpheus?
Don't we want to free Orpheus for the Yankee reasons?
Yeah. But I mean, we can still we don't have to give him the stones. But
no.
We can still let him have Orpheus.
Mm-hmm. So, like, okay, let's lay out our options.
Yep.
Our options are give Tentacle Fucker the stones and let him do whatever the fuck he wants.
Right.
Which we agree we're not going to do.
Right. So one we're not
free,
doing.
Free Orpheus, and then what?
Hold on. So let's just go one at a time. So release the Nether Stones to the Emperor is he gets all the power, he kills Orpheus. 2 is just asking more questions. Okay, so 3 is I'll keep the stones. You can do whatever the hell you want for Orpheus. So how do we feel about that one?
I don't trust that this guy's gonna do good things with Orpheus.
Okay, so 3 we're not gonna do, and 4 we're not gonna do because we're not giving him the stones.
Right.
Okay, so 5 and 6 are pretty much our 2, 5, and 6 are kind of our options then. Oh wait, there should be more. Is there more? No. No. Okay. I just saw a scroll. Go ahead.
I'll ask a question.
In theory, yes.
Yes.
You have resisted such a fate so far, and this would be a complete evolution. And you will be an illithid for the rest
I'm not doing that.
of your days.
Look how hot I am.
Is this really something you would be willing to accept?
No.
Let's not be hasty about this. I think this warrants a more private discussion. Away from that silver tentacled.
Look at how far I am. I'm in the way back there. Why?
Okay, let's go over here. Okay.
Hi.
We're just gonna have a little conversation. Karlak, what are you saying?
Let me transform.
No.
I'm not long for this world. I can feel it. You can trust me to use the stones as we planned. To defeat the brain and nothing more. It's the perfect solution. Say you agree. Please.
No! But she said please. That's fucking rude. But is this making a choice right now?
You don't do anything until you actually eat the tadpole.
Okay, thank you.
I've never been more sure of anything. This heart inside me is about to blow. Doesn't matter which body it takes out with it, right? If this is the end for me, let me be the motherfucker who saved the world.
But there might be another solution. There might be another solution here, girl. Don't. No. I'm upset about this.
I trust you. Do what you think is right and I'll stand by you. But if you change your mind, just say so. I'm here. And I'm ready for whatever comes next.
I'm not letting my girlfriend become my flare. But I was gonna want her to fucking die, bro. Okay. So what?
Okay, so who has the astral touch tadpole? Probably you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
I don't see it, but I'm sure it'll appear when it comes time.
It might be in my camp inventory.
That's fine. I'm sure it'll appear when the time comes. I hope.
Well,
This may be our last chance to defeat
bitch, I don't like you. Should we just free Orpheus and see what's up?
Sure. Let's do that.
Okay. How do we do that? Do we... Hello?
Do you have the
I
hammer?
trust you have aired opinions and grievances and made your decision.
I didn't click on
Are
you.
ready to become a mind flayer?
Karlak has the hammer.
Mm-hmm.
No. I'm going to free Orpheus.
I told you we have to trust one another. I told you the Githyanki would only want to kill me for what you are.
You were accidentally thrown in the trash 3 times ago.
To break our alliance.
You weren't supposed to tell her.
Even united, the Netherbrain was going to be an impossible enemy. But apart, we have no chance of survival.
Bro.
Very well. Since you will not work with me, you work against me.
Okay, that's not what I said either.
No option but to join the Netherbrain.
Why is that the only other option?
Because he a bitch!
This fucking guy over here! That makes me think he was gonna do that all along!
We can free Orpheus.
If me saying I don't want to do that was enough for you to be like, I'm gonna go join with the enemy, then that means that you were gonna fucking do that in the first place, bitch! Okay. back. So I just hit it.
If you have the hammer, you have to hit the stones.
Yeah. The stones.
The stones.
Go get it, baby.
Bam.
Hey.
Look at
I
your
like the
eyebrow
patchy-
piercing.
I'm hot as fuck. Oh, this man? Yeah, he's also hot as fuck.
No, I was like, okay.
But you're talking about me.
Oh, I've seen you.
As the Githyanki prince takes his blade, a silent cry pierces your head. It's unlike any sensation you've ever felt.
You reek of illithid. You stole an unborn hatchling from my people.
Okay, calm down.
And you slaughtered my honor guard.
Calm down.
Nonetheless, it seems we must be
I like your
allies.
crown.
You may address me as your majesty.
Ugh. You may address me with a little more honestly.
Do you want to say
Yeah.
Patronize me. You
Yeah.
rejected
Fuck
the
this guy.
illithid when it no longer suited your needs. No doubt you freed me because it suits you now. I will neither forgive nor forget your
Look at his little
abuse of my
piercing in his beard. His beard armor.
That is false. You had the opportunity to surrender.
I know,
yourself to
Khaleesi,
my
right?
God.
For sure.
Welcome in. How are you?
Noble end.
Hello, hello.
Any worthy individual destined to become Geik would have done so. My God would have freed me, and I would have stopped the Elder Brain before it evolved into a Netherbrain. All that suffering, avoidable, were it not for the choices you made.
Girl, I was working with the information that I had. I was like, what do you want?
We will destroy the Netherbrain together and put a stop to this nascent empire before it expands into the stars.
Bug's life.
Geik was correct.
For
about
sure.
one thing. The Netherbrain's power is beyond us. The
His
hardest
voice
metal
does
in the
not
world would
match
cut through its
what he
mind,
looks like.
For it is made of thought itself.
Kinda.
It will take an illithid
I mean,
to
I'm not
unleash
saying
the
it's
full
bad. It's just,
potential of the
it's not
Netherstones.
what I thought he would sound like.
Just as I was free, I will do it. I will become illithid. I will sacrifice my soul for
You didn't
my
hesitate at all.
people. I will end the grand design.
Why am I the only other option of sacrificing? Hey, Grace. What is happening right now? But this isn't like actual decision time, right? This is just talking.
I'm like 90% sure you have to actually consume the thing if you're
Right.
going to do it. I can save.
Yeah. Cause like all of the Githyanki like kind of need this dude. Ugh.
Without
I'm
yes,
so
you'd still be
angry.
trapped, right? You'd still be in the
Like-
orb.
You still be in your little fishbowl, buddy.
First of all, like a few things here, Orpheus. Number one, you were in the little fishbowl. Number two, your honor guard would have had to break into hell and beat Raphael to get the Orphic hammer. Like,
well, they were just fucking standing around doing jack shit.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not making a sacrifice though. But who's gonna make a sacrifice? Fuck!
The Netherbrain will be only too pleased to claim me. Even in my darkest hours, I knew it was my destiny to save my people. I could never have imagined this would be the way. Give Gortash crushed.
Oh. Oh. Well, there he goes.
Where'd his penis go?
They be Ken dolls. He's like, I still need my cute outfit though. Oh, but it's a different cute outfit.
All to wield these. Let us seek out the Netherbrain and finish this.
Sorry, Lae'zel.
Once the grand design is ended, kill me. It is the very least you can do.
She'll be fine.
It's time for us to meet our fates and end this illithid nightmare.
We all make our choices.
Hold on, I need just a second. Ellie just
Go.
threw up in her
The longer we wait, the more the Netherbrain's strength grows.
I'm coming. Wait for me. I'm coming with you. I'm coming with you.
Trouble.
Hear the walls repeating. You did this, Andy. It sounds like drumming, and we are not alone. I hear the rocks and stones. I'm coming.
There we go. Good girl. Okay. I think she's had too much to eat.
Oh, baby.
Okay. Save?
Yeah.
All right.
I hope I didn't make a bad choice. Let's go! Sorry, Gith Yankee. Listen, you've already got a god. You're fine. Oh, a dragon.
Dargon.
What is this? Dungeons and Dragons?
Oh my gosh. I haven't even seen a single dungeon.
Never. Not once. Not in this entire game. Certainly not when we were arrested. Oh. Hey. This seems bad.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
We're doing great. Oh, look, a chair. Sorry.
The future of the people in your hands. How dare you take our prince from us? How dare you parade around this abomination?
Okay, listen. I had
What?
I had very few choices.
true heir has spoken.
No. It can't be.
Sorry.
Obvious. My prince. What's become of you?
So
Grand
listen.
design must be ended. A sacrifice had to
I
be
do that
made.
too, Andy.
The duty fell
Yeah, same.
to me. I am not long for this world, or any other.
What of Vlaakith? What of our liberty?
You underestimate
That
your
girl on the
own
back with
people.
her little toot is so funny.
Their imaginations have kept the name Orpheus alive for millennia. Bring them my message. Tell them my fate. Some will doubt. Some will mock. But some will listen.
So listen, it was either this guy or my girlfriend, and like, no.
I mean, or you, but okay.
Or me. But I'm too hot, and actually, when it came down to it, it was either him or me, and I wasn't gonna. Please.
Find your nerve, my friend. Today, we strike at the brain. This champion holds the key to the Grand Design's end.
Oh, that's me. Hi.
Answer to her as you would to me.
Your Majesty.
I have spoken.
As you wish. I stand at the
Oh.
ready.
Your friendship, your constancy. When I fell to despair, they elated me. Thank you, my friend. Shavazai.
Shabazai.
It was that day that he knew.
Now,
When he said, as
to
you
the
wish.
Netherbrain.
Really meant,
Let it be the first
I love you.
victim in the war for the skies.
Call forth allies. What? You can, what? Oh. Okay. Great. Oh god, Orpheus is attached to me?
Mm-hmm.
Just smoke, that's me. You got any good shit? No. You got any good shit? No.
What's in here?
Maybe they got like potions on their dead bodies.
I know, I was looking too.
I'm just saying before chat gets on my ass about looting. It's me. Gertrude.
We have
There's a
lost
lot of people in
much
here.
already, and we will lose more before the day is out. But even when the last soul falls, Baldur's Gate will stand.
Why is
Baldur's
it
Gate is
withers
more
there?
than just a city. It is
Listen,
more
sometimes
than a place of opportunity
you
for
just need
those
a
of
skeleton man.
mercantile spirit. More than a place of refuge for those who are lost. More than a home for friends.
Oh, the patch on his armor finally loaded.
Adventuring souls. Baldur's Gate
It's
is
very
a place where
pixelated.
anyone can find what they need if they're just willing to fight for it. Today, Baldur's Gate needs us. Today, we fight for.
Hey.
You're
Oh, it's
late,
like
friend.
everyone.
This is the one you spoke of.
That is indeed the one who purged my home of a terrible
Oh
evil.
yeah.
My
Hey, I
father,
remember you.
Ketherick. There's no one I'd trust more to protect this city.
The Fist examines your illithid ally with suspicion. He was not expecting the savior of Baldur's Gate to be accompanied by
There's just like some good
play.
drama. He really does.
Appearances may change, but they do not mask the one within. This one, I know. Observe with whom it traveleth. Friends.
Traveleth.
This mind flare will fight with thee. It will save thy city and thy lives.
You can't just add
The
F
Fist
to
eyes
anything.
your illithid ally with suspicion. softening to curiosity. His hostility
fist
melting at the
softens.
recognition that there's more behind those eyes than malice.
My steel is yours, and I'm not alone.
I'm not alone.
Better at crafting steel than wielding it. Your friend here is armored and potion fueled and ready for battle.
The Moon Maiden's silver light is a shield in dark times. Today, it is mine to wield. And I hold her sword.
And my
Whatever
axe!
strength I have to lend, I will lend it. I will make my city proud again.
I made some improvements to Ramesses' arcane artillery. Give the word and the sky falls on any who stand in your way.
I'm in the mood to crack some skulls after that fuckery in the Temple of Baal. The City Watch will be glad
This
to
fucking
oblige
guy.
me.
Not sure what I have to offer a mind flayer, if I'm honest. But I hope my words of encouragement and reassurance will strengthen your...
Oh, his beard finally loaded in too. That's great.
The journey has been brutal, but I stand here a Hell Rider once more. And I would die a proud man if I died this day.
I want my city back.
Why are they
And I brought
bloody?
the toughest bastards from the
I
guild
imagine
together,
they've been
Jack.
fighting their way through shit to get
People
here.
have never hunted a monster this large. They are eager to join the fray.
All the strength of the lands we healed flows through me, and from me to you, and whatever company you keep.
Nature's servant awaits.
Why are you in your
Glad to
PJs,
have
guys?
you with us, and not a moment too soon.
The air is thick with anticipation. All eyes
Yeah.
are on you. They're
Oh,
expecting
do I have to make a
speech,
Oh,
something to
shit.
stir their hearts and put fire in their bellies for the fight ahead.
You got this.
Don't forget to change Karlach's weapon when you get the chance.
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah. Ah! She is not used to smiling. Take that off of her
We'll be
face.
ready when you call upon us. Baldur's grace be with you.
Right, Karlax. Hold on. What was she wielding? It was this, I believe? Yeah.
Alright, there are
Ooh.
merchants.
Yeah.
Something's on my mind.
Look at this baby. Right.
Bodies, bloods, this is the dream. You are a smoker.
Wait, that's not the one that's been at our camp, right?
Stay if I sold your stuff. So hurry up.
You don't have to summon him.
He can't die!
You don't have to summon him.
Can I not buy shit from you? I guess you're not a merchant? Shut up. Yeah, I know. Shush. Okay, go away. Go away. Who? What?
Hey, more gold. Give me gold.
Take gold from my pocket.
I can't. I'm in a trade.
Give me gold. How much do you need?
Like 800.
Okay.
Oh, maybe we should get some Revivifies too. This guy's got 4 Revivifies. Hold on, let me see. I need
Probably should've.
1700.
Oh.
Perfect. Okay, I got 4 Revivifies.
Hello?
Okay.
Just
that
trying
goes
to-
to you
can I-
too.
Hello? Why can I not talk to anybody?
Press on.
Hello?
You are talking to her.
I wasn't
God,
before.
that is very strong indeed.
I wasn't trying to talk to her. I was trying to talk to Volo. Hello? Sir, I would like to try to buy shit from you. Hello?
Wait, how come I can't buy from him?
Don't look at me.
I could buy from Cole, but I can't buy from Damon.
Yeah, all I could do was talk to him.
Maybe it's just showing him as a merchant, but he can't.
Maybe. That's probably what it is.
You have the full force of Ramesses Tower, and its that.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, okay.
Cool.
Alright.
Arrows that I have acquired into my arrow pouch.
Do we need to piss girl or anything?
Probably wouldn't hurt.
Alright, I'll do a hard save here. Okay. Alright, let's do a quick go piss because this fight is a little on the long side.
Longer?
A longer side.
Oh. Okay. Be back in, like, I don't know, just a few minutes. We did go piss girl, but you never know. Rather be safe than sorry. No, just once. See you guys in just a few minutes. BRB!
Alright, I am back.
Okay.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Where's the front?
What?
Right there. All right.
Oh my god, I'm so scared.
Don't be scared.
If you insist.
There they all go.
Hey, wait, do you want to do... We've got 4, illithid powers. Do we want to look at those real quick?
Oh, yeah, so we'll each get 2?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
I like never used any, but
Oh my gosh, Azaro.
yes.
Thank you so much, my friend. This is a perfect time because we haven't done anything. I can actually say hello to the raiders. I'll be right back.
Hey.
Hi, friends. Hi, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? It's a raid, OMG. Hello. Hi, Copper Bonsai. Hi, Arblaine. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, friends. How was Subnautica 2? Tell me everything, since I've already finished it, and I already know everything. Tell me everything. How was it? Thank you so much for the raid. If you need to raid and run, if you need to do post-stream care, eat, sleep, whatever it is that you need to do, please take care of yourself. Otherwise, hi, hello, welcome in, raiders. Thank you for being here. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer, and I play whatever the heck I want, including games like these games right here, but also things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, Souls-likes, and everything in between. Today, we are finishing Baldur's Gate 3. So if you are in the process of playing Baldur's Gate 3 and you're looking to avoid spoilers, this is not the stream for you because we are finishing Baldur's Gate 3 today. I do have a little video that I like to show when we get a raid to see if this is someplace you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, all that jazz. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in a moment. Hi, I'm Pinksel, and I'm here to help you find your true love. Step 1, card sleeves. Bitches love card sleeves. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. Bigfoot needs to poop? Wait, excuse me?
Why are you so excited for this?
I peed my pants on
what a great
stage for
concert.
30 seconds to Mars. Pancakes are a planet! Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. It's beautiful.
Easy. Oh.
You have to put your mouth on the wiener. My poisoned butt plug.
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Look at the sunlight on my little hairy little butt cheeks. Oh my god, she's gaming! Let me help you. Oh, don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? Hey kid, you want some games? I look like the kid from Stranger Things. I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. That feminine urge to step on the mine. It'll save you hundreds of money by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. We are having fun! Guys, for legal reasons, please do not set your dick on fire. Might not even cut off your dick. If there's somebody in your house that has a dick, no one's safe. I keep finding these boners. I just want to be beautiful like her. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Well, I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Listen, it's hot out there for a hoe, okay? Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your dinner. Nice pronunciation of my handle. Top tier fantasy expert. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I went down the hotkeys, found an access code, went back to the tadpole pens. Okay, yeah. Saw Leviathan swimming around, noped out. Swam to the world edge and got eaten. You swam to even with the barrier that said this is in early access? Wow. Okay, I'm back.
Okay, hang on, I'm coming back.
What happened?
Nothing. I just went up this tower and fought a little devil guy real quick.
That sounds like nothing, yeah.
Yeah. Listen, it took no hits at all to kill him. He's fine.
None.
But there was a locked chest, and I opened it, and there was like nothing in it.
Nothing.
But there could have been something.
True, true.
I now have a potion of speaking with animals, just in case.
Just in case. The bear gives me such anxiety, but also comforting guidance. Oh yeah, there was one point, the very first time I was playing, like the first round of playing Subnautica 2, I was like heading towards a direction, and I just like left my cursor that direction, whatever, and I looked down at my phone for something, and then I heard like the roaring of the leviathans, and I looked up, and I was like, oh no. Was this me? Oh, I didn't realize I got so close.
I thought it was me.
No, unfortunately, it's me.
Oh.
I think I got a little close.
There's a glimmer of something beyond his words.
You can always go back.
Consumed with fear.
I mean, where did we save? Hold on, where did we save? Let me look.
You did a hard save in that room.
Yeah, but did we do it after we bought everything and after we did everything, or no? Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was right before we did a go piss girl.
Okay. So we should just be able to walk right over it. But then you're gonna have to fight that guy again if you wanted to.
No, I don't need to fight that guy again.
Okay.
There was jack shit in that chest.
Okay.
I was just wandering while you were doing raid stuff, and I didn't want to like wander where it would actually do anything.
Your forces
No,
are
okay.
not insubstantial.
Yes, I understand.
Okay. So.
Best.
I like how they all leave when you go out that door. It's crazy.
Light on my feet.
Except for this little shop guy. See you later, dude. Thanks for holding down the fort.
Bye.
Dragons, overhead. Stay low.
Stay
Look at all our bonuses.
Well, wow. We got a lot of shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
Fall back! Fall back! Matthew! Leave him be!
Oh, not
We have to keep
Matthew.
running.
Oh.
That's my brother's name.
What's happening here?
Mind flayer! It's over.
There's a glimmer
That's the spirit.
of something beyond his words. But in a moment it's gone, consumed with fear.
One last run, then we're clear.
Oh.
Okay, well.
Don't forget to touch the thing.
For all the restoration that we need?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you touched it.
I touched
We've
the
been
button.
healed. It's over here, though. Just a little bit of burning. It's fine.
Oh, can you help this one guy that's like stuck? Can you pick up this man?
Huh?
This man? Oh no, he's gonna turn, isn't he? He's gonna turn.
Okay. That's fine.
No escape.
Another fight. Let's go. What do I have to lose?
Oh. Dark up.
That's your ex-husband's name? Mafia.
Oh, what can I have him do? Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
You
he's got some
can,
illithid powers. Just make sure you read because some of them do psychic damage.
Yeah,
back
yeah,
to you.
yeah. I'm reading.
Yeah.
Oh my god, there's so much happening right now. We've got key points? Shit.
Oh yeah, because I think he's technically a monk, isn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's technically a monk.
Monk.
A monk. It's a shame you can't, like, equip him with stuff.
I know.
Because that'd be pretty sweet. 'Cause
Sweet.
we've got, like, I had a bunch of shit in my inventory at one point that was for monks. Githyankies.
Okay, let me get him over here.
Maybe I should try that on a playthrough. I should turn Lae'zel into a monk.
Could be fun.
A monk fighter. That could be fun, yeah.
What was I doing? This one?
Their silver blood is actually low-key kind of cool.
And then...
Bang. Bang.
Okay. You just poke him real quick. I just wanted to see what was up with these guys, and then they turn into mind flayers. That was kind of rude, honestly.
Honestly?
See, I was gonna help you, and you decided to turn into a mind flayer. It's fucking rude. Right, no more exploring, I guess.
Nah, there's no need.
But I like exploring.
We can explore. There's just, you know, there's not really a need.
Yeah, no.
Unless we happen to find some Parshans.
Parshans?
Some Parshans. There's
Hello?
a man in here, apparently, according to the...
I can't go through this. I can't go into here? There we go. That was really weird. There's a lot of men.
Better be cautious.
Guess we go this way?
Can't risk being in open view.
Excuse me. Have you seen any men? Oh. I'm in initiative. Okay, but there's a chest here. Hey! Cool. So that's not what I meant to do, but that's fine.
I'm still not in initiative yet. This is great.
I'm just gonna climb up these things. Oh, it's just a bunch of goblins. Alright.
No, there's a human over here. Mistress of Souls. And then Inquisitor of the Absolute.
I'm just looking at where I'm at.
Alright, can I get behind you at an angle that will yeet you?
For yeeting purposes.
No, how did you see me?
I'm still doing shit.
Ta-da-da.
Why are you... I'm still doing shit. Stop changing my... my view. Okay. Bonus action. Mock you. You're sweaty.
Okay, let's go
Don't
here.
waste a step.
Disgusting, honestly.
Okay.
Ba, ba, ba. Do, 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 do.
Path is interrupted. No, what the fuck? It's not. Just move a teeny fucking bit then. But I'll go use magic, and he'd be like, "Well, let me
I'm
move
gonna
all
move
over here." Okay.
For who? For whomst?
For whomst?
For whomst? Yeah, we'll range. That's fine. And then we'll just have you murder this one. Murder that one. Everybody's getting murdered.
I knocked her ass like over a fucking 2-story building.
I guess all I can really do is just dash. How far does this go? Not very far. What's that? Oh, levitate, yeah. I guess we'll just dash. We'll just go, like, over here. It's fine. Well, that feels unnecessary.
Get dominated all over, bitch.
Bitch. Wee.
Join us.
Don't tell me what to do. Oh.
Okay, rude.
Yeah, that seems like a really good idea. You should get closer to the people who just murdered all of you.
Right. Okay.
Can I do something?
Can't slow down.
Oh.
Hi.
Hi. This bitch has Death Ward. Can't quite get her to drop her sword. Sword.
Her sword.
Drop your soul.
Drop your soul.
Your soul. Drop her sorry ass. You come at me.
That was not really what I kind of expected. Oh.
Why did you? He's right there.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's why I said, oh.
Karlak, just come up here and...
This is the perfect opportunity since I have to wait 29 minutes to wait my turn. I'm just gonna grab ice cream.
Ooh, that is a good idea. Stupid. Okay. I can just hit him. Tentacle whip. Ooh. Could be fun. He's stunned. You be stunned. I'm just gonna go over here. Can I, like, float my way up this way? Like that guy did? No. How did he do it?
There should be fly.
I've got levitate. Float effortlessly to a destination. Ooh, cute. Okay, bye. Wow. That was fun.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to, like, zoom all over the place now.
I know.
Wee.
Could have been you.
Wee. No. I'm too hot to be a mind flayer. We all have our priorities. Okay. Everybody needs to chill. Everybody needs to chill. Holy fuck.
Yep. Why do you think I said we're gonna need time? They all have to take their turns, too.
I mean, you were wrong when you said it was gonna be 20 minutes before you took your turn.
Mm-hmm.
Dear God. That is the mistakes were made chime? No. I've never made a mistake.
Oh wow, my turn.
Cool. Great. Hold on. So there's this man. Probably should get him. There's also all these dudes, and this guy is, like, right next to exploding barrels. So I'm gonna do that. Oops, aggro the whole map. Lol.
Yep.
That took care of some of it.
Alright, let's go back down here with my husband, though.
Death's cold grip.
That was fun. Sometimes I understand how explosive barrels work.
Sometimes.
When I'm not a complete idiot.
On my way.
Karlach is stunned. Don't do that. Ugh. Fine. Oh! Arrow of humanoid.
I got you some of those.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
I got you some of those arrows.
Yeah. But they used it on me.
We are humanoid.
No, it's mean. What's your deal? Oop. Okay, well...
Can I harass you both properly? Well, as long as it's properly.
That's all that really matters.
We don't want no improper harassment.
You know what? Fuck this guy.
Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Chicken butt.
Whoa! What? Oh, my dude.
New cute dice?
Ooh, put them in the dice channel of the Discord.
I don't think you're in my Discord.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is... okay. Oh, you?
Okay. Well, maybe she is, because I think we use that when we play. So maybe you are. Maybe I'm just being a...
Become
yeah, put it in mine.
Okay, stop.
Oh my gosh, my turn!
Really? You saved from my explosive arrow? That's rude.
I'm gonna get this guy, I think.
Okay, bye. I'm gonna go over here.
Bitches. That was so many bitches.
So many bitches. Batches.
So, I have this first world problem of the fact that I love butter pecan ice cream, but I don't like how many pecans are in it.
Sure.
I want like 30% of the pecans, isn't it? And just the butter ice cream.
Sure. So you just want butter?
I want the butter pecan flavor, but without the pecan nuts.
Sure. So you want like a whisper of pecan?
Yeah.
Okay. Go away!
I like that he went down the stairs, though.
Sure did. Okay, stop. Wait, why didn't I get... Oh, because he's stunned. Orpheus is about to die.
Okay. So, that can't happen.
Right.
Orpheus, buddy, you were getting lucky, and I don't know how much luck you've got left.
Orpheus?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, everybody needs to chill right now.
Insane. It's not
Great.
much, but it's honest work.
That did nothing.
Well, I could have just left you.
No, my shit did nothing. I don't even know what you did.
I just healed. I did a little bit of healing on you.
Okay, great. Oh, I'm Gertrude right now, so all I could see was...
Oh, I did some healing on Orpheus.
Orpheus?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
It was like
Amazing.
14.
Thank you. Yeah, I used a lightning arrow and did 3 damage to one guy. The rest saved. So, you know, doing great.
Yeah, this fight is a little fun, as they like to say.
Who likes to say that?
People.
Oh, okay. Hey, Karlak gets to do something. Okay. Okay, well, at least that guy's dead now. And... Bonus action, push that guy. Cool. Here, Karlak, come here. Come tank for your girlfriend.
That sounds kinky. What?
Stop. 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 Girl. Hey, so I'm gonna heal myself with... some stuff. stuff. Good. Amazing. You'll love to see it.
That 5
honestly.
HP might be the, deciding factor there.
We're doing so good.
Mm-hmm.
Stop it. You winning? We're not dead yet. Stop it.
Good answer.
There's a lot going on right now. Stop it. Stop it! Ah. Okay. Stop. Stop.
That sounds like it's going great for you.
Going so good. So we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do... Can I blind him? Okay, great. He's blinded. So that should work out too. Okay, amazing. I stabbed the spectator or whatever. You're not losing? Right. The dice have been posted. Amazing. Let me see. Dice. Cute. I love them.
Oh,
I would like
I
them.
guess it did. Just didn't say.
I've got some void cat dice as well. Stop! Uh-oh. Nice. Nice. Okay, push him.
Oh my god. Unexpected.
I mean, he was blind. He didn't see it coming. Stop. Okay, listen. Oh, he's back. Stop! Why? There's 2 of us here! Oh, it's me. Cool. Who can I steal health from you?
Why don't you just use a potion?
You're right. Okay, let me punch this girl. Just gonna go up here, real. Just hide a little bit, Orpheus. We need you. Oh, hey. How's it going?
So he said no. He said about that.
Okay. Well, at least I healed. What are you? What's your deal? Aberration. Do I have an aberration? I do. Get fucked. Still has 6 hit points. Amazing. Why do I need to move in order to sling an insult? Oh, never
You
mind.
don't. You don't.
I'm just kidding. Here, you get... Okay. Why do I need to move in order to yell an insult? I'm just trying to yell.
That doesn't happen very often, so.
It's usually me.
Okay, I should be good. I should be good. It balanced itself out. It should be good.
Okay, I think you need to invite me back in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it kicked me out.
Okay. Did you get it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's loading.
Hello?
Oh.
Sorry.
It only did my command, it didn't do yours.
Are you... Let me end and do share chat again? I don't know. It did mine.
Oh, no, I mean, it did mine. I just didn't see yours. That's weird.
Oh, do you see it though?
I see mine.
Yeah, that's
I
what
don't
I'm
see
saying.
your response.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know why you don't see it. Interesting.
That's weird.
Okay.
Anyway. Oh.
You also forcefully the internet broke? I know.
Why? What is happening? Everything is weird. Everything is weird?
Yeah, you're not joined. Like, you're not here.
You? How am I not here? But I can group. But I'm Karlach.
Hold on. Okay.
Okay. I'm here now. Okay, I'm here now. There we go. I mocked.
That was really weird. I don't know how that happened. Sorry, guys.
That's
My
quite-
internet, like, literally blipped for, like, 30 seconds and then was right back.
What do I want to do?
Do you like a slash?
Yeah, but I don't want to use... I can only use it once per short rest, and I don't know if I want to do it now.
True. I know, it's hard. It's hard. I'm trying not to use my spell slots, but it's like, that's how I fight.
Yeah, like on these little weenie dudes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna... Oh, but if I do that... Okay. I'm just gonna clear out some nonsense. Wow. Okay, great. Y'all got any potions on you? No. Here, I'll just go here. Can I push this bitch? Okay, hold on. Let me go here. I'll push this bitch off the edge. That killed her. Great. Okay, we did it. We got through a turn. Hello? Oh, it's
Orpheus
me.
again.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dokie. Hey. Great.
Monk. Nice.
Cool. What's this? Okay. That was Anne's turn. Well, we also had to deal with a internet issue. No. I'll use it on somebody more important than... Oh, okay. Go away. You actually hit me. Fuck you.
Okay.
What arrows do I have the most of?
I'll strike you down.
Does it only work on 3 targets?
Alright, Astarion. Where are you?
Ugh, you're so annoying. Ba-da-da.
Ba-da-da.
Okay, great.
Great. So have I ever told you about Ellie and this shelf next to my desk?
Ellie shelf?
So I have a little shelf next to my desk. It's like just tall enough that it goes like under my desk. That way I can like, you know, I have like, you know, a thing for my pens on it, and I've got like my mirror, and I've got like a little notepad, and you know,
like a stuff shelf.
Yeah, like but it's like it like fits under my desk, so that way like it doesn't have to have stuff on my desk. And for some reason, she has this issue whenever I take something off of this desk and then put it back, or this shelf, and then put it back on, she freaks out and barks at like whatever the thing is. So she'll like bark at my mirror, or she'll like bark at like my jar of like weed or whatever. Like it's just like, I don't understand it. Like every time I put something back on the shelf, she barks at it. Hold on, let's see if she
What
does
a
it.
nerd.
Let's see if she does it. She's looking at it. She's staring at it. What are you doing? Don't bark at it. Put your head back down. There you go. Good girl. Did I hear?
I
don't know.
Back free.
Wow. Wow, Horson.
Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, wow. What do I want to do?
I don't know. You are Orpheus.
I know. I did an action. I'm trying to decide.
I have to work with what I'm handed. I do literally have a middle finger emote, so I mean, I am kind of asking for it sometimes.
Sometimes.
It's Gigi's favorite emote too, you know.
It really is my favorite. I think more streamers should have middle finger emotes.
Well, they just keep getting taken down, so I just can't get big enough, you know. But I could be like, no, I'm number one. Hee hee, I'm number one.
Number one.
The whoa emote is brilliant too. The eyeball one. Yeah, I thought about getting a pixel dumpy, but then I was like, nah, people are gonna be weird about it. That's why I need to be partner. I don't need partner for any of the other shit. I just need more emote slots. And to make a stream team that I could put my friends on and we could be cool.
Yeah.
An Ellie dumpy? I don't want to sexually objectify my puppy.
My puppy?
My puppy? Oh, you saving son of a bitch. Well, shit.
As it should be, Grace.
Yeah, and you go, I'm number one.
I'm number one.
That reminds me of, have you guys seen the movie Dodgeball from back in the day? He goes, L for love. That's right, honey. L for love.
Hello, left eye dominant. Welcome back in. It's lovely to see you again. Yo. Punch it. Why are you giving me that? Needs 18, rolled 22. Cool. Let me eat your brain. I need to heal. Where is it?
I just turned off.
Extract brain. That's better.
That was a very slow death.
It was.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Didn't mean to interrupt like you were reading the second I started to say something. I'm like, so anyway.
So anyway, I know you're talking.
I know you're talking to your chat, but anyway.
I'm having a great time with my bestie. Good, I'm glad. Where's this person? All the way the fuck over here. Okay, no.
No, there's 2 more people here.
What are you talking about here? This is gonna be all of the fighting that we have to do, right?
Yeah, it's 9:30. Yep.
Okay, I don't have fucking shit. What do I want? Can I hit anybody? Here. Path is interrupted. Your path is interrupted. You can extract my
she's over there.
anyway, baby. I've got a rotten tomato I could throw at this guy.
A tomato.
A tomato.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Hungry for the slaughter.
Hungry for the slaughter.
Slaughter.
Okay, she's dead.
It took so long. About this goddamn goblin. This goblin has a hit point. Just hit it.
Just hit it.
Good lord. Time to press ahead.
Okay. I used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 slots. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 left. Okay.
Be slurping brains out here, just like pasta.
Like
old
pasta.
Like pasta. What's this? Jade? I'll take that. How do I get down? Oh, we're just okay. We're going around. We're going up. Okay. What are you do? Gertrude. Oh, okay. What's all this then? What happens if I shoot this with an arrow?
Oh, can you open these doors?
Yeah. Oh.
What?
Listen, don't worry about it.
I'm a little worried.
Don't worry about it. Listen, it's fine. We're just a little on fire.
Mm-hmm. Just a little on fire, yep.
I was curious what would happen if I hit those purple things. And I learned. There's just torches in there. Lockpicking impossible.
Lockpicking impossible? Then why was there a room in here?
Maybe there's a key that we can find on somebody's dead bodge. Ooh. Take the potion. Thank you. Listen. I feel like we're focusing too hard on the fact that we were set on fire. Hi, Ferret. I know you can't stay. But this will be the end, and then you can come back to stream. I'm just looking for a key. Maybe before 2027. That is a lofty goal.
I don't know what is.
Okay, bye. Everything's going fine. Do you have a key? I want to go in this door.
Oh, this one can be lockpicked over here.
Okay, on my way.
Where these guys are.
Where? Oh. I'm coming.
One day I'll
Oh, you murdered.
I did.
Good job.
Thanks.
Good job.
Oh my gosh, there's hose in here.
Hose? As in bitches and?
Yeah.
Ooh, my barrels that I exploded respawned.
Don't do it again.
I'm not gonna. The ones in the fight that were clearly explosive barrels. The other ones were just weird purple things. How was I supposed to know they would explode?
Do you walk around just like exploding weird purple things?
I didn't know they would explode. How was I supposed to know?
Hose
It
from
didn't say.
multiple area codes, Andy.
EC 30. I got this.
Set the hose free.
Okay, maybe I don't got this.
Set the hose free.
I was close, but I've got so many lockpicking kits. Don't even worry about it.
Don't worry, hose. We're coming for you.
There you go. That'll do it. That'll do. Release the hose. The hose must be released.
You're
Maybe
free,
the
hose.
key-
You're free.
If you're going to do it, just make it quick
Oh,
and painless.
I'm not. Why is it you?
I'm here to kill you.
I'm the one who opened the door.
The mind flare.
That's the mind flare that's gonna save the city.
Just get out of here, hose.
Yes. No. No.
Don't question it, Tilly. Just go.
Yeah, Tilly, just go.
Yeah, titties, just go.
Tilly, just go.
Just go, Tilly. Tilly, be free, hose. Be free. Goodbye, hose. Goodbye. Tilly. Tilly.
Catch him, Daddy. Catch him. I love that fucking video so much. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-mm.
With the bat in the Irish kitchen.
No, I don't think
And
so.
it's just like, catch him, Daddy! Catch him, Daddy!
No.
Get him with the towel, Daddy!
Oh my gosh, I want to see this.
It's so fucking funny. Wait, let me see if I can. Hold on. Catch. Catch him, Daddy! Perfect. Irish family fall victim to a rogue bat. Share. Copy.
Don't forget to push the button.
I won't forget. There you go.
Thanks.
I'm just sending that to you before I forget.
Okay.
Continue. I don't want a notification for that. That's not the kind of notification that I want right now. Nor is
Just-
that. Stop.
A heavy chest.
Just. Oh, it's not even locked.
It's not even locked.
A potion of superior healing in it.
Oh my gosh, we need it.
We sure do. Catch him, Daddy! Catch him!
Oh my god.
That's so funny. Here, because chat needs to know what I'm talking about too. There's gotta be a way into this door.
Especially because there's clearly a room inside of it.
Right. Like, it's medium toughness. Maybe Karlak can just bust it down.
You need to do a 22 to it, but go for it.
She does like 27.
Try.
Damage normally.
She's not with
Karlak.
you. She's not with you. There she
She's
goes. Oh,
coming.
she's Naruto running now.
As she should.
Oh, shit!
She got it.
Now we gotta perceive this door.
Hello? I perceive nothing.
Can you just
Unless
walk
it's upstairs.
through? It's not a walkthrough. Okay.
There's gotta be.
No, it's gotta be a perceiving thing.
There's no check.
Is there
going on,
nothing
right?
near here?
Nothing has asked for a check at all.
This is just a black room.
There's gotta be something. Can we go in through these windows? No. Is there anything around the side of it? No.
Try me.
That's crazy. This gotta be a door.
This is a door, like, for sure.
I certainly did cause a texture problem.
Yeah. What the hell?
How long? This is gonna bother me.
It's already bothering me.
But it's gonna bother me forever. What if I touch this wiener sticking out of the fucking
I
wall?
tried to touch the wiener.
Okay.
I don't know. Can we look? Somebody on Reddit, I bet you.
It's so dark in here. There's a pillar. I don't want to look because I don't want to get spoilers for other things.
Okay, hold on. I see. Hold on. Okay, so this is where. Okay. Okay, so you just. You come from this way if you go, like, if you enter this battle from a different way, that's all.
Oh. Okay.
So if you come up here from the sewers instead, that's where you would go.
Gotcha. That's less fun.
Yeah. Agreed.
I was hoping for a secret.
Agreed.
It's fine. But we sure did bust down that door.
That door got bussin'. Bussin' makes me feel good.
Bussin' makes me feel real good. The high hall is so high, bro.
But we need to be higher up to climb it.
Brainstem awful. Disgusting. It's this way. Oh. Everything's fine. Hey.
Need to get to the brain. Now.
So,
Cool.
yeah, don't be in those circles.
Right. That tracks. I like how she talks to herself.
Who, your
All
character?
right, Karlak. Karlak, it's go
Karlak.
time. Yeah.
Time to push my luck.
She's a little goofy. I love her.
One day, I'll catch a break.
Sliced and burned, dashed and diced. They will be offerings to your
dragons will burn them to ash.
Da, da.
Oh, do I want him to go all the way up here? Or do I want him to stay back?
Are you asking me?
I'm thinking to myself.
Oh,
Sorry.
Okay. That's why I checked.
No, I don't want him all the way up there. We'll just keep him back here, where it's safe. Oh, you didn't need to. Okay. You're doing great, buddy.
You will bleed for her glory.
Like how you dashed to go around that.
Yeah, I was like, you needed to dash to like inch your way around. Pew pew. You broke the chandelier. Chandelier. We get it. Okay. Disgusting. Okay.
We need to get to the brain now.
We need to get to the brain now.
Okay.
Never a dull moment. Best be on my way.
Get mocked.
You're a vile blister. I shall prick thee.
I shall prick thee.
Prick thee.
Rage now because obviously. Okay. Okay, stop. Did you hurt yourself when you did that, my dear?
Good.
What a dingus.
I know, she's
What
like,
a
I'm just gonna
dingus
jump
move.
off this building to kill you. Ah!
Can't do
No,
that.
she's like in the fetal position on the ground.
Yeah.
She's like, my legs are broken. How did this happen?
Broken. That's fun. Yeah, shatter your psyche. No. Okay. That's fine. Bewoken! Target this without hitting Karlach? Like, am I able to just hit the people that I want to hit? I don't know. I'm scared of that. I don't want to accidentally murder my friends. And by
Yeah,
my
let's
friends,
not.
I mean me.
Yeah, let's not.
Hey! What's up? Rude? I don't like these guys. Uh-oh. Stop hurting my girlfriend. Yes, yes, yes. We're gonna have to show the animation for every single one.
Yep.
To works. Oh no, you guys, we have to work out where the two works are going. That's a lot of dudes about to run out of there. Okay, stop adding more guys. That's just ridiculous.
More men.
Blood. Oh. Uh-oh. Karlak is stunned.
That's not good.
And is in...
I won't give in.
Huh.
Light on my feet.
Not doing too hot over there.
Well... I don't know what to do about that.
Well,
So
my
cute.
character is so fucking far back, so I can't help you there.
Ow.
It's hot out there for we set the hose free.
It set the hose free. It's not hot for them anymore.
If you don't want to come to the dealership for an oil change for your truck, just have the mobile service truck combine for your house, princess.
For your house, princess. Princess.
Princess. I have the mobile service truck come to your house, princess. To fix your car, princess.
I hate it. Let me die. Okay. Cool. I can't.
Can't anything?
I don't know what to do about Karlak. I think she's just gonna have to take that hit, and then we'll have to heal
Even
her.
as a even stunned, she can't heal.
No, you don't. You can't do anything on your turn.
She might just have to take it. We might have to revive her.
Yep. Yeah, I'm looking through my shit.
I mean, what can get you out of stunned? You have like the salve one. Does that do anything? The salve arrows?
I
Oh,
already took my
you
turn.
took your turn. Shit. Yeah, you're just gonna have to revive her.
Sorry, girl. My bad. Does it? I'm thinking only...
I just didn't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm gonna look now because... Poison paralysis or blindness.
Not stunned.
Not stunned.
Shit.
Well...
I mean, okay. Does Orpheus still have like full moves?
He's got a bonus action, but I mean, he can do technically anything as a bonus action. He can...
Well, because I was going to say take a potion and throw it at her.
Yeah.
And maybe give her a couple extra HP, but...
We'll give her a potion.
I mean,
afterwards.
I'm just not close enough. I have healing word, but I'm not close enough.
It's okay. Listen, it won't kill her. It'll just knock her unconscious, and then we can throw a potion at her. I would rather throw a potion at her afterwards and give her a lot of hit points than give her some hit points and then have it all be wiped away.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Karlak. Love you.
Well, at least he'll be in it as well. Because he can't move anywhere.
Look at these little guys scurrying.
Bonk.
Ow.
Okay, put yourself in the bomb. I love it.
Yep. Why are you hissing at me, Sophie?
Oh yeah, she's
Yes.
definitely gonna die.
Oh yeah. Sorry, Karlak.
Yeah.
Look at these idiots.
No way.
She's raging. She comes back. Oh, gotta love a barbarian.
Yeah, but she has 1 HP.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, stop adding more dudes. Oh, there she goes.
All right.
I don't know what took her out, but
all right. We need to get over here. Okay.
Blood comes easy these days.
Okay.
I'm trying to decide what to do here.
Whatever. I'll just take the fucking opportunity attack because I can't go anywhere.
Okay, I'm gonna throw. I'll throw a potion onto her. This better.
It may work, may not work. I don't fucking know.
Better work. I just want to throw a low level one just to get her up. Oh, thanks. Too heavy to throw. It's a potion.
Yeah, you didn't have it in your hand, so you were trying to throw Karlak, I think.
Oh, okay. Sophie, stop it.
Nice.
Okay, she's up. I guess I'll mock this man.
Or not.
Okay. He had a 6% chance of being
Yeah,
successful. Okay, Karlak, just go over here. And bonus action. Take a real potion. Thanks. Are you still raging? Yes.
Mind Flayer.
Could you not right now? It's okay.
No.
She just healed. She's okay.
Nice. Oh, he saved. Unfortunate.
Of course he saved.
Unfortunate.
Just to make sure that I'm out of the circle. How many hit points does he have? 39? Okay. Guys. Oh. well, that's gonna take care of some of them.
Not enough of them.
Not enough, unfortunately. Ugh, I hate these guys the most.
Okay,
yes. They'll die. Ooh.
Okay.
Oh. Didn't like that blight.
Nice. Nice. What? Oh, because I got knocked.
Did you get knocked into it?
No. When that blight blew up, I got knocked down into the circle, and now I just got blown off the map.
What?
Oh, wait. Did I? Yeah, I think I did. I think I'm gone.
Oh my god.
I don't know. Oh,
Where
no.
are you?
My body's there, so I might be able to do it. That's craziness.
Well, you're still right here.
No, not my body. Astarian's body.
Oh. Sorry, I heard my and assumed you meant you.
Oh,
That's
yeah. No, I guess that was deceiving. Come on. Fuck you. Alright. Heal.
Hit him. You're fine. Where even are these men?
You crazy girl. Sheesh.
Sheesh.
I like how after all this time it finally lets you say that.
Huh?
Horseman says it all the time because of like the meme. And he gets automated all the time for misogyny.
That's crazy, really?
Yeah. But I guess it like finally accepted
for crazy girl. For
Yeah.
crazy girl, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was the and I was like, why
No.
is sheesh a bad thing?
Nope.
No, could you not attack my friend, please?
Okay, well.
I guess.
Finally got those
all I can
fuckers,
do
okay.
is hide because I don't think I can make it out. Cause like, where are we supposed, do we go up here? Like, where do we go? Well, he's got to be that way that we're supposed to go, but how do we get there? I mean, I guess I can Misty step up to where you're at.
Did you bring some for the rest of the class? Yeah, I did. They're on the table in the back.
Oh, no, I can't.
They're for after class, though.
Here. Target's too far. After class.
Yeah.
We could go right here. Stand in the fire. The fires of Mordor. Sophie, do you have the zoomies right now? What's going on?
The Pashumis?
The zoom zooms.
The pshoo!
Well, she can also just stand in some fire. She could just fucking jump up here, which is ridiculous.
Yes, this is where Astarion was, but then when the caustic guy blew up, it knocked him down.
It's crazy.
You're comfy in your blanket, you want to get up? Well, you don't have to get up till the end of class, so don't worry about it.
Oh, never mind. She can't reach the destination. She can't go through friends.
Nope.
It's fine. How far can he go with this? It's too far.
If you can't get up, you should see if you can bring Astarion back.
How?
With a revivify.
Where is he?
That glowing blue orb.
Oh. How?
We'll scroll over Revivify. You have 2, I have 4.
Target is blocked?
So have you've selected him, now you put him down?
What?
Have you selected him?
No. Okay, hold on.
So you select your scroll of Revivify it.
Yeah.
Okay. Then when he does that, you select your target, which should be the blue dot.
It won't let me choose the blue dot. I'll try again. Maybe I was too close? Choose destination. Here? And then that's where... Okay.
That's where he'll come
so
back.
I click... Okay, thank you. Like, where... I'm apparently very dumb.
You're not dumb.
It's not super intuitive.
There's blood in the air.
And now...
Did you get 6 and 8? We can appreciate. 2, 4, 6, 8.
Who do we appreciate? Poop.
Can't wait for these guys to die.
Idiots. Don't they see the giant
Idiots.
circles on the ground? Who just got hurt?
I don't know.
Okay. Grace. Oh, goodbye, statue. Ooh, can I use that to walk on?
I was gonna say that's probably how we can get up now. Yep, I see it. I see the path. All right. Well.
Well, I'm just... Oh, there's men.
Ooh, careful of the fire.
Yeah.
Oops, that one's not yours. This one's mine. Okay.
Nothing important is ever easy.
Bonus action.
Well, this is
Dash.
a problem. All right. Yeah, I guess I got a dash too.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
You're done. Can you run that far? You have to go over. But she can dash. I understand. Thanks for hanging, Grace.
Many hours of peopling is just too many.
That's far too many.
She can dash if she wanna. She can dash her friends behind. Because the friends don't dash, and if they don't dash, then they're no friends of mine. Good night, Grace.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, rude.
Huh? Did they get you?
No.
Oh.
Night-night.
Gnarp. Okay, well, maybe I'll just have him. How far can you
Can you go
levitate?
here?
Huh?
Can you go on this?
No.
Bummer.
I know.
Can you come over where Astarion is?
I can just make it past these men.
Oh.
So Astarion is all alone, unfortunately. But that's what I wanted.
It'll be fine. Where's this guy who's totally full health? Oh, way at the end there. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, he keeps like not moving, so. Gnarb.
Bow, bow.
Kabam. Kablam. Ka-chow.
Kaflooey.
Ugh. Stop spawning more dudes.
I've had it up to here with these men.
These men. I hope that's not too close to you. I missed. It doesn't matter.
Survival is all that matters.
I want to kill this man, but I know that if anyone's too close, it'll hurt them.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Okay, I am out of spell slots.
Amazing.
Cantrips it is.
Mm-hmm. Can trips.
Can I trip it?
Can I trip you? Trip we trip.
Oh, he's in the circle now.
He put himself in the circle.
Oh, you
He
do.
also, oh my god.
What
What a
idiots.
What a dingus.
Can you like knock him back somehow?
I think I can push him. Now I can do.
Yeah, now you can kill him.
Yeah. Mind blast.
Cool.
Hey. Just get back to Smith. My arm's a little close. A little close for comfort. Come on in.
Hey, do you like surprises?
Hey. Come on into the circle. See what happens. These idiots. Oh, it didn't get him. Okay.
Oh, it hasn't gone off now, I guess.
This guy is just gonna live forever. Oh shit. Okay. Sorry, Karlak. A little too close. That's fine. Okay, go.
Wow. Rude. I'm surprised you didn't do it, Horseman.
Just go here. And then we'll go. Okay.
What was that?
I was trying to just move, but apparently I had attack selected. So now I'm just gonna hide.
Okay.
I was trying to go around this man and I failed. So that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate.
Okay.
You don't want to overdo it. It's okay. The audio doesn't go on the VOD, so.
Ah, yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. But did we all save? No, Karlak didn't. Okay. Karlak, girl.
Girl.
He's not blocked, he's right there.
Oh.
We saved. Cool! Scoochy a little bit over this way. Just a little scooch. Poo 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 poo.
Poo 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 poo.
Poo 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 poo.
Nice.
He's not dead.
Yeah, that one is. Just the first one's not. Oh, but now there's no more people. Oh, these are more nautiloids. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Well.
With invalid target. Why is he invalid? He's literally. Oh, because he's dead, but he's still floating. Okay. That's fine.
Alright, I guess we're
Why can't
burning
I
for a
do-
second here.
Why can't I go through? Not enough movement? You're fine. Very well.
What path lies before you?
Okay.
$12 damage.
critical miss. Not just a regular miss, but a critical miss.
Critical. Oh, he's frightened.
Not too frightened to do that shit. Gotta go in that door, it looks like, by the way.
The door that we're right next to?
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, Karlach might even be safe there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she is for right now. Why are you... I don't want to do that. Just go again. Okay. Amazing. Cool. Just what I wanted.
Skitter, 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 skitter.
I know. Pew pew pew. Pew pew. Hey.
Okay.
How are you still... How did that only do... Really? That's so upsetting. I'll just get this bitch.
Okay, my turn.
Karlach, just... Here.
Yeah, let's just go over here. Let's just be safe. Let's toss a little... 25? Sure, fuck it. Fuck it, we ball.
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody saved on that one.
He didn't, though. It's fine. I'll take an attack of opportunity. Oh, he didn't take it. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, he's gonna... We are... Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, no.
We were very clumped. He's right on the edge. Maybe he'll get him.
Nope.
No. If it would have been one of us, it would have counted. Oh my god, you guys.
What
go
happens
away.
if we just go in the room?
I don't know. Let's find out. What do you mean rage ended? I guess it only lasts for a certain number of turns. It cannot reach.
Keep guessing.
Oh.
Okay, well that answers the question.
We get a cutscene. Dragon, dragon, dragon. Kill it, dragons! Kill it, dragons!
You are persistent. You
Ah, sexy.
Protection.
Perfection.
Witness protection program. Nope.
Oh,
No.
yay, a Healy. Is everyone
Okay.
here?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Let's heals.
Oh, we're not even stunned anymore?
Oh my gosh. All right. Perfect. Okay. Pee break. Stretch
Yeah,
break.
yeah,
Pee
yeah.
break. Everything break.
Yeah, everybody take 5 minutes.
All right.
To walk around for a second, get a
New
snack,
save. High
do
haul.
the things you gotta do.
Yeah, because we got a whole more mess left to go. All right. BRB, guys.
Okay. BRB, BRB.
Okay, I am back. Doesn't look like Gigi's back yet, but that's okay. Okay, we got all of our spells back. I did a hard save.
No traps, please.
Is there just health potions in this? The potion of angelic slumber is great, but can be very dangerous.
I always dreamed of walking these halls, you know. My dreams never included a giant brain or smoldering ruins, but I'll take what I can get. Then we'd better make it count.
Is this a special kiss? No? Damn.
We'd better survive this, because I never want to stop doing that.
I walk into the room and see you making out.
Yeah, she's like, this might be the last time we like could ever possibly share a kiss. And he was like,
my
well,
God.
then we better make it count.
Can't say for sure. But we've come through a lot already.
Yeah, we
it
have.
would hardly do to fail now.
I was just waiting for you.
Well, I want to kiss my girlfriend too.
We can do this, darling. We're nearly there.
Yeah, darling. Love one last kiss.
Oh, she doesn't say anything? That's not
She
fair.
might. Oh. Oh, she moans though. Girl.
I am the 100th caller. What's up, Ray? 100 stream streak. That's quite see. That's so many
100.
streams.
What were we doing again?
Oh.
Yeah, you're welcome. What can I say except you're welcome? You're welcome.
Fight a big old brain.
I was about to do the rap, but I won't for Gigi's sake.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, you
All
ready?
right. Yeah. Are you ready to face the Netherbrain? I guess.
In a row. Wait, why is it me?
No, man.
You touched it. I'm prettier. My boobs are
Okay,
prettier.
wow. Excuse
My
me?
boobs are more booby than your boobs. My boobs are barely. My boobs would not be able to wear that outfit.
No, mine certainly not.
Nobody's ever seen me 100 times, let alone in a row. That's.
Fuck 'em up.
Hang on, hold on. Crazy upper body strength right now.
You are flashing the world right now.
I have underwear on, see?
Okay.
Somehow I have underwear on underneath, but I definitely am not wearing underwear.
It's gotta be attached like super high up.
I've got like the highest waist, high waist thong ever.
The highest waist.
Why
The
is it me?
least-
You literally
I
touched
don't
it.
know. I did. It's fine. I don't care.
I care.
No.
This is your playthrough. Oh, here's everybody else.
Hey. Not me.
You're at the back there like, guys, I'm coming.
Listen, I have very little strength.
So little endurance. Oh, you're right there.
It's the only hope we have.
It's the only hope we have.
This motherfucker.
Hey, girl, hey! Remember when we fucked that one time? Oh, sorry. No, we redid the save. Just kidding.
My gods! I didn't think they were real. Not really.
I know you. I know everything so do they.
Okay.
Up ahead. Time to cast the spell again. Break its will.
Okay, who is this? Me? Me. Me.
All of us. It's all of us.
No, I meant specifically who was I controlling in this exact moment.
Oh, yeah.
Good idea.
What do you have right now? Oh, nice. He's got volatile shields. Okay. So
Have fun braining. Okay.
Okay, bye. My nickname is to Big Titty God Girls. Oh no. Don't.
This is good.
Okay, his temporary hit points are We're just like, fuck this man.
No, I don't want to fuck him. That's the whole point.
Oh, right. Oh, look, a dragon.
Critical miss. Okay, well, I'll just go die, I guess.
No. Actually, I think I'm gonna stay up here.
That's everyone's weakness?
Not wrong.
But why do they have to be goth? Why can't it be like a big titty, like, kawaii girl?
We're like big titty goth girls.
Whatever.
A mistake was made.
Oh, big titty girls. I also have a side weakness to thick booty Latinas. Again, not thick booty ooh girls though, I see. I see.
Oh, you should probably rage.
I'm
There
just
you go.
fucking with you guys. You can have your kinks, you weirdos.
Ya weirdos.
You fucking weirdos. With your goddamn kinks and shit.
And shit.
Oh, tentacle.
Yeah.
You can sign me up for thick booty ooh girls too. Good. I just want to make sure there's no discrimination.
I don't know when the right time is to do the thing though.
What thing?
With the nether stones.
Oh, you have to get Orpheus up there.
Yeah. Got it.
Perfection. Yield to it.
There's so many.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Oh god.
You're so stupid. Okay. Why? Oh, we both got fucked. Okay. That could be fun. Ugh, that's bullshit, because I was definitely gonna do some crazy shit.
Let me do a heal. Okay. What?
Hmm?
I was trying to see what that was.
Oh, that was me. I did nebulous black hole.
Ah, I see. I just didn't remember ever seeing that particular attack. Yeah.
The Six Flags? Oh yeah.
I do.
We talked
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, we talked about this before. Love Vanga Boss is coming. Love Vanga Boss is coming.
Fall down. Stop it.
Oh.
Oh, is he dead now?
Oh yeah.
Get fucked.
Oh yeah, he did.
Okay, okay. Okay. So, okay.
You need to go. Get to the crown and cast a spell to dominate the brain. I can hold them here.
Not me,
Just you?
though.
Sorry.
Okay. Shit.
Where's my arrow of dragon slaying? Do I not have an action? Hello?
Don't forget we have allies too.
Oh, but I'm trying to. Can I not do anything?
You? You're fearful. I don't. Yeah, there shouldn't be anything.
Like I can't move or anything.
If the gods are watching me.
And can't take additional actions. Well, why are you even giving me the option to have... I'm so confused. Can I bonus action? No? Okay, then well I guess that's my turn. Can you drink a healing potion?
I mean, okay, that didn't show, but sure.
No, I can't drink a healing potion. I can't do anything. Amazing. Well, Kylak's just gonna die. I can't call forth allies. Cool.
Cleaning, going through stuff, and I found something Six Flags and started humming the tune. I miss Six Flags. There isn't one near me.
Who's around here? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Why? Stop. Don't.
You have Dollywood, but it's not the same. Who needs Six Flags? You got Dolly. Yeah, it's not the same.
There are so many.
Well, I'm down.
Karlach's dead.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't even get to do anything. Because she got, like, stunned immediately. Okay. Stop.
Astarion's down.
This is going great. So, you're dead.
Karlach's dead.
This has gone so good. Cool. Cool. I could, let's see, I can throw a potion onto Astarion. Hopefully.
Okay.
Great. Bonus action.
Okay. Let's move. Okay, there's another tentacle.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
It's fine.
We could call forth allies?
Its coasters are considered world class. Okay, well let me, I guess, be a little bit more specific. I remember going to Six Flags with my friends because I had friends locally to be able to do things with, like, go to Six Flags.
I select oh, that would have been really useful before everyone died. How do I select one?
One what?
One ally. Or is it just all of them?
No, you should be able to select one. Do you have a movement? Or do you have an action?
I don't have action.
Oh.
Because I healed Astarion. Cool,
Oh.
cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh.
Cool and great. Amazing.
No, you're doing fine.
Here. Have some sand.
You blinded a dragon with sand.
Sure. Okay, bye.
Just imagine walking up to a dragon and just being like, with like a sand in your hand, just like blow it out of your hand. And he's like, ah, I'm blind. I can't fucking see anymore. I'm a dragon.
I can't fucking see anymore. I'm a fucking dragon. Okay. How did you fall? You're floating.
I only went with those kinds of places with kids' field trips, Snow Trip Making Sun. Employee Appreciation Day? That's
Oh
cool.
my god, he's about to die. Cool. Sure. I can say it. Hey.
Boom.
Okay, now let's call forth this girl. Oh, am I in charge of her?
Yeah.
Okay. Amazing. Are you still blinded? Blinded by the light.
Light.
Wrapped up like a douche rolling in the night. Blinded by the light.
Light.
Can you make it? Get. Okay, how can I get?
Gigi has so many characters to control, and I have Astarion.
I'm terrified. I hate this. Bro, I don't fucking know, man. Die, I guess. I'm just trying to get this man up here, but he's gonna die.
Great.
How do they have so many spell slots? Sure, that makes sense. She was just summoned. She
And
has
she's gonna
12
die.
hit points.
Mm-hmm.
She has 12 hit points.
Uh-huh.
Cool. I get it. Okay, I get it. Things are bad. Sure. Sure.
Let me know when you're ready to call it and reload. You tell me.
Listen, it's gone real bad. Maybe we should reload. I was just waiting on you.
No. You tell me.
What do you mean everything was going perfectly?
Yeah, that went real well.
That one's so bad. Immediately. Oh, okay. Cool. I'm gonna touch it. I'm gonna touch the stem. Are you ready to face the Netherbrain? Clearly not. Honestly, clearly not ready at all.
Why is it
Is it
me
gonna be you
again? Oh my god.
That's it. We have.
Go away. Yes, I understand. Everything's bad. We killed the Emperor really quickly, though. That was nice.
All right. Right, well. Astarion and I are safe, thanks. I thought it was much bigger than this, I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. I understand.
That is.
Don't worry about it, I guess.
That was not my intention.
No, you're safe.
I assumed it was much bigger than this. I'm sure you guys hear that a lot.
Bonus action. Get mocked, bitch. 4% chance? Beautiful. This seems like a really good idea.
You guys might enter my dome if you would like.
Oh, yeah. Let's do that.
What?
Oh. Can we start over? I was trying to select back to Gertrude that it would attack her. I was trying to swap back and end my and cancel end turn. Carlax just so mad.
Oh god.
Guys.
I know.
Oh god, that was so. Oh, that was so funny. All right, I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna drop the dome. Oh my gosh, that was so funny.
So. Ooh. Hell yeah.
Okay.
Like we're like, fuck the Emperor in particular.
Well, yeah, you gotta go for him first.
Mm-hmm. 7 damage.
Oh, it's add quote 1 word, Nikki. There we go. Perfect.
So let me scoot forward just a smidge.
Nice.
Yeah. Bonus action. That's.
Yeah, no, autocorrect on the phone does it a lot.
Bend turn.
It's like you clearly meant to put a space here. Luckily, my phone starts to kind of learn and stops correcting a lot of commands now.
Mm-hmm. Where are you going?
You guys may not enter my dome.
No, no. You're stunned. Stop trying to talk to our boy.
Die.
That went well.
Your threat to kill the dead twice over.
Yeah.
Critical miss.
Is it my Hunger of Hadar now?
No. I just am shit. Do it again. And is anybody over here concentrating on anything? I don't think so.
Dominated Red Dragon. Camera scales. All incoming damage reduced by 2. Advantage against spells and magical effects. Okay.
He's immune to fire, which makes sense.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and then I guess I don't think I have enough movement to go there and then come back. So I'll just end my turn. Can't tell me what to do. Oh. Oh, Karlak, you poor weak-willed.
My specter.
At least they didn't go for us, though. I mean, they couldn't, you know, go for us. Oh, bye. Oh, Karlak. That's gonna be a problem.
Oh, I didn't. Okay, good thing he's in there and he didn't get hurt because he did not look like it was in there. Sorry. That's fine though, I guess.
Death's cold grip.
Alright, let's. Okay. I'm a chap.
Okay, can I get there? Oh.
Can you disengage and go?
No. Not as a bonus action.
Damn, okay.
Seemed like a really good idea at the time.
Yeah, now he's just gonna be the only target.
Yeah.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. Here it comes.
Mm-hmm.
Dang, I think she's immune to fire. Well, not immune, but resistant.
Yeah.
Okay. The dome is done.
I should leave this place. I don't like it here. There's too many dudes. Did I just mock a tentacle? I sure did. Really?
Wish I could scroll out just a tiny bit more. Other than going above.
I just want to go to here. Please don't.
Charm the
I
tentacle.
charmed that tentacle, baby. How close do I have to be?
You have to touch it.
Of course I do. That's what she said.
Yerp.
Okay. Then I will.
I don't like that some of the tentacles have like tentacles coming off the tentacles.
Right? That's tentacleception, and that's just unnatural. Fall down again. I feel like this one started off better than than the last. The one doesn't count. That the actual one that we did. Stop it. Stop it. Ah, tits.
Yeah, I think we gotta get these guys out earlier.
Yeah. It's just like I was trying to just get Orpheus to the thing.
I know.
Okay. Maybe I can teleport?
I bit a dragon.
Nom nom. Happy. Ugh. I don't know.
Do you have any arrows of dragon slaying for the dragon?
Yeah, I've shot him with 2.
Okay.
I need like one more action.
I know.
And I really wish that I could summon a person via bonus action. But alas.
All ass.
All ass indeed. I'm gonna mock this tentacle. That just makes me happy. Rude. Drop your sword.
She pushed me in the explosion.
That bitch. Wow. Wow. Oh, I'm down. Love it.
I'm down.
It's going so good. It started so good. We need to call people in sooner. I feel dumb.
I'm dead.
Sure are. Right.
Okay.
Bro, I don't know what to do. Okay, these fuckers suck. Am I not raging anymore? Oh, because I had to take that turn to run. Ugh.
Ugh.
Cool. What a great fucking use of my existence. Oh, you just wanted to finish him off. Amazing. Okay, we're about to be entirely dead. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Let's Should we do another save post cutscene?
Oh, sure.
I mean, as much fun it is.
Yeah.
as it is to skip
It's totally.
I love it.
Totally. Like, I hear you. I'm doing it. I'm working on it. My God.
Looks like that. My God.
Okay. And quick save. Okay. Okay. Hold on. So.
Fucker.
I think. Hear me out.
Yeah.
I'm going to drop the orb down, but a little bit closer because we need to start pushing, like ASAP.
Right. All right then. And we can move in the orb. So I think as long as we just like stay with you, yeah.
Okay. Then you'll be free to check the king.
You're free to take the king. He's going to sacrifice himself. No, Ron, no. I'm gonna blind this tentacle. Is immune to blind.
Wow. Critical miss.
Great.
All of them.
Amazing. We're doing so good. Carla, come here. Just murder this tentacle. Oh, it's invulnerable.
Yeah. That's funny. That's fine.
That's annoying. Okay. Cute. Okay.
Actually, let's do this again.
Okay.
So without the fucking tentacle in there. I'll go a little bit more center. It's so ridiculous. He popped up like right after I did it. It's so dumb.
Hey!
Oh, hey, thanks for the invulnerability.
Oh my god, I love it.
I still don't want him to like just be able to like walk into it, you know what I mean?
Should get started.
Okay.
Okay. Swift as my feet can carry me.
Hi, Porky. How are you? Welcome in.
Hi. Cool. Did like no damage. That's amazing. That's my favorite thing in the entire world.
Trying to save some spell slots here.
Aye aye.
Wait, is he somehow invulnerable? He
He
is.
shouldn't be.
He is. He's got to
I
be
did
like.
damage.
No. This tentacle right here is like not in the circle, but somehow like it's still counting. But I think he's far enough away that he won't do super. He'll just be annoying until the dome's over.
Yeah. Well, Karlak is technically in there, but
Yeah, as long as she's getting the bonus. Good, how are you? We're finishing Baldy tonight.
we're doing our best. Hello, everyone. It's me. This man. There's a bonus action. I'm gonna... I don't know.
Summon some people.
I can't with this man.
Oh, really?
No. I only have the option with Gertrude and Karlak.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Oh, I can't summon that inside of the dome. Fine! Sorry, I'm trying to do cool shit. Oh, this is like a per short rest kind of thing. This is just like a thing that I can do as an action.
Cool. You really don't give a fuck, do you, right now? Trying to show you off. Trying to show you off. It's like I was dreaming. Sorry, baby girl. I was just trying to show you off. Because you're so pretty.
Oh, what happened to Karlak? She got stunned by something? Okay. Well, she's still invulnerable, so that's all that matters. She just can't move.
Little baby. I know, she is my baby.
Okay, who can I call forth? Let's see.
I will also call somebody, so you let me know who you are.
Maybe... I'm trying to think who we can get to take out these guys.
I'm gonna do the firestorm, I think.
Okay. The Kithraki Inferno?
No, the Roland's firestorm.
Okay.
Do it right. Where's these guys? Can I get two of these guys on one? No. Alright, I'm gonna get these guys then. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wee! Nice.
Okay.
Nice. Okay.
I know her tummy's upset. I know. I'm just so terrible.
I'm gonna get.
I still get the heals. That's funny.
So much
Okay.
for peace.
I'm gonna get archers. Let's see if I can get them to. Nice. And then bonus action. I don't fucking know.
First step is the hardest.
No.
Oh. Why did you move?
Because I went to go summon and I moved for whatever reason. It's fine. I'll Misty step back in.
Oh, that's crazy.
I don't know why it made me move for that. That's craziness.
Because of course it did. This guy is stunned. Got a thing. That would be really fun. And back in we go. Just out here eating brains.
Dragon will be huge.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she can't believe she lost her rage already. Okay, that's fine.
Wayne's World. Party time.
Wayne's
Excellent.
They're gonna be dead immediately, but that's fine. Yeah. Oh no. No, that's not good.
That's not great.
I just wanted you guys to take out these guys.
It's okay. They got a next turn before they die.
That's true.
Okay. No dome anymore, so we gotta start pushing now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Oh.
Oh, rage first. Rage first before I forget. I want to try to do this again. Glorious. Then I'll try to do this again.
Can't stay idle.
Oh, I got it. If I can get him. Don't. Because I can get him right up there.
Need to find a way forward.
Okay. That's all I can do.
Karlak. Bestie. No. Okay, great.
Oh, it's so close.
I know. I really wish that Gertrude wasn't fucking commanded. Okay, the tentacles are not the problem. The tentacles are not the problem. Okay.
Yeah, but they're the closest.
Yeah.
Who? Me? It's gonna be me. Yep.
Rude. No. That's my sword. You know what?
Down?
It's you know what? They're targets for them to get in other than us.
Yeah.
As terrible as that sounds.
Yeah.
He just needs to touch it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. 9 damage. Amazing. Fantastic. That went super well. Okay.
Time to move.
Still
Okay.
on feet.
It's better than 8 damage? You're so right, bestie. Where's my... Oh. Great.
Okay. We're gonna get him up there to the crown.
Karlak, you just hang out right here. It's probably fine. Okay, you
Nice.
just need to get up to it. And now I can do this. Is that it?
Yeah, you do it for like 2 turns or something.
Okay. Got it. Okay, keep me going.
Yeah, but if you get knocked out of it.
No.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Nice.
Nice, nice, nice. Both of us. Nice,
Nice,
nice, nice. Don't tell me what to do. No, no, no. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh, he's bugging.
He dancing. He dancing.
Oh, he's stuck. Was he stuck? Oh, okay, good.
Nope. Oh, okay.
Okay, good.
We're like,
Okay, yeah.
That's fine.
This motherfucker has 4 damage left, like.
It's ridiculous.
See? Yep.
Damn it. Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Well, that's not what we wanted to happen.
Okay, I'm gonna call forth some ally.
I know, I was gonna think about doing the same.
I'm gonna call the Gur.
I'm gonna call forth.
This moves over here, kind of. I guess just be some body bait. Okay.
God, I need to be able to zoom out.
Let me see. These guys are definitely gonna die.
Let me get.
All right, let's just do a mass healing word.
I'm gonna do Hellrider Platoon.
Okay. And then toss this shit. No, I'm just gonna get this motherfucker here. All right, dragon done.
Oh, you got the dragon?
Yeah. He's just taking 25 years to die. Okay.
Okay. Then as a bonus action, I'm gonna sand toss this motherfucker. Okay, cool. Critical miss. Beautiful. My favorite thing in the whole world.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you... How do I know it's gonna take a... Oh, it just takes a whole action to re-equip my weapon, doesn't it? It's fine.
Yep.
It's fine. I can't have her just punching. Hey, what's up? What's up, bitch?
No. No.
No. Okay. So, fuck you. Rude. Hi. Oh, you tried to kiss me?
Oh, without consent, that's wooed.
Yeah. Wow, how embarrassing. A critical miss.
Alright, we might lose some people here. With the Nautilus.
Just a couple.
Oh, we didn't actually lose them. That's crazy. Okay. All right.
Okay. Seriously?
He's dead?
I'm so fucking useless. Woo, love it. Okay. Who's here? No, fuck it. I would like to be reflected. Thank you.
Okay. Nice.
And then second attack. Maybe it is.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Beautiful, gorgeous, amazing. Bonus action. Rage again. Should have done that first, but that's fine. And then he was stunned, so he couldn't do anything. Oh no, his turn comes next. Let's try this again.
Okay. Yeah, it's like 2 or 3 turns. I don't remember how many. Okay, come on, little NPCs.
You got this. Let's go.
Nice. Come on, come on, come on.
Baby dashing. Take this guy out. Ha! Ho!
Ha!
Ho! Ha! Ho!
Woohoo!
Thanks.
What's that do? Is that the one where it fully
this-
restores us? Wisdom
No,
saving
don't-
throws and death saving throws?
Yeah. It just helps. Don't.
Yeah,
Tell me.
Beacon of Hope says, well, your allies will gain the maximum hit points possible when healed. So yeah, it is the same thing.
When healed, but
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
God,
yeah.
I thought you were. Yeah.
Yeah, so like if I do a heal.
Yeah. There, you can't see shit through that dragon. Don't tell me what to do. You can do it, brave little toaster. Oh my god.
It's okay, I don't think we have.
No. We're fine.
We
Oh,
lost some
well.
NPCs, but it's all good.
Was very okay.
Okay.
Orpheus is just outside of that circle. Go stab this man. Ah. What?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do a big ol' heal here.
Nice. Who's around? Who's bad? I
They're
can't
all
see
down
shit.
below, yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna end that turn. You come here and murder. Oh, you can't quite make it. Cool. Amazing.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad.
Well, he's not moving at the moment, so that's unfortunate.
Okay.
Just don't be in the circle. Okay.
Okay.
Did we get it? Did we win?
Well, that part,
know.
yeah.
Yeah. Stab it!
Even bound, its will is stronger than anything you've ever felt. The chains shake, threatening to break at any moment.
It's vulnerable, but not defeated. Use the portal. We will bring it down together.
Ugh. Phase 1 million.
All right. So now we all just have to touch the portal, but we all should be really close.
Okay, well, he's here. I'm just gonna have him. Can I get it?
Touch the butt. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up, little Susie.
Makeup. Makeup.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Yes. These bitches got the rest. They're fine.
Yeah.
They don't even need us.
Just don't stand in the circles, you guys. Yep. Be smart enough to not stand in the circles. They're not smart enough to not stand.
They're actually moving.
Well, some of them, yeah. Oh my god.
Because they're all going for the same tentacles. It's so funny.
Yeah. So many tentacles. 10 tickles.
10 tickles. Disgusting.
Disgusting. Okay, working on it.
Tentacruel.
There you are, you wretched thing. Time to die.
Hi.
Hi. So, don't stand on the ones that are red.
Got it. Noted. Just go down here. What do I mean?
10 stickles.
Okay, you apparently decided to not go to where I said you should go. That's super great. I'm so glad you did that. Oh, because, right, you have to like climb. Got it.
Yeah, they have to climb on the thingy things.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Fuck this gate up!
It's my strongest. I guess this.
You just... I just go down here and then jump.
Nice.
Nice.
we're so
damage,
we're literally like
hey.
just a bunch of teenagers. Nice. Nice. Those fucking seagulls from fucking.
Yeah. Mine. Nice. Just go down here. I don't know if that did anything. I don't think it did. Oh my god, I can't zoom out or anything. I'm just right up in its business. Okay, that's great and amazing. You concentrating on anything right now?
I
don't know. Let's try.
You are marked for negation, by the way.
What does that mean?
The affected entity is within range of the Netherbrain's orb of negation. The orb will explode, dealing 20 to 200 force damage.
Cool.
Yeah, so careful of that.
No, what to do about that.
Do you have any movement left at all?
I'm not standing on anything.
No, but do you have any movement left? Like, I don't know if it's because you're like in the range of this little orb. Do you see the orb above you?
Yeah, I do. I do not have any movement left.
Damn.
At all.
Damn.
Yeah, it's probably fine. I can be brought back.
Maybe it won't be 200.
Maybe
Alexa,
it'll be 20.
stop. Yeah. Okay, so now we gotta go. Oh. Okay. So. You got...
Insta-dead.
Obliterated. Was the word I was gonna use. The word obliterated is what comes to mind.
Yeah. It sure does. Sure does. That's crazy because I was not in the fucking red. That's fine.
No, I think it's a round circle. Like, I don't think because you were on a red platform. I think you were just like in the actual area. And I didn't notice until after. But we quick saved it at the beginning of this if we need to do it again.
So good.
Is your little blue orb even anywhere, or are you vaporized? I don't even see your blue orb.
I don't see my blue orb. I had, like, there was a body.
Yeah, but then it was on the platform that disintegrated.
No, it wasn't, though. That's the thing.
Oh, it was for me. You, like, plopped over dead, and then, like, the platform's, like... Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know either. Well, let's just move you over here. Negation. Jesus.
It's not negation, it's deletion.
Absolute
vaporization. Yeah.
Are you just... Can I not? Okay, well, fine. I'll just smack you.
Exterminate.
Literally. Exterminate.
Yeah, punch it. Punch that brain.
Which is so hard. I didn't. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. We're doing great. Other than me. Who has ceased to exist.
Okay. Starian's just up on this platform all by himself over here, just living his best life, I guess.
Like, hey!
Hey! You guys are doing great down there!
You're doing great, Sweaty! Can I just stab you?
Oh gosh, okay. No, like it literally is a DPS race. It's crazy. Yay!
Except for Gertrude. Poor Gertrude. She's too hot to be dead. No, you surrender. Oh, hey, no, I'm alive. I'm here.
Hey.
Join me. Wield me. Become absolute.
No.
And thus, I honor my mother's legacy.
Oh.
The grand design, once again, ended by my line.
The brain
See,
is
it
on
was
the cusp of
on
its
purpose.
final
It's perfect.
thought, and it's taking all of Orpheus's strength to keep it there. An opportunity, perhaps.
Hold on, can we?
Yeah.
Can we try to get number 2? And get the achievement?
Sure.
I don't even know
I'll
if we'll
cheat
get it
more.
for both. Yeah.
Oh, Angie face.
Yeah. Okay, so I've never seen this.
I'm so mad. Oh my god!
Stop! Stop! What are you doing?
I've been evil all along.
Dun dun dun.
Conquer.
I don't know if I'll get the achievement too. I hope so.
We'll find out.
Okay, you're hot when you're mean though?
I'm so hot though. Karlak, I'm sorry.
It's okay, this isn't actually how the game's gonna end.
I know, it's not real. It's
None of
not
this is real.
None of this. Dude, I'm so fucking hot evil though. You guys. I'm gonna slouch on the chair though. Girl. You can't clip it, it's not real.
Tell me when you get the achievement so that we can just
So we can
reload
make
it.
it go away?
So we can make it go away, yeah.
Y'all.
Starian's so happy.
So she's like, yeah.
Karlak's like mind controlled though, but Astarian's into it.
Oh.
So no head. In my name, yeah.
In my
Did you get it?
name. Not yet.
Fuck.
Do we have to see like all of the cutscene?
The world is yours. All who still draw breath bow to you. Your authority is unmatched.
Authority.
Your power is absolute.
Girl. We have to see all the consequences of our actions.
Doesn't matter, they don't exist.
The potential consequences of our potential actions. What could have been.
Yeah, they redid all the endings. I remember Faded. I haven't seen like half of them yet. I haven't seen this one. Oh, we're your like little slaves now.
Hello, friends. Do my bidding. Hey.
It's yours, soldier. Ultimate power. What will you do? You have come so far. Once you wished for nothing more than to survive. But now your dreams are far grander. By your hand alone, the future of all things shall be determined.
That's too much pressure.
Or so it would have been, had you not indulged too often in the power that the Olympics provided. Now the scales demand to be balanced. Ceramorphosis beckons.
I have to do stuff. It's fine. I just need a natural 20. Nope.
Yeah, I've fucking never seen this before. I'm so intrigued right now.
Hold on, I'm inspired.
Doesn't matter. We're resetting anyway, so go for it.
It's not real.
Yeah.
No, hold on. I can do it. Hold on. I can make it. I can make it happen. Hold on. Give me a second.
I wanted
No,
her to like
first?
get the ending that we're not like gonna like, experience like out of the way first, and then we can do like the real ending and all that stuff.
Yeah, because none of this matters.
Yeah.
One more time. One more try. Oh. Oh. Well.
Did you fail?
Yeah. I was so hot though. Oh, I don't like that. Many tentacles.
Your penis is gone.
Shh! Don't talk about it. Man, remember when I was hot?
Tell me when this fucking achievement pops so we can.
I know,
leave.
and nothing, nothing.
This is but the first conquest. Every realm shall quake at your power. Every tongue shall speak your name in awe. Every god shall perish in your shadow. This world is yours. Now for the rest.
We have to see all of it.
That's so crazy.
I
mean, I guess technically we could just skip, but
No, I want to see it.
I know that's what
though.
I'm saying. Yeah, so we're not gonna, but we could. You have to face the consequences of your choices. These are just pretend choices, though, Khaleesi.
They're not real. They're not real choices. It's fake.
Yes, it said that, Faded. It said you indulged too much.
You get a tadpole. You get a tadpole. Wah. Just my toes just out.
I was gonna say your little flippy floppies. All right.
Do you want to give me an achievement?
I got it. I heard
Okay,
it.
Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. I got 3.
Okay. Okay. Woof. Get that shit out of here.
Get it away.
Get that shit out
It's
of
not
here.
real. It's not real.
Get that shit out of here. All right, now let's do the real ending.
Yeah. It's not real. It didn't happen.
Thus, I honor my mother's
Oh,
legacy.
hey.
It was all a dream.
Oh.
Design once again ended by
There was no ending.
The brain is on the cusp of its
Jedi mind tricks.
I got 3 because this is my first time finishing the game.
Yeah, yeah. So you got like the thank you for playing and then like the beat the game thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. For real though.
I must obey. I must end.
Hopes, nightmares, and the screams of legions upon legions of unborn illithids. The pain rips through you, obliterating all thought, all feeling. Your tadpole burns in your brain. Silence. For the first time in a long time, your thoughts are entirely your own. And then, gravity.
Oh. This Wilhelm scream. Ah!
Fall stab someone. Yeah. I thought about that. I was like, where's it going? It's probably causing some destruction, but you know.
It's, you know what? It's like a superhero movie. No one ever thinks about the
Yes,
insurance
Faded.
of the destruction.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
Yeah, I saw that too, Faded. It's
Yeah,
hilarious.
a couple people have mentioned it, yeah. But yeah, I think about that, especially like Marvel, like not just like the movies, but like the actual comic books. Like they have a whole company of people that cleans up after the superheroes and stuff. Damage control.
Oh, hey, that was the fish guy. Sorry I destroyed your boat. I hope you're not dead. I was like, can I buy anything from you? He's like, yeah, I've got some fish. And he had literally 3 fish for me to buy.
Yeah. At least he was honest. He's like, I have fish.
Listen, I got fish, bro. I got fish. No.
Like that's the same woman and kid.
Either you do good things.
Mhm.
She got him. Hell yeah. Look it, the town's protecting itself. Ah! Look at that pointy stick. Right in the gooch. Their blood is pretty.
Yeah, I said that earlier. I like that it's silver.
Yeah.
Everything you did, everything you sacrificed, it was worth it. For this.
Listen, it was self-defense, Andy. I like how there's no mention of the fact that I was literally vaporized. I'm just fine.
We did it!
Stupid helmet.
We actually did it! And the city's still standing.
My powers, they're draining. Just like Mazora said they would.
Why is his head sideways?
Fucking hell. It's over.
And we didn't even have to turn into mind flayers to do it.
You're so shiny.
Sorry, I didn't mean to, well, you know.
Even when my time in the prism stretched out like eternity, when escape seemed impossible, I never lost hope. I knew that my destiny was to liberate my people, to return to them triumphant. I was wrong. It seems I can only fulfill one part of my destiny. My people will be liberated, but I cannot return to them. Not like this.
Not like this.
You helped me destroy that abomination. Now help me destroy myself. You must kill me.
I did promise.
But first, Lae'zel, I need your promise. Carry my hope.
Stab him.
Carry my burden. Call my dragons, Kulos and Kuthos, and ride to the Astral Sea. Destroy Vlaakith. Release our people. Be our future and our legacy.
Yeah, do the thing.
It will be done. I will never be free while my people are still bound by Vlaakith's chains.
Enough talk. Give me my freedom. Freedom from this form.
Your nails are on point, though. I'm just gonna do it. I promised. I'm a good person. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you. Oh, we're gonna do it slowly? Okay.
Gitka Tavkim crushed.
I appreciate you, buddy. You did so good.
Kulos!
Dragon.
Oh, look at these little babies.
I can never forget you. Your name will be etched in our slates. You will be called Mlagir, Liberator.
Oh, do you want this sword? Nah, she's fine.
To the skies!
Goodbye. It was nice knowing you. Except for the time that you were kidnapped.
For this day at least.
With the Githyanki gone, there's nothing left but the silence of the city. Smoldering, waiting to be rebuilt. But it seems that Gale's mind is elsewhere.
Gale, please. This is not the time to be morosely lost in thought.
The crown.
It's somewhere in the Chiontha. If I salvage the stones, I can reforge it. The power of Karsus would be in my hands. But what then? What would I do with it once I have it?
Leave it.
A wise suggestion. I felt a hubris once before and landed myself with this orb. Think I'd rather not make the same mistake again. If this adventure has taught me anything, is that there are things in this world far more valuable than power.
Leave it.
Besides, growing quite fond of this merry band of ours, but I'd quite like to see what happens to it. I'm sure Mistra will summon me soon enough, but until then, I propose we celebrate our victory the mortal way, with a drink in our hands and reckless abandon in our
Welcome back,
hearts.
Azarel.
Ah,
Reckless abandon.
that might be the smartest thing you've ever said, Gale. What do you think? Time for a quick one? Before the work begins
She wants
again?
a quickie. All right, let's go. The gate is genuinely follically challenged. Bye. I think it's time we part ways.
There is much to do. But a drink might be nice. A seat would be better.
I honestly don't mind what we do once we get to the... Ow! What the...
Oh,
no.
buddy.
Oh, God. Well...
Somebody get him an umbrella.
It was nice when it lasted. Ah! I'm sorry. I have to go.
We
Oh,
will
buddy.
find you, Astarion. And Boo will bring a sunflower.
Oh, buddy.
We did it, soldier. The city's going to be all right. And so are you. Engine's finally cooked. Held on just long enough. So, how'd I do?
You did so good.
For you. And for the city and for myself and blah blah. But most of all, for you. Careful! Hot! How'd I do? Spectacular! Ah, it's the one thing I can't beat, isn't it? Same below as above. I love you. You. More than anything. I saw. Oh, God! Goodbye, son. Goodbye, sea. Goodbye.
No, stop. I won't allow this. Karlak, you're coming with me. Back to Avernus. We can't let her die. Not like this. Not now.
You can't.
Ugh. I don't like any of these. Karlak has to choose.
So, what do you say? Die here now, or live on with the blade of Avernus at your side? Zariel
His
won't
stupid
touch you.
helmet.
I swear it, Karlak.
Fine. I'll go. Well, with you. But we have to go. Now. I can't hang on much longer.
Goodbye.
It's over. And it's all because of you. You, who were destined to become a thrall. Thanks to you, there will be no Illithid Empire, no Death God's tyranny. You have earned your place amongst the legends of the Sword Coast. You are the saviors of Baldur's Gate.
She said the thing. Thank you so much for the resub, King.
Hello, darling.
Oh.
I was just thinking about freedom. How I'm free of the parasite. Free of Cazador. How I'll never be in someone's power again. And all it cost was my life in the sun. Now I belong to the shadows. So, what happens next?
I did lose my girl.
Well, you chose not to go with her.
I told her to make a choice.
No, you told her that was the choose to go with Will.
It made it seem like she could do what I don't know.
It's okay.
That does
Hi,
sound
Canyon.
tediously boring. Although, if it's with you, maybe. And I'm sure trouble would find us sooner or later. It always seems to. I just need to be sure. Is this what you want? I mean, this. I would understand if you wanted to go your own way.
What happened is this is the end of the game.
Good. Because, selfless as I am, I really did not want to let you go. We are rather excellent together, you know. And united, there is nothing we can't do. I can't say what the future holds for us, but I know we'll be facing it together. And we're going to have a lot of fun.
Are we still the heroes? Mm-hmm.
Well, soldier. Here we are. It worked. My engines calmed down. I shouldn't have let you come here. This isn't going to be easy, you know. Zariel's going to come at us with everything she's got. Gods. Like clockwork. They'll be on us soon. But there's just enough time. Thought I was done with these.
Hell yeah, Karlak.
But then, there was of the Blade of Avernus. Imps are fast, but careless. Don't let them tire you out, just get rid of them. And don't forget, you asked for this. Better let these fuckers know I'm back. And this time, I'm not alone.
Hell yeah, Karlak.
Six months have passed since you defeated the Netherbrain. And since then, you have seen more of life than you ever thought possible. You are greeted as a savior, a champion, a hero. But sometimes you feel like something else entirely. An adventurer, a traveler, a survivor. You faced down the gods. You thwarted the grand design. Anything seems possible. But before you can write the next chapter of your story, you must end this one.
Thou wert called here, some from above, some below. For with thine bond, together thou hast kept the wheel of fate spinning when it threatened to halt. Though thou wert drawn far apart in the months after the collapse of the Absolute, tonight, fate renews thy bond once more. Thou shouldst take care to preserve it. It is a great
Yeah,
weapon
faded.
wielded in the hand of good. Go. Know one another once more.
Let me
So
make
this
out with my girlfriend.
epilogue was added after the first, I think, first 2 times I beat this.
Mm.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. He wasn't kidding. Withers, you mad bastard! You brought me back! Soldier. It's really you. I've missed you, man. Like, I've really missed you. And you're so clean.
I should have gone with you. I didn't realize that was
No,
a good choice.
Believe me, you shouldn't have. That place is fucking horrible. I wouldn't wish it
Okay.
on anyone. But
If you
look,
insist.
you showed me just how much my life is worth. That there are people out there who really value it. I can hang on in the hells a while longer. Oh, guess what we found? Cambion dropped a map with directions and blueprints for Zariel's own private forge. A fucking forge! Our current plan is to get in, grab a smith, and force him to fix old Rusty. Or maybe give me a brand new model that can live outside of Avernus.
Yes.
You haven't seen the last of old Karlak yet, soldier.
Good.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Keep a bottle of something good in the icebox for me, huh? Mama Kay's coming home before too long.
Mama K.
Can I look you up when I'm out?
Yeah, kiss me fucking right now.
Hey, that would be kind of fun, though. High stakes hide and seek.
Honestly, I'd be curious to see if you could land a blow or two. Gods, is it good to see you again. To be here, together. Hard not to get used to it all over again. This won't be the last time. I promise.
Yeah, like Faded said, she only had a shitty ending, and people were like, absolutely the fuck not. And they were like, okay, fair.
That's so sad though.
Yep. I am well aware.
I missed you too.
Yeah, I gotta be cute. I gotta be cute.
There you are.
Gotta be cute.
Where's my man?
Lysel with
Here's
her
my man.
glowing eyes in the background.
Oh, because she's a projection. You should talk to her at some point, but I want to talk to...
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking to Jahira? Alright, I'll witness.
Same twisting alleys for purse pickers. Same wooden buildings ready to get burnt by next year's dragon. Same. The upper city has been almost entirely rebuilt. That's
NPC
where the
Karlak
gold
would have
is.
gotten what many would have seen as
Even the
perfect
builder's
ending.
scaffolds are cleared from the streets.
Yeah, before she was a companion.
No dust left to sneeze at. Baldurians simply get on with it. Stubbornness, civic spirit, plain stupidity. Perhaps all three, but nothing I will sniff at any longer. Harpers have come from half the world over to lend aid.
Harpers.
Farmers, masons,
Harpers.
healers.
Harpers.
Harpers.
My own son, Jord, has been wooed to their ranks. Already he plans crop cycles in Worm's Crossing. Not so for my daughter. Ryan's rejoined the Flaming Fist. Temporarily, you understand. To
Temporarily.
organize the craftsmen. Though she spends more time locking up comrades for pocketing aid funds. They might learn a thing or two if they don't expel her. Again.
Wait, you have
There's still
children?
much to do. People to house. A Harper network to rebuild. I may have little love for this city, but so long as my family chooses to serve it, I can do no less. The songs of my suffering will break hearts from here to the Hordlands, I am sure. Now,
I can't join the Harpers.
before this
They'll know
night
what I
grows
did.
any deeper, I must inspect the refreshments. You'll never know.
Never saw any repercussions for that, by the way.
Tempered with the wine.
Which I think is crazy. I talked to my husbando. I think it's pretty quick with him.
I'm flattered by the attention, darling. But don't you want to check in with some of our
Are you
erstwhile
naked?
companions?
No.
I'm sure they've missed you.
Yeah. He doesn't let me talk to him. He just says, like, we're still together. We fuck every night. Like, go hang out with your friends.
He's like, girl.
Yeah, like, pretty much. That's exactly what he says. Like, go hang out with your friends.
Inured to the passage of time. Yet these past 6 months have seemed endless without your company.
Okay, we never
Paths
fucked.
cross once more. Just as I hoped they would, more like. The Oak Father has been kind to me this past while. Yet I cannot forget the bond we all forged together. It is one that can weather any distance, any passage of time. I know it can, for I feel the longing for old friends in my heart each day.
You sound like you need
I
a hug.
always do. Should I ever decline, assume a doppelganger has taken my place.
Halston would have been dead in Act 2.
This is a long hug. Okay. I like this outfit that I'm wearing though.
More than worth the wait.
That's quite a squeeze you put on me. These all seem overly flirty.
Apologies.
Oh.
You can probably understand my eagerness. I shall be as gentle as a feather next time. Now, we have much to catch up on. Do not allow me to ramble on. I am eager to hear all you've been doing.
Oh shit. Okay.
I don't want to talk about it.
In that case, very well. Our community grows rapidly. In 6 months, we have turned what was once a shadowy wasteland into a true home for all. In another 6 months, I would wager the scars of the past will be entirely invisible, even to those who remember them. The old masonry of Moonrise Towers and Rythwin have been repurposed into new homes.
I mean, that outfit's doable. I wouldn't do my armor.
Bountiful trees. Nature
That's
and
too
civilization
booby.
are in harmony. Stronger together. It is, truly. Though a more complex, evolving beast than I could ever have anticipated. I spoke often of balance before. Only now do I realize the balance is no simple, fixed thing. We welcome folk from all walks of life. Anyone who wishes for a new start. Naturally, it can be chaotic at times, but it is a thrilling sort of chaos. It thrives in ways I could never have dreamed
Thank you.
of. As am I. I may age more slowly than most, but I do believe I've gained some new laughter lines of late. Now, please, tell me all, and spare no details. I shall not lie. I have an ulterior motive in wishing to hear all. It is the children, you see. My charges.
The children.
Their appetite for bedtime tales is greater than I could ever have anticipated. Another story, Daddy Halsin. Another is the chorus that greets me each nightfall.
Daddy
They've
Halsin.
all but exhausted my repertoire in but a few short months. No mean feat given the lifetime I have lived. I desperately need new material, please. My reputation is at stake.
All right.
I am all ears, though I never cared for that phrase. A rather unsettling image.
Lol.
You have kept yourself busy.
I did it.
No
I told
less, in
you
truth.
everything.
I shall be able to keep the children
In a
enthralled for
second.
a few more nights yet, thanks to
I
you.
talk so
And should you wish
fast.
to retell
They're
your
just like,
exploits in person, well, I shall not object to a night off. Now, it would be cruel of me to hoard you all to myself for the evening, as much as I would like to. I shall leave you to the others for now, unless there was anything else.
May I have a hug?
Can I have a hug?
I don't really care that much.
So then leave.
Okay, bye.
Before you go,
Oh.
I have something for you. Just a little keepsake, really. Do you remember how I told you I like to whittle? I made this.
I made this dildo.
Dill, don't.
Ducks are my favorite, but
That's
I
adorable.
thought they were particularly fitting in this case. They are migratory birds, of course, traveling far and
Migratory?
wide with the turn of the seasons. Yet, they always find their way back to where they belong. Just like old
Still
friends
duck.
find themselves back in each other's company.
This may fetch a modest price from a merchant with poor taste. Wow.
Just a token to remember me by. Now, I've taken up enough of your time. Go on. Enjoy the festivities.
Yeah,
We
I've
can
seen that.
speak again later.
Mm-hmm. I've seen that. Gale, what are you doing? Where are you going?
Well, well. Look what the Tressim dragged in.
What's up?
Professor Gale Decarius of Blackstaff Academy, educator of the esteemed School of Illusion. A pleasure to remake your acquaintance.
What's up?
She did not. I'm delighted to report. She sought me out. Not long after, we went our separate ways, and assured me neither she nor the orb should pose me any threat in the future. Of course, it's still in there. A constant reminder of my former hubris. And a surprisingly effective means of keeping my more disobedient students in line. Perhaps a tad too effective. I spend most of my time trying to convince them how much fun the study of magic can be. But it'd be easier to crack a smile on an intellect devourer than some of my pupils. Illusory magic has the power to confound the senses, to render the impossible into reality, and to allow expression of that most magical attribute of all: imagination.
Imagination.
Unfortunately, in that respect, some of my apprentices seem to be rather lazy. Oh, they try their best, of course, when they can manage to stay awake.
Cheek of them. Nothing a well-placed swipe from Tara can't fix, though.
And what of you? What are you making of this newfound lease of life we earned?
And I have been up to no good. Yeah, that's fun.
From you, I'd expect nothing less. I've told my
I would be
students
up to no good.
plenty of tales about our escapades. You're something of a hero to them, you know?
Damn straight.
I'll be delighted
Of course.
to introduce you to my current cohort as a guest lecturer, perhaps.
Sure.
I'm
I'll
sure
teach
they'll
him
have
how to
plenty of
pick
questions for
locks. Yeah.
Well, I, for one, can't wait. And I say with some confidence, neither can they. Of course, you'll be most welcome to stay with me in my tower.
Girl.
My apologies, Tara. That would be our tower. It will give us plenty of time to catch up on your adventures. I'm very curious to know what you've been up to these past months.
I just told you.
But I suspect the telling of that tale would keep you tied to me all evening. So, in the spirit of selflessness, I encourage you to mix and mingle for now, with time enough to come.
So, can I talk to them too?
I don't know.
Well, well.
Yeah, it's the same.
Professor Gale.
All right, I'll just go quick then. Oh, hi.
Aw, hi. There's a long ass hug.
Well, that was quite lovely. I'm glad you're as pleased to see me as I am you. I have to say, I'm quite grateful to just be Gale for the evening. I fear my students find me somewhat intimidating due to my, explosive former reputation.
Explosive.
I seem to put the fear of the gods into them. Or the fear of Mistra, to be more specific. She sought me out. Not long after, we went our separate ways.
Yes, so that's the
Of course,
same.
I spend most of my time trying to convince them how much fun the study of magic. Still. Oh, they tried. And what of you? What are you making of this newfound lease of life we have? And I couldn't be happier for you. A fitting reward for the sacrifices you made in getting here. I've told my students I'll be delighted to introduce you to my current cohort as a
Okay.
Well, of course
Same.
Okay. So?
Same. Okay. So there's a little bit of variation, but not much.
Yeah.
This is honestly, I normally wear this during the game, but I never found it this particular playthrough.
Oh, really?
I don't know why. Somehow missed
Two
it.
more I skewered Kithraki bellies. And for 2 more yet, I traveled through limbo. I never imagined I'd be standing toe-to-toe on this day, in this place. Nothing but allies, I always told myself. A necessary partnership.
Everybody's flirting with me.
Every strained word.
And that's a problem?
Every barbed glass.
No.
Seeing you brings me even more pleasure than taking a Royal Inquisitor's head.
Date everything Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, Gale's can be sad too.
In the astral, but still
Flirted with and farted on.
That's what I always say. Maybe they do. Would they be wrong? What's that?
Not a what, but a who.
Oh.
The immortal god king of the Githzerai. An exiled people. Once kin with mine, until the madness of civil war ripped our one sky into 2. Algish sent word of the rebellion to Minyaragith through the cosmos. He's agreed to parley. It's fallen to
Then
me
maybe
to secure
both.
an alliance.
In the right order.
Exactly the reaction I expected. My blade is keen as ever. But it was you who showed me that a proper victory doesn't always require a razor-sharp edge.
Wow.
Sometimes, a sincere plea is more persuasive than a dagger against the neck.
Or both.
Minyaragith is an ascetic. He reached out in good faith. This is his way. It is in this spirit that I must meet him. And if he refuses, I carry on. Gravity pulls me in but one direction. I am the comet. I will not rest until I burn Vlaakith's bones to ash and smash her phylactery to pieces.
Hell yeah, girl.
My people will be free. But you've heard that refrain before. Zealous, bossy, insistent. All part and parcel of my undeniable charm. I suppose it is, rather. I'm just glad to be here at all. It's taken a dozen Gish's talents, a few stolen psi crystals, and 2 10 days of effort to conjure my projection.
So 20 days?
Worth it, I'd say. I miss this place. This Fey Run. More to the point, I missed you.
Oh.
I wouldn't even deny it with Vlaakith's vorpal blade at my neck.
Whoa.
Though, I'd rather it not come to that. Now go. Mingle a bit. That's the word, right? Mingle. But don't think
I'm
you've
curious
seen
what would
the
happen if
last.
I tried to talk to Asterion for the first time.
Sure as
Go try.
Clear will forever circle the sun.
He's like, hey, so nice to meet you. And you're like, we actually traveled together for the past 2 years, but you know.
Hi, my name's Asterion.
Go ahead and try.
We'll see.
Well, look who decided to turn up.
He's such an ass.
I wasn't sure our withered old friend could live up to his promise. But here we are. And you're looking more delicious
Excuse
than
me?
ever.
Excuse me, she's my best friend.
Whatever you've been doing with your
How
talent,
dare you?
It clearly worked wonders.
You know me.
Of course.
You don't. We've never spoken. We've never
A
spoken.
wonderful sense of fun to the world. And where better to celebrate our good fortune?
To be fair, he has said nothing specific. He's like, hey, you.
He's like, you're looking good. Whatever you're doing's working.
Yeah, you've been up to your usual shenanigans. The same things that Yep, you're doing great. What have you been up
taken a
to
turn as an adventurer and hero.
with your
It turns out no one actually
significant
cares about murder,
other?
as long as you murder the right people. And apparently, I'm rather good at it. Let's not get carried away, darling. I'm still me. Perhaps more me than I've ever been. Hardly. Good people don't spend as much time lurking in the dark as I do.
4 for 4.
You know,
He's not
it's
really
funny.
flirting with me. He doesn't know me at
first,
all.
I thought I was trapped by the shadows, cursed to live in them forever. But in time, I realized that darkness is as much a part of me as my fangs. This is only a curse as long as I refuse to embrace the shadows. So, I decided I would. I decided not to be defined by the choices other people made, by what other people did to me. My past may be done, but my present, my future, they're mine.
Hell yeah, baby.
This is who I am, in all my glory, for better and for worse.
More worse than better? Jeez.
Damn.
That being said, I haven't completely given up on returning to the sun. If the opportunity presented itself, well, I wouldn't say no.
I love that for him.
But
I know.
until then, I am happy.
I know you are.
We've had quite the journey, you and I.
You.
First threatened you. I knew you were someone.
You never threatened me. We never spoke.
To take on the world with. I will miss our time together. But then again, maybe this isn't goodbye, so much as it's see you later, darling.
You don't know my name. That's fine. Ooh, what's over here?
With us can pluck wine from all over the world, but is
Got
there
distracted.
one bottle of fresh blood?
Nice to return to familiar
What's
environments.
this? End your adventure. Oh, no. Hold on. Who should we speak to?
Oh, also, I forgot if you also want to cry more, there's a bunch of letters in here from a bunch of NPCs that we interacted with.
Oh, I guess I'll just take them all because. To the hero of the realms, we have followed your adventure closely from the day you fell from that doomed Nautiloid to the final blow you struck the Netherbrain as it loomed over the Sword Coast. We are but a humble guild who pride ourselves in telling stories, not unlike the tales to be written of you for many years to come. How inspired we have been to witness your feats, awesome and terrible, the lives you
My
saved
feet?
and sundered.
You freak.
Feet! The friendships you found. Thus, we thought to extend a greeting to thank you for adventuring with such creative determination, such panache, enough to touch the hearts of our number. With deepest gratitude, the Guild of Great Genius. GGG! For Gertrude! The Gertrude Guild of Great Genius! GGGG!
Look at Astarion just showing off for me.
Wow.
Perhaps
Letter
the
from
bard
Art.
knows some of my favorites. Unless my
To an old
taste in
acquaintance.
music
I write
is
to you
too
from the sunny
antique
porch of the
for
Last Light Inn. A light breeze blows now and then. People are milling in and out. Builders,
Oh my gosh,
visitors,
you should look at.
children.
He's drunk. Oh my gosh, look at him doing a little jig.
I can no longer hold a quill or eat without assistance. A kind friend is transcribing this for me. Thaniel, rejoined with Oliver, has promised to be with me when the end comes. As our old songs drift on the wind, ever louder, I know I have mere days left. But I do not fear it. Not for your help, this land would still be shrouded in darkness. I'd still be lost within it. Know that my heart is full and happy, and I'm grateful for my last moments. I don't remember who that is.
Who?
Art Culloch?
Art Culloch. It was the man who was like in the coma and helped us in Act 2 to find Thaniel to solve the curse and stuff.
A beautiful night. I wish it could last forever.
Investigator Valeria. Oh, the fucking elephant.
Yeah.
Salutations! Run to request your help in a mysterious case that has arisen since our little Balian bash half a year ago. Regrettably, I've had to take the credit for dispelling the Ball cult in your absence, you understand. And I'm working on routing the remaining Ballists from our fair city, with the newly promoted Blaze developed Fountainhead in tow, of course. This has made me a target. A false document bringing my name to ill repute has been made public, an alleged unpaid bar tab at the Elf Song. If you happen to be passing through with a bundle of coin, perhaps you can persuade me out of my obvious innocence. Much obliged. I'm not paying your bill for you, you dick. This fucking guy. Here of Baldur's Gate, vanquisher of the Absolute. The city is forever in your debt. For without your valor, your audacity, your sacrifice, it would not know renewal.
Hi, Huey.
Hi, Huey. It is not temples and inns and homes that I speak of, but hearts. Baldur's Gate can never be the city it was before it suffered the Absolute's touch, and that is as it should be. The survivors have borne witness to their homes' near destruction. They have come to regret turning a blind eye to the cruelty Gortash disguised as safety and security. And they understand, just as I have come to understand, that trust, compassion, and unity are the foundation of Baldur's Gate. Aww, that's not gonna last. Our gates are open once more to the disowned and displaced. The Flaming Fist will learn to be true servants of the people, and I will devote myself to ridding the gate of the shameful fears that allowed evil to enter our homes and sit at our tables.
What is she reading? So we beat the game. We just beat the game.
What a nice
So it's
guy.
a bunch of letters from different NPCs.
What is she reading?
Yeah.
Talking about me in the third person?
Yes, we beat the game, and now she's just reading a bunch of letters from a bunch of different people in the game. Just a cute little extra thing, you know.
Like, I'm not even here, Huey. Sebastian, they're not murdering everybody. They're in the ruins. Good job, everybody.
Aw, I wish I could sit with them.
It's a nice letter to Astarion. I'm not going to read all of them out loud because that's too much.
A letter to Astarion from who?
Oh,
from the girl. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll read.
Yeah, I'll put them all back into the chest.
I can get it out of inventory. I got it.
Oh, yeah. School of Music. They made a School of Music.
Aw, that's cute. No, the letter to Astarion was cute.
Yeah. Oh, Damon. She's got a girlfriend, Damon. Karlak, if you're reading this, you're alive. Write to me, won't you, please? Sorry.
Yours faithfully.
Elminster, that guy.
Gale, my boy.
Gale, my boy. Kethric. House? Who's this? Oh, the House of Hope. Yes.
It's cute that there's letters like from everybody, like to like the other companions.
Yeah, that's pretty great.
That's cute. 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 You're on your iPad.
What's cooking?
iPad.
I must be careful to not overindulge tonight, lest I lose control and slip into bear form.
Oh.
So cute. Oh? Carla, can we make out?
Look at this place.
I guess not. A pad.
Breathe deep, Boo. The smell of heroes sings from every stone in this place. To meet again where your journey began, my friend. An honor. For Minsk and his hamster both. Oh, and for Happy also.
Happy?
Yes, honored, of course.
and happy?
See how your very presence snatches the breath from his chest? And it is no wonder. It is just this day that Happy learned of your legend, while we gazed down upon the very city you saved.
He dangled me from the high hall, upside down, for 2 hours.
The guild should not go creeping in high places if they do not have the stomach for them, It is well for Happy the strange portal appeared when it did. Minsk's arm was growing aches. That it has. Minsk once idled away a century in stone, but he and Boo have been busy in these months since we parted. 9 fingers forbade any looting of the Illithid's fleshy vessels, and so Minsk guards what remains of the battle site, even from her. But where Minsk might once have thrown any sneaking scoundrels from the tower top, now I tell them of you. How you ruled the wickedness within.
He likes alliteration.
Might do the same.
Yes, I'll rule it. I'll be better.
No, of course. It is still for Boo to decide if they live or die.
Oh God.
But enough, my friend.
Is that also Matthew Mercer?
Might be.
I do not know the whole of it.
I'm gonna
Minsk
Google
and
it.
Boo would know where you have been, what you have done.
Give me a hug.
Me, my friend.
It is Matthew Mercer. Okay.
Should you feel it squirming, know that it is only Boo. Or perhaps the buffet has gone bad.
I spoke to you twice, which is 2 times more than I ever spoke to Astarion.
No, you talked to him a couple times and he told you to fuck off.
Right, when I accidentally clicked on him? Yeah.
Yeah.
Boo goes too. Without tadpoles, Boo. Forgive my hamster squirrelishness. He has developed something of a taste for tadpole, and is displeased with the diet I have been forced to place him on. Now, halfling, Boo will not have you embarrassing him in front of his friends, so you ought to know the rest of the company you keep. Will Ravengard, the blade of frontiers, devil-horned and angel-hearted. Lae'zel of Creshkiller, true child of Gith, and true friend to Boo, though she will and say it is not so. Astarion, who is banished by the sun itself for fear his Spanish soul might outshine it. We visit him much down in the dark places, though he often moves his lair without remembering to tell Minsk where.
Can't imagine why.
The man who would be a god, but then thought better of it. Boo thinks better of him for it too. Shadowheart,
I love him.
Two gods tugged at her soul, but she managed to keep it all for herself in the end. Wait, Boo, did she do something with her hair? Halsin, Archdruid of Arch somewhere.
Never
He is a
change, Vince.
much
I know.
better man than he smells. And there, the champion of the Hells herself, Karlach Demon's Bane, Devil's Bane, Merkul Ball and Bane. Once the guild is made of goodness once more, Bull shall scratch the Hells wide open and find a way to bring her back. And finally, Jahira. If this is a name you do not already know, then not even Boo can save you. Study them well, sneak thief, for the best among them will be a guide for your guild. Heroes who put the city before themselves, who never falter in their duty. And
Their
more
duty.
than this, who never arrive to a party without even a gift for the host.
But wait!
Go, my friend. Be among our friends. There is much work yet to be done before this one is fit to join them.
So silly.
There you are, my friend.
Where's your helmet?
Breathe deep. Can you smell it?
Who said you could show your face, Will?
Sure. I'll sniff. One last shitty roll for the road, baby. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna use inspiration. I'm just trying to sniff. Okay, we got it. We got it. We got it.
You take in every scent the night breeze carries.
What is my wife?
Honeysuckle, tender violets, and an earthy fragrance you can't quite recognize.
Forest trees draped in moss. Bittersweet, smoky, and that faintest hint of vanilla. A far cry from the rancid
She didn't
Avernus
realize
fruit that's
that
been clogging my lungs.
the
I
option
swear,
she was
Karlach and I
choosing
have felled
was
enough Cambions to build a
the
fortress
option
with
she
their
chose.
horns. Who'd have thought that just one of those fiends held the key to escaping Avernus for good? One of them sported a map and some blueprints. If you want all the gory details, Karlach can fill you in.
I thought it was just like a choice, and then we would go from there. I didn't realize that was the. It's fine.
Yeah, she was under the impression like, oh, it's Karlach's choice, would like give it another option after that, but it was not.
That was the thing.
That was the choice, yeah.
That was the choice. So it happened the way it happened, and it's fine.
I've seen him more than a few times, and he's as proud of me as I am of him. He's leading the city's renewal,
didn't answer my
opened the
question.
gates to all newcomers, rebuilt the council from scratch. And he's back in his element, commanding the flaming fist with brave heart and no shortage of empathy. The likes of Gortash can bend people's minds with a few chosen words. No tadpole needed. Bane's
I hate his
chosen
armor.
primed the fist for a war they weren't meant to win. He convinced them there was an
It looks
assassin
real dumb.
hiding in every
I can't, like, I'm just like looking at all the different details and I hate it so much.
With a few exceptions.
It
Fathers
looks
pardon
dirty.
every last fist.
It is dirty.
If my forgiveness not be tears' will, so be it. I shall forgive them all the same. His words, not mine. He still believes in the bow and the blade, but he's teaching the fist a new lesson. Valor is found not in the wounds you inflict, but in the lives that you have bettered. May they all take it to heart.
Okay, bye.
Well, that's enough hell talk for the moment. The night's young. You shouldn't go wasting it. Or wasting any of the wine for that matter. I plan on downing half a bottle myself. Oh, Did I say half a bottle? I meant half a dozen.
Girl.
Oh wow. That's too
You
much.
okay? Like, I'm concerned. Who's left to talk to? Where's Shadowfart?
Oh yeah, she's around. I saw her.
There she is. She's looking out. Hold on, I need to talk to Scratch.
There's
Go.
something strange in your old friend's mouth. What is it?
A dick.
What you got there? Give me that
Familiar
astral prism.
invitation. He wants you to throw the object he's dropped. But it isn't a ball.
You better throw that fucking astral prism for that boy.
Prism.
You think I'm not gonna?
You better fucking throw that shit.
You think I'm not gonna?
He whines. Less talk, more throw.
Correct. You're right. Let me throw the ball. He's like, this is good, but also not what I want. Oh.
Scratch barks merrily in something like agreement.
Okay, let me throw.
I think you can throw it.
I'm working on it.
So you can make a dramatic entrance, is it?
Where is it? Do I not have it? I don't have anything I can throw.
Oh no.
It's not in my pockets. I can't throw it. I'm so sorry.
Good company and good wine from the looks of it.
Well, check the ground.
I don't see it. I'm like looking at the.
Oh, I found it! I found it!
Oh,
I
you
found it!
did?
We got it! We got it! We got it! We got it! Scratch. Guess what?
Good call. I was like, I don't even see it with the search thing.
Go get it.
He's not even fetching. He's just sitting down and playing with it.
Owlbear got in the way.
That's funny.
Oh. I'm glad I didn't bring you into the battle. Oh. A baby.
I know, the baby.
He looks coyly at the ground, suddenly shy.
A baby.
He snaps the air and wiggles. He's either miming fighting a many-limbed creature or dancing. It's unclear. He is, however, exhausted. He's had plenty of adventures without you.
I love how he's got armor. Thank you, Faded.
The joy in the owlbear's eyes is clear. He longs to have a home, and Halsin is perfect.
They can be weird bears together. All right, Shadowfart.
Nope, it's the last one.
Starting to wonder if you'd show up.
Oh, you're twins.
Oh yeah. Makes sense since I stole her underwear.
Yeah, on day one.
I was like, that's hot. I'm taking it.
You could still lose an honor mode run here. That's so funny.
That's crazy.
You can say that with a straight face after all the times I had to come to your aid.
When?
Oh, come here, will you?
When?
It's been forever.
When did you come to my aid? Not the owlbear in the background.
I know.
You feel a little more substantial than before.
Are you calling me
Less
fat?
Camping and
Yep.
scrounging off the land, I take it.
Excuse me?
Yeah, are you calling me chubby?
Filled
Girl?
out and healthy is what I was going for. Don't tell me you miss living off whatever scraps we found in crates and barrels. I'm glad you seem well. Trudy.
This is the worst
We
conversation.
actually
I had
stole
with a
like entire
sergeant.
meals off of people's tables. Thank you very
I
much.
ate very well. Excuse me. I was constantly looting delicious food for us at camp. Thank you.
Wandering, mostly. The adventuring life is almost a tonic when you're not constantly threatened by brain monsters and cultists. I can finally see the world.
Yeah,
beyond
I
the
remember
cloister.
that. Faded.
Doesn't need to cook if I steal all the food. And it's pre-cooked.
One of my first stops was the House of the Moon in Waterdeep. It's the largest temple of Selûne in existence. It seemed
Selûne.
like the perfect
Selûne.
spot to reflect on my parents, on where they came from, and where I came from too, I suppose. Hard
When
to
a
imagine,
mommy and
isn't
a
it?
daddy love each
Me,
other
of
very
all people,
much.
in the lair of the Moon Witch herself. Gods, your truest act of heroism was putting up with all that char and drivel I was spouting for so long. Oh, I know they are. I can still sense them, I think. And one day we'll be reunited.
Can't believe we went to the same tailor.
I know. Just get a different
At least-
color so we don't look the same.
Yeah, at least they were different brocades, so it's totally fine.
Yeah, that's true. The vests are different, yeah. Or the jackets, I guess.
Well, I've had run-ins with my former fellow Sharans on a couple of occasions.
Former fellow
Word seems
Sharans.
to have spread of what happened at the cloister. Now other chapters of Shar worshippers see me as a prime target to offer up to their lady as a sacrifice. Don't worry. I know their tired old tricks better than anyone. They'll need more than a hooded cloak and poisoned blade to best me.
That's kind of terrifying, Shadowheart.
She's fine.
Must I? You presume a great deal.
Okay,
I'm
this
joking.
bitch.
Of course I want to know. Tell me all.
The
Do you
whole
ever rest?
It is
All
so
these
silly.
poor budding adventurers looking to make a name for themselves. Take some time off and give them a chance, why don't you? Hopefully these meetups will become a regular occurrence. It's not that I miss the tadpoles, but at least it brought us together. Now we've got to make the extra effort ourselves.
Can prove have you ever been an adult?
Don't remind me. Someone's always got somewhere else to be. But
Have you ever tried to
let's
coordinate
do
a
our
D&D
best all the
campaign?
same. After all, we've faced down bigger threats than wrangling together a few social calendars.
I don't think we
I
have.
don't know, man.
This many social calendars? Are you serious? Okay, bye.
Don't be a stranger.
It is a pain. All right. Have we talked to everybody? I think we talked to everybody.
There's Withers over in his little cave back here, and that's it.
Yeah, that's end adventures. What
Oh,
that said.
okay. Then yeah.
Who's Malil?
The bard.
I talked to the troubadour. Free bird!
Hello. Let me guess, you've got some suggestions about the music choice.
Free bird!
I find it hard to summon up the trademark pep these days.
I think he's supposed to
You
look
have
like the
no
actual
idea who I
composer.
am, do you?
Withers might have set the stage a little. Milil. Though if the lack of song prayers is anything to go by, that name carries less weight than it used to.
Wow, this guy's a little bit.
Apologies. I think I got a moat. Carried
Oh,
away
nope.
there.
No idea who
You're
this
hardly
man
to
is.
blame. You just want to change up the music, I wager.
Freebird! Oh. I'll give myself advantage.
Hold on.
No,
can I
I'll give
bonus?
myself.
Oh no, you can't.
It's probably fine. I've got inspiration. Hold on, hang on. Let me deceive this poor musician. He just wants people to know who he is. I understand. Hey.
Oh my gosh.
You know.
You're bloody right. It is an honor. Finally, the scribe picks an adventurer of substance, of culture.
What can I do you for?
Freebird! I'd like you to
Your
change the
wish
song.
is my... etc. What song do you want?
Sure, something new.
Fantastic idea. It'll suit the whole affair perfectly.
Perfectly. Okay, bye.
All right, GG.
Oh.
I know. But I think that's it.
Well. What? Oh, well, one last time. I just closed the door when I meant to go through it. What you got? What you got in here? Let me
Don't loot him.
This one night is like any other, and yet different. Thou art the savior of Baldur's Gate, until such time it requires saving again. How dost thou feel? What indeed? Prick up thy ears and listen.
Are you sure you're done partying? Are we done partying, Pink?
I think the time has come.
The balance of the world restored. The balance of these lives, mortal and otherwise,
He's talking to the owl
brought
there.
to account. Hear me, thou heroes, wastrels, friends. I have waited long to tell you these words.
6 months.
It is over. For now. Thou played thy part in weaving the fabric of fate itself, but for every thread you sewed, so did the gods unravel another. Sleep, rest, revel, but be ready, for thou mayst yet be needed. Until we meet again, I wish thee every possible fortune, health, wealth, love, and above all, problems worth solving.
Cute.
To you.
And there it is.
Oh, we did it. Guys. We did it.
We did it. So what
I
did you
never thought
think?
this day would come.
What did you think?
It was so good.
I hope that playing it together didn't take away anything
No.
from it. Not that I thought that like you didn't enjoy it because we were together, but just like I hope that like I hope you got the full like experience. Like I hope you feel that you got the full experience.
Yeah, no, I definitely do.
Good.
Yeah, for sure.
Good.
You shaved the bald gate, yes. Has been razored down. There is no hair left upon this gate. It is balder.
If you skip the credits, there's one more thing. Yeah.
Thy faces gods, thy actions barely worthy of the name. Didst truly believe thy ploy would succeed? Didst believe I would not notice?
Didst
Thou
believe?
soughtst to bolster thy strength by taking away the souls of mortals. But souls vanish when their hosts become mind flayers. Didst think the other gods would not notice? Gods thou may be, yet thou hast proven thyself fools. Everyone. The supplication of Bane, the whimper of Baal, the death mule of Merkel. Felled by mortals, I overestimated thee. They did not. Vermin, away. Thou wilt trouble us no more.
Yay!
We did it.
We did do it. Press any key. There it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
guys. No more Baldy.
Bestie Baldies, this is done. Bestie's gate is
Bestie
done.
Baldies. Bestie's gate has bestied.
Aww. So what's next? Bestie lands?
Bestie lands for sure.
Yeah.
Not next week though.
No, not next week.
I'm going. I have tickets to the symphony next Saturday, so I will be seeing Return of the Jedi with the symphony.
Well, that's really cool. I saw Star Wars with the symphony. All right, friends, I am not going to raid out because I've actually had to go to the bathroom for the past like 20 minutes. So
I'm very I need to be away. So
yes.
I'm going to also not raid out.
Yes.
You go to the symphony a lot.
She enjoys it. It's fun.
I do enjoy it. Also, my job that will not exist anymore has a corporate discount for symphony tickets, and I kept forgetting about it, and I'm trying to use it up before it doesn't exist anymore. So.
Fair. All right, friends, thank you so much for being here. I'll be live tomorrow. I don't know what I'm playing yet, but I'll be live.
I don't know when I'll be live next. We'll see.
We'll see. No pressure either way. All right, friends, I have got to pee. I'm so sorry. I'm not even gonna I'm literally gonna say goodbye to Gigi here, and usually I say goodbye after Discord. But goodbye, guys. Good night. We'll see you. Bye bye.
I love you.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.